We don't want that to be captured here. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, we are back. No, we're still dropping frames. No, we're stable? Maybe. I did a router reset. I'm trying to see if the pages will reload. Hopefully. Okay. Fixing the player hand as well. Okay. My apologies for the rip stream. So, the TLDR, we got a new router sent a few days ago, and it is just not working out well. It seems to be having significant issues, so I do need to contact them and maybe get a further replacement because this router is not stable like the last one was. And I don't know why we replaced it to begin with. But anyway, I seem to be live now. I'm guessing if I was to look at the video producer here real quick before we continue, real quick. I'm guessing that the last game, which was very interesting to see between Basilico and Good, did not get fully covered. I don't know what was cut. I kept going all the way through till the finish of the game because it seemed like we were live, but there's a lot of parts getting cut. Yeah, it seems like a lot of that was missed, so I apologize. Yeah. It went on for a while, but a little bit got cut at the end. So Basilico managed to claim victory over Good for game 1. Let's go into their game 2 and see how things go. If there's a change of pace or if they use the same decks. We do have a change of pace. Alright, and I need to, I can't see chat at the moment. Let me pop out chat and we'll get this match started for you though. So I would like to read chat. But yeah, my apologies again. I can't do anything about the internet. Hopefully it stays a little more stable. I honestly think half of the problem, I mean besides the router being a piece of shit, half the problem is playduelyst.com. The website does seem to destroy the internet, and I have it open on the website and Steam simultaneously, and I do that so I can get both player hands. It's like partially the issue. Like maybe I won't worry about the player 2 hand. If I could run 2 copies of the Steam version, that would be cool, but I can't do that. Anyway, we have a Magmar. Magmar is in instead of the Abyssian faction to try and take down Basilico's unique line art list, and we see a Mobius was played. So I need to get Good's Magmar list here, but +1 to Mobius. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know how you describe this Magmar list. It's going to be hard to explain. It is a very unique Magmar list. It has many one-ofs. There's a one of Nemesis, a one of Eclipse, a one of Lux Ignis that Mobius was a one of. There's a one of Sunseer, one of Jaxi, a one of Adamantite Claws, one of Bonded, one of Meta, one Anachronized, one Plasma. And then there's like triple Cinder Beast, triple Flame Blood Warlock, It is a very unique list. I don't know how to describe it, so I'm just gonna call it Good Magmar. Good, or how do you pronounce this name? Are you at break time on screen? Thank you for letting me know. I didn't hit the transition button. You guys missed the Mobius opener. You know what? We barely got into this one. Let's start over. I want to get this right. You know, I have internet problems and I'm missing stuff. Hold up, I have to hide the result. No, we gotta do this right. We gotta do it right. This is an interesting opener. I want it captured. Good has an interesting Magmar list here. Okay, there we go. Now you can see. Now we do things correctly. I will make sure to keep an eye on the internet stability, but know that there is naught I can do about it. I also have to reload the bot, so nobody used the bot for like a minute. Yeah, we have a Komodo Charger from Basilico's side, and then something you would never expect to see on Good's side. I mean, you get a Flame Blood, so you might expect to see that. And then you get a Mobius. Now, this Mobius not quite as good as Marvel Snap's Mobius. Not quite as meta. But there it is in all its glory. It gets a +1 to the usage rate for a tournament. And away it goes. But we got to see it do its thing. Mine's trivia answer broke the stream. No, it's just Comcast being the piece of shit that we spend like $200+ for. I don't know why. It's $200 a month for internet and cable, just so the internet doesn't work. Good, taking it nice and slow, just developing a rejuvenator. Honestly, it gave them a lot of healing, considering the Flame Blood opener that we saw. Martyrdom being used early to deal with the 4/4 and develop a 2/2 with the Dynasty standard. But that's the only thing that Basilico plays on that turn. I guess that was their best action. Might be a little scary using a Martyrdom early against Good's list. They have quite a few endgame threats you're gonna want to Martyr instead. 200 months seems kind of steep. It's like, it's the phone, it's the TV, and it's supposed to be very high quality internet. It is steep. It is very steep. Alright, just some Alsuin. Alsuin copied Martyr back. A little bit of trade action. And a fresh Dynasty standard was put on, although no creature was popped with it. We see the Immortal Resolve and face damage is the plan for Good here. Going face, could have cleared the Healing Mystic if they wanted, but no, we're going to clear the Argean High Main instead. Very aggressive Jaxi placement and Blood Tier placement as well. Now you can get a fairly decent Shroud if you're worried about your HP. Maybe Circle Life's a good idea here. I think there could have been... You could have done something like Sunriser and then Martyrdom your own Healing Mystic. And use your General to clear the 1/1 token. That could have also been an okay turn. This gives you a 5/5 body though. Good does not give a shit. Face, get rid of that banner. And dealing with artifacts can be difficult for Magmar. They decide to heal after punching, so they missed 1 damage. And then they play Anachronize to end the turn. Probably would have been better to resolve before attacking, but that's okay. We'll see if that 1 damage becomes significant or not later on. So you had a bit of an HP deficit, but you're not necessarily in a terrible position. You can't get away from Vath or Yath on this turn. I think the biggest concern is you don't have a strong development. Sunriser is your best. You probably want it 4 tiles away from you so you don't get Macantored. Yeah. And then pass. That's about all you're doing. That's pretty good for good. Alright, we're off for the face plan now. We respect Sunriser, equipping Adamantite Claws, getting Flameblood Warlock value as Adamantite Claws is timeless. I think the only thing I would have done is it would have been stronger for Vath to stand, move down and right and hit the Sunriser. Is if they clear the Flameblood like they are, and Basilico can get out of range, and if he did that and you were 1 to the right, he would still be in range. So not like an error or anything, but I think a slightly weaker position. 3 cards left in hand for good. We're gonna have to get something really nice here to keep up the pressure. Eclipse is the answer we find. Basilica is gonna be pretty happy that they held on to this Martyrdom. Now, the Adamantite Claw's value can be very significant here. Basilico, besides Sunriser proccing, doesn't have an alternative good way of deleting 3 charges of an artifact, only sending minions face. Still playing very defensively, trying to get their footing reestablished. Good on the aggro plan. This time, Harvester comes out. What's with the backline minions? He doesn't want them to trade in to the Timeless artifact, I suppose. They could be, like, the Healing Mystic on the bottom right could be over here on the, or something a little closer, but might be trying to play around Macantor wiping out everything. Dispel on the Harvester is not going to be good enough to remove it, though. Only moves 1 space forward. He stays in range of 10 potential damage. It just heals up 5 HP to offset the incoming damage a little bit. Basilica has finally caught up to his prey. Let's see what he's got. How do we keep up the aggro, or do we punch the Shroud? We go face! We go face in this place. There's nothing but sheer aggression. Heal a Mystic on a Harvester is actually pretty decent. War Beast as well. So this Holy Immolation is not good enough to get everything. You can get the important things though. Isby's Monument going down in the corner as well. Holy Immo going down. and just drinking some orange juice. I actually, if it was me, I would have put this Isbees over here and then emote the Isbees and trade these two into the healing mystic. If it was me, that's what I would have done. But this is the line of play Basilica is chosen. Artifact is still good on good, and that's a big deal. That is a big deal. Dark Nemesis has come down. Hells yeah. And that's it, Nemesis pass. We do have a Dispel Shroud. Nice top deck. Unfortunately, that's a 10 HP heal for your opponent. So while it's a nice top deck, you are going to be very far from turning things around. I think you kind of have to. And he's thinking about doing Alcuin first. If you play Alcuin first to get the Sundrop Elixir, that might stall the inevitable. You can't afford to play the Spellbinder, though. It's actually a pretty difficult turn. I think you probably... Your best odds are Spellbinder Martyrdom and hope that they don't have another Mecantor. It's really rough, though, because you know it's Magmar. And it's an aggro list at that. If they have Elucidator or something, you're probably gonna die. So we do go with the healing bottle. Dude gets healed to full. They have a healthy hand size. And immediate aggro is happening here. Now, if you can see their list, which we can, they don't actually have Elucidator in the list, and they only have 2 Mecantors. Very curious. I wonder what's in their hand entirely. They opted to only play a Rejuvenator? They must have a lot of removal spells. We haven't seen the Plasma, the Egg-Morphs. We did see the Anacro. He does have a Bounded. Bounded would have won the game, though, because he would have dealt... It would have been 13 damage. It wouldn't have won the game yet. It will win the game right now. Bounded Life Force victory with Iridium Scale. Talk about efficient removal. Take out the General and the Archon. Alright, how are we holding up? 0 dropped frames? Wonderful. Let's hide the thing. It's 1-1 in this set. Oh, I like this set. Basilica and Good here having some pretty fierce games against each other. Alright. We have one more match, and we have another faction swap, so that's exciting to see. So Basilica getting off the line are going with their Abyssian list. I will look up their list if I can. As long as the internet doesn't die. They are Creep Abyssian. They have a 1 of Reaper of the 9 Moons, which is an interesting tech card. They also have a 1 of Darkfire Sacrifice to proc the Reaper, and an Infernal Pact. So with Reaper Sacrifice and Night Splitter, if you have your creep set up, that is 12 damage burst on the enemy. 9 to 12 damage burst. For the low price of 7 mana. 3 card 7 mana combo. We'll see if it comes into play here. Double Crawler opener is pretty solid for Basilico. And we have a aggressive Flame Blood Healer Mystic opener taking center. I feel like I've been seeing this a little less. Player 2 doing double minions and taking center with their second minion. It's been a lot more conservative opening from player 2 recently. I don't know if that's just due to the meta shifting, the prominence of 3 attack minions and whatnot increasing. I just noticed that this is a little less common now. It still happens, but On the ladder, I don't see it very often. And I don't do it very often either. I usually do one forward and then one above or below if I'm doing a double 2 opener. Nice full clear from Basilica. And they get a lot of creep set up. We can already see one of the creep boxes being built. Blood Tier Alchemist will see to it that it doesn't complete. The Reaper of the Nine Moons, since it's a one-of and it's a combo piece, it's sent away. I do understand why you would do that. Probably would have been better to just play it in this situation, but saving it for a combo piece, just setting up a Spectral Blade. Triple Dark Terminus, not what Basilica wants to see at the moment. Probably wants some other options in your hand. Gonna have to replace for him. Good, meanwhile, here's a Rejuvenator in your face. It'll die for free to your Spectral Blade, but I'm gonna stick it in your face anyway. We're on the 5 mana turn, so I don't like this positioning from Good at all. Night Splitter would punish so hard. It would be so bad. He avoids the Night Splitter. But man, this positioning is actually really not good. You take 6. This is dead. This is dead. I will say though, maybe to the Abyssian players, this sort of pattern, if you can set it up, which you won't be able to all the time, but this is a good defensive pattern, right? Do a 3 and then arc 1. This is a very good defensive pattern if you're just going to play in this area around your creep. Alright, using Dark Transform on the Rejuve, you kind of have to, I guess. You have nothing else to do with your turn. Third Crawler is developed. Sack the Blood Tier so the Rejuve is directly below General, yeah. So the thing about trying to be aggressive with a minion list, it's hard to do against the new Creep Abyssian. Because if you're playing around all these spikes and whatnot, it definitely makes it a lot more awkward if you don't have Dispel. I don't think Good has Dispel in their list. So the swap to creep on Basilico's part is a very strong idea. We'll see if it works out for them. They get to make more creep that Good can't do anything about, so... They have a pretty husky 6 attack general. There's that one of Reaper of the Nine Moons back in hand. I didn't mention it, but Basilica does have a one of Pact, the drawing card, the new artifact. Replacing one combo piece for another. They can just pass here though, not a big deal. We see the quote-unquote replace bug coming into play as Reaper of the Nine Moons finds his way into Basilica's hand again. Although we're on the 7 mana right here. We get the odd synergy of Spirit Harvester plus Eclipse on display, which is pretty funny. Reaper of the Nine Moons is replaced again. I don't like this positioning on Harvester, but I guess you can't do a whole lot about it, right? Good is trying to be aggressive, which is understandable. This dies the Night Splitter again, though. Enjoy your pizza time, hemp mine. DT hitting the Eclipse, probably a good idea. And then just drop in a Void Pulse to get some healing. Not using both Void Pulses, they want to keep a slightly healthy hand size. We do see the Pact. The Infernal Pact has been drawn. Infernal Pact on this? Well, I mean, you can heal a lot of HP with your Shadow Creep. The Dark Nemesis. Ooh. Gonna need to find another one of those DTs. There's no answer for the Nemesis. I also noticed Vath decided to stand on a creep tile, or remain standing on a creep tile. So opting to take 3 damage here. I think Dark Nemesis should be 1 left. Again, you've got it next to 2 creeps. You could have it next to 1 instead of 2, so it takes less damage from the Night Splitter. Unfortunately for Basilico, they can't seem to find their Night Splitters, which they are running a full suite of Night Splitters. They just haven't drawn any. You joined at the perfect time. That's right. Dank Mimesis is on board. If the games that we're going to watch today didn't take so long, I would play some afterwards, but I have a feeling it's going to be an all-day affair. Especially if my internet acts up again. It's already a pain in the ass. If I upload this to YouTube later, it's going to be like 4 separated videos for no good reason. Bank Nemesis is going in. Bath giving no fucks about Shadow Creep. He's here to prove that you can just walk on creep. You can just walk on new creep and, you know, there's no problem. He's actually at a pretty high health threshold, all things considered. Shoutouts to Sunseer making an appearance. Rest in peace as it gets NSA'd immediately. Dark Nemesis likely gets dispelled and then you copy NSA. Actually playing NSA first, I don't know if that's a great idea. If you look at Good's list, he doesn't have buff cards, so the Mystic would have dealt less than the Nemesis did just now. Mac Daddy going down. Good in full man mode right now as he is just standing on all of the Shadow Creep and he doesn't give any care in the world about it. He's just taking 3 damage a turn. Yeah, 3x splitter. Still haven't found it. It would be really helpful right about now. Doesn't do a replace of a shroud. Okay, does it after the DT. Finds a Nova. Nova actually not good here as Magmar is already standing on your Shadow Creep. I guess we're playing around Shadow Nova, right? Playing around New Moon Hex too, as it only pings, I suppose. Doesn't make more Shadow Creep. Basilico finally finds a Night Splitter. Bath is also finally out of Night Splitter range. And drops a Rejuvenator, trying to maintain as much aggression as he can. It's a pretty solid clear, all things considered. Basilico has to run. Do you drop the Splitter to heal for 6, or do you wait because it doesn't clear anything on this turn? And you can't play it with the Nova. You could just Nova Void Pulse and pass, as that would kill the... Alright, we go for the heal now. I think Nova Void Pulse would have been maybe okay. Maybe. Maybe. This does block your face unless they have a Macantor, and then the Macantor dies on the creep. So this is probably fine. All this creep stuck with only 2 splitter heal. Well, the thing about... I guess the aggression that Good has done has been very good. Now, unfortunately, he's placed his minion in a very bad spot. It's out of range of Lilith, yeah, but in range of 6 damage. Night Splitter. He also just took 9 damage from the Night Splitter. Basilic staying away. He knows Bonded Life Force is in the deck. And there's the game. I read that as though it was the Pokemon Stadium announcer. And there goes the battle. Anybody remember that? Trading one 9 damage spot for another 9 damage spot. This is lethal. If he doesn't have more healing, he's hurting himself. Flame Blood Warlock. Well. Not quite. If Basilica decided to hit on the last turn, it would have been lethal. We have 8 damage, though. If you Shadow Nova. They have a comfortable 24 or 25 HP lead, assuming they Nova Rejuvenator here. So I don't think they have to worry anymore. I would have held on to the Demonic Lore. That just seems a little wasteful. Actually not playing the Shadow Nova. Yeah, you had another Shadow Nova. I think I would have just dropped the Nova down. Second Iridium Scale comes out for Vath as he continues to man mode. Taking 4 damage. Taking 3 more damage. He's committing suicide. A Night Splitter is lethal as he is surrounded by 3 spikes, but we do not find the third one. 10 cards left in deck. Alright, maneuver now and do Rejuvenator. This is what I would have did on the last turn. It works on this turn though. Actually playing conservatively, not playing the pact to draw more cards. Since there's only 8 cards left in your deck. So holding back on pact. The one of Mobius! I thought for sure he would drop that in front of Basilica. Yeah, Reaper combo would have been good too. Yeah, that was a fun series to watch. They had quite the fierce game against each other. I have mad respect for Good. He was on creep, around creep, didn't care. I mean, he had to in order to win, right? You couldn't play passive in that situation. But congrats to Basilicos. He takes a 2-1. We'll move on to round 2. Who is next on this list of names? We have one more game for round 1. We've almost made it. I'm not sure we can watch this game either. We'll see. Oh, we can. Ooh, can we watch both sides? We have Dulce versus Pax. Dulce and Pax. Pax, fellow streamer. Dulce I'm less familiar with, but they've been around for a while. I've seen them on ladder a few times. Let me see if I have Pax here. I do have Pax, so we can get a very rare double perspective, which we haven't had in a while. Alright, let me set this up for the 2 hands, since we have not been doing that. Dulce going first has a Magmar list of some sort. Pax going second with looks like a Heliodor based on the starting hand. I will get these synchronized first and then I'll look into the decks if I can. Okay, pause that one. Okay. So let's see if we can't figure out what's happening here. Dulce is rocking sort of a mid-range or good stuff Magmar, it looks like. They curve up generally. You got Riftwalkers, Rejuvenators, 3 Sloths, 3 Mechantors, nothing bigger than Mecantor and Sloth. One of Bounded is their main win con, and then a lot of control tools. So a lot of healing, a lot of control. I guess it's more like a control-y Magmar overall. Pax, on the other hand... Oh, right, I didn't move the thing. Hold up. I'm noticing. Give it the player 2 hand. Pax is either Swarmy or Healy. So we do have the Silverguard Squire in their list. The board is funny? Oh wait, does the board look funny? What do you mean the board is funny? No, never mind. I won't worry about it. So Pax's list is a Heliodor. We do have some Suntide Maidens, one of Lion, one of Elix Stormblade, and then a lot of the usual things that you see in Heliodor. No Rejuvenators though. And they are very, very, very strong on the 2 ofs. They actually have 2 Windblades, 2, what do you call this guy? Hold up. Light Chaser. Couldn't remember his name. I will say that they are rocking the interesting silver-skinned Lionar critters. Yes, Pax, about the Squire. I was forgetting 3 attack to 4. It's a good idea, especially against the Abyssian matchup. Right? I think the 4 number range, 4 health, 4 attack is it's definitely a slightly big threshold now, currently. Why is Suntide there? Must be tripping. Suntide is there to proc some heals, I imagine, and to be a sturdy minion. Besides Plasma Storm, which Dulce does not have in hand, the Suntide Maiden is going to be a little tricky to remove unless you meta, and we do see the meta coming. That's a full board clear. That's actually a really good turn. Oh, the position is awful. I see what you mean. It was next to the 4 attack Vath, yeah. Well, at the end of the day, Dulce capitalizes on the positioning. Pax responds by just playing a Martyrdom for this turn to lead their development. They are standing next to Dulce, though, so he can make use of his 4 attack on this turn. Sloth is the natural thing to play. There's not really a reason to do anything else. Red tile yourself, green tile somewhere. And out of the way on the top lane there. Blue tile the enemy. Makes sense. No, I'm casting. I should use their official names, right? Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire tiles are set up. Pax is now in an awkward position. I think Sunbloom, but if you Sunbloom, you can't play any other card, right? Or you can play something else. So yeah, definitely Sunbloom, Arclight Regalia. All right, that's fine. That's a good turn. Decides to remove the green tile instead of the sapphire tile. Also goes for a hit on the sloth, which can be a good idea. The 6 HP is a lot. You're gonna want to get it down now. Green tile below sloth would have made Sunriser really bad. With that positioning, if they were going to use a Sunriser to try to clear, then yes, I do agree. Emerald tile, if it went below sloth instead of above on the last turn, that would have restricted Pax's options further. Have another sloth coming out. Green tile put back right where it was before. Which is pretty funny. He's like, no, I will have my emerald tile up there. And good formation. Plays around the Holy Immo. If Pax wants, they could Riftwalker above the 6 HP sloth and then Holy Immo. That will clear the board and let them get off of blue. And I think you want to get away from the ruby tile, ruby aura, so that you preserve your Arclight Regalia, hopefully. Yeah, what's up, Hepmine? This is a pretty solid clear. Going for the punch. I don't think I would do that because you're standing on blue, so this is giving away your armor for free. Not a fan of that. Macantor is also going to severely punish this. And, you know, it's Magmar. Of course they're going to have the Macantor, probably. Yeah, Dulce could have walked off a Ruby to play around a second Sun... Holy Immo, not Sun, Holy Immo, but you don't really care. If they Holy Immo, most of their mana is gone, and you're just going to keep punching them in the face. So this is a tough turn for Pax. You can Martyrdom, your opponent goes back to full, and then due to the Sapphire tile being where it is, if you walk 2 to the left and body block, your minion is going to die for free, basically. It's just a Windblade Sunriser. They're played in a way where Macantor he'll be on the Emerald tile, so it'll only do 3 damage to the Sunriser if a second one comes out. I think Dulce is just gonna do a Nat Select play though, and then probably clear the Windblade with Immortal Resolve. You can develop a Rejuvenator too. You could go Face, I guess, that's fine. Oh yeah, Face and Acronize. This is reasonable too, I think. You can save the Nat Cell for later. If you don't need the Rejuve on board, then this is reasonable. Pax taking Emerald Tiles is a smart idea. Silver Guard, Heal and Mystic to create a protective barrier. This is your last line of defense. You have to hope Dulce does not have an answer for this. We can see that he does have an answer for this. I don't know if you can do anything fancy here. He's thinking about Nat Selecting the Mystic. You could double Nat Select, save Macantor for a later turn. Maybe play Ghost Links for some card draw. Could play Rejuvenator just to have a Rejuvenator out. Puts the Rejuvenator behind him to keep it safe. I think considering the health threshold, you could have also put the Rejuvenator next to Pax. There's nothing wrong with this, but they can walk away now. You might have to try to catch them. I suppose with the Macantor, you're likely going to reach, right? You're likely going to reach. Unfortunately for Pax, the Echo Mage can only copy a Tempest at the moment. But fortunately, or no, unfortunately for Pax too, this positioning gets beat by Mekantor. Rejuvenator able to trade in. And Dulce can close it out. With a very strong performance from him. So Magmar taking it over the Lionor. Let's see if there's any changes for game 2. And I imagine Pax is going to want the player 1 position. Okay. We do have a change. La Classic McCanty. That is La Classic McCanty. Just a moment while I get the second game loaded. Or player 2 loaded. Okay. Pax has switched over to their Vitruvian list, so we will take a look at their vet list. Dulce sticking with Magmar after winning game 1. Get these two games synchronized here if we can. Pause player 1 until player 2 gets their picks. Okay, play that, hide the hand, don't forget the hand. So, Pax is on Vitruvian. Let's see their vet list. ES4 Hex Howler, they call it. They have Hexblade, they have Sand Howler. Maybe a little bit more of a control-y style list. They do have some Wind Strikes. You have one of Archon, some Twilight Sorcerers, triple Entropic Decay, triple Syzygy as their closer or main burst damage. No Time Maelstroms though. So a little more of a control list, but without the Time Maelstrom chaining as their finishing option. They're gonna have to rely on board. I'm curious how Dulce will fare against this list. I would think the Magmar is a bit favored. He has enough control tools to deal with a board-based vet. He might be favored here. Ooh, Braving entering the space next to Pax. Going for the sloth play. Vitruvian typically is able to run a dispel or two, so. And we can see that there is a light bender. Pax can get off of that space if they want. They could take the emerald tile that Dulce has offered them if they want. You'll lose a second charge of your Hexblade here, but you do get a favorable trade with your Ancestral Vessel. Green tile Hexblade, something you never thought? Right, there's no durability loss because of the emerald tile. Reducing the 1 damage. So, I wonder if it would have been smarter to hit Vath there, because Vath would the ruby tile put you at 2, or does Hexblade overwrite you to 1? There's Hexblade and Emerald tile is actually pretty good combination of things. Yeah, I also don't know how that would work. We'll find out. Dulce is attacking. Alright, looks like Ruby keeps you at 2. He lost 1 attack power. That's how I would expect it to work, so that seems to be working correctly. But I wasn't sure, as Duelyst is a bizarre game sometimes. There's more than one weird interaction that doesn't make sense. I see some cursor movement going on. Perhaps realizing the Ruby tile is keeping Vath with the ability to I mean, he should do damage anyway. The general should do damage anyway. The emerald tile doesn't stop general damage. We see a Syzygy coming in. That's a lot of damage. So face is the place. That's 15 damage on turn 5. And I can respect it. Instead of pushing 5 more to their face, taking out the Emerald Rejuvenator with your last charge. Songhai, eat your heart out. Poor Lizard. Well, Dulce has the means to shrug off the damage that he just received. He can turn the 9 damage into 1. Or even end up with a net gain of +1 HP if he desires. Ooh. It's a little concerned for his health though. He gets off of the Ruby tile, decides to opt for Emerald instead. And making use of Time Cloak Coiler to bolster his attack power. So Time Cloak, Healing Mystic for attack on Emerald. You can do 3 damage to the things you need to. I like it. I like it. If Dulce wants, they could Hexblade again. I think Hexblade is fairly solid here. It's kind of dangerous to have minions away from the general like this though. It's open deck list, so they can see each other's decks. He doesn't have to worry about a Star's Fury in this instance. So I think the minion positioning is okay. You don't want to stack your minions in a line. You know Pax has 3 copies of Entropic Decay. Yeah, the minions would deal 3 damage if Pax decided to hit face there. He goes for the clear on the Time Cloak Coiler, which I respect. He is also keeping the inverted V bird migrational pattern. Wow, Bounded Life Force was just pitched. Dulce not planning on using it anytime soon. How does he intend to deal with this situation? I'm not sure what you would do here, honestly. Alright, Whipwalker doing some general damage and hitting the vessel. And heal up. Just stay still. Yeah. I would probably sack my Healing Mystic to break the artifact. And I would have sacked the Mystic to maintain 4 damage on my general. I opted to maintain the Mystic and go down to 1. This is a temporary change, right? So I think he'll get back to 4 afterwards. As long as he doesn't move. Pax could do a lot of burst damage. kind of unfortunate that Primus Fist can't kill itself off of the Vath now. Because if it could have killed itself, he would get more damage in. Yeah, that would be 6, 9, 13, 14, 15, minus 4. So he has 11 plus 2 on the general. Okay, we're going to maintain pressure and just do some damage to Vath here. Bringing the Light Chaser in. I don't know if I'm okay with what I'm seeing here. There's this green lizard animal called a Macantor Warbeast that exists. I would have done similar, but I would have definitely thought about the positioning a bit more. Now, on the flip side, Dulce doesn't have a Macantor, so never punished. Imagine if he kept bounded. Yeah, I was surprised it was replaced because it's a one-of for starters. I don't know how other people play their one-ofs, but I tend to keep mine if it's a one-of finisher when I find it, unless it's super early in the game. Dulce forgot he cannot clear while on the emerald tile. So he punched the magma and it punched him back and no damage was exchanged. At least he is able to remove... That's the third Hexblade, so he doesn't have to deal with Hexblade anymore. I have to say, Pax is making good use of the Hexblade, but it's thanks in part to the Emerald tile. Maybe Hexblade should be played with Sloth. Because that was Dulce's Sloth, that wasn't Pax's Sloth that set this game up. Yeah, a couple of love taps there. Alright, Pax might want to back off with their general. They can't do lethal damage at the moment, considering they have a bunch of 1/1s, but they're gonna revert. I would probably just develop Twilight Sorcerer, maybe the Sandhowler? Sandhowler and the Primus. You can save Chronomancer for next turn. The Primus buffs are largely wasted here, but you know. Oh, we're trading in. I don't know what was traded in. Oh shit. I am surprised that we are trading in stuff. Only 2 things. I forget what was traded in. Was it the... yeah, it was the... One was a Chronomancer that had the 3/6 buffs. Dulce is gonna find some resolve in the face of adversity. And just play Anachronize. Anachronize takes out the 3 new minions. That's a pretty good use of Anachronize. Pretty good Earthsphere Anachro. So Pax could start setting up a Portal Guardian. You play Portal first and give it some buffs. Look for a spell with Twilight Sorcerer to keep your hand healthy. Maybe back your things off away from Dulce. He tried to maintain aggression, but Dulce has managed to sustain through it. And playing Twilight, doing a Primus Fist and First Wish instead. I'm a big fan of pumping a Portal Guardian out of range, because if they don't have a hard answer for it, you can give it Blast later. Actually, in one of my games of the tournament, I put a Portal Guardian in the back, and then my opponent said, What's he cooking back there? Is he trying to fly or something? I just responded with a smiling face. He's cooking. Actually, I said something about, oh yeah, astral phasing isn't in the game anymore. I don't know if Duelyst cares about this setup too much. He could hold off on meta and Riftwalker and wait for a juicier hit, but he could also meta Riftwalker now. I think he's thinking about it. You could just grow bigger with Timecloak Coiler and then pass the turn. Maybe heal 4 HP. I think I would Rejuvenator Coiler and just pass the turn. So you can definitely get a GC or Riftwalker meta. Okay, we see a Shroud. No Coiler, just Shroud. This is fine too, I guess. He removed an attack buff from an enemy. Wait, it doesn't... Yeah, astral phasing is currently not in Duelyst 2. It was taken out. I don't know if you're saying that jokingly or not. What's up, Slimy Hippo? Alright, we're digging. We're digging for... Ooh, that's a lot of burst. Have to do some quick maths here. That is going to be 10 plus 2 blasts, minus 3, so 13, 17 minus 3 is 14 damage. That's not lethal. Duelyst will be at 4 HP. Alternatively, Pax can use the blast to clear the bottom row out. Alright, he is using the blast to clear the bottom row. I do like this more conservative line of play rather than going all in. He could have put Duelyst down to 4 though. Alright, we find the second meta, so now you probably meta Riftwalker. You could also double Nathcell instead of Riftwalker. Yeah, there's currently not a lot of flying support in the game. You know, now that I think about it, there's only like 4 flying minions, 5-ish. and there's no support for them at all. Maybe Dream Sloth will support things other than opening Gambit and out of hand burst in the future. One Magma sacrificing its life to make sure Pack stays healthy. Now we see the Portal Guardian get developed. Will we see the Wind Strike too? No, just Chronomancer with the Rashas and Wind Strike. I would have played the Wind Strike to body block yourself entirely. As you die to a Riftwalker Mecantor or something cute like that at the moment. Playing the Wind Strike would have also protected your Portal Guardian from what just happened right here. Although I wouldn't have stopped another meta with Nathcell. So Duelyst's control Magmar, he has found his favorite spot on the board and has remained committed to standing on the Emerald tile for pretty much the whole game. Pax is like, alright, let me try this again. Let's see if you delete him this time around. Steps the Lightbender forward. Ooh. Oh, the Anacro replace. No, Pax is running out of gas. Oh, that hurts so much. Let me take a look here on the other screen. Pax has 10 cards left in the deck. 4 in hand for a total of 14. Dulce has a total of 20. It's 10 to 20 cards. Dulce has twice as many. Or 14 to 20, almost twice as many. Okay, yeah, there's a couple extras I was thinking about. 7 of them. Grailmaster can fly. Last week I was trying to think of a Grailmaster idea just to catch people by surprise on ladder, but I couldn't think of anything that seemed good. So I decided not to bother. Actually, I can tell you what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the fucking Sky Carrier, and then Vindy Grailmaster and something. But I was like, I can't get 5 procs on this thing, so even if I hit Celerity, why am I trying so hard? You just do 14 damage. This is stupid. Need to give Mercantor and Ironclip flying, so each faction has a flying unit. Lionheart kinda has flying, right? Does the airdrop guy count? Ah, yeah, Fractals. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you for mentioning the name. Excuse me. I'm surprised Dulce hasn't found their other Mercantor to finish the game yet with the airdrop. Pax can take out 2 of the things at the moment. Could be an idea to develop. Oh, we're going with Syzygy. Syzygy will allow him to clear all of the things and do some face damage. Send in the Lightbender face as well, ignoring the Ghost Links. The poor Lightbender gets smashed down. Alright, we just gotta wait to see the replace on Dulce's part. Bounded Life Force has found its way back. Not what he's looking for. Rasha's curse does die to Anachronize, right? I think that would kill all 3. I'm not sure if that hits the Dervish, honestly. We're about to find out, though. It does. I figured it did. I don't know if Pax has very much gas left in the tank. He's down to 6 cards in the deck. I think all 3 Syzygies were used, so he doesn't have any more burst. Lightbender has finally shown up and deleted the Emerald tile from the game. That Lightbender needed to show up a lot earlier, I think. The second one. So Dulce is free to move now. He gets a good clear with Immortal Resolve. You could play Timecloak Coiler and then just end the turn. After you clear Lightbender and the 2-1. This could be one of those games that delayed things. We haven't gotten to the real egregious one yet, I think. We did see a fatigue game earlier. Our fatigue damage became relevant earlier. Entropic Archon. Alright, Dulce does a replace. We're a little behind on the player 2 side here. Finds another sloth. Nat selectively answers the spellbinder. And there's more healing being played. The sorcerer finds the Syzygy back. That could be a big deal. There's a little bit of extra burst. Pax is hiding in the corner though. Oh boy. There's the Mac Daddy. He's finally shown up. It was only a matter of time. Even if it wasn't for the Mac Daddy, there was, I think there was another lethal there. So, well played to those two. Dulce takes a 2-0 over Pax. And with that, we can move on to round 2 of the winner's bracket. So, back to the top of the list we go. And I'll have plenty of games to show here. We'll be introducing some players we haven't seen yet. A lot of players had buys due to the odd number of entrants. There was a significant amount of people who got the round 2 for free, and we're about to watch one of them now. Incognito will surely bring Songhai on display in their first game against Astari, who won their first match. Let me see if I can find Astari. Cantor makes his professional debut. Oh, that confused me for a moment because it's Purple Songhai, but that is correct. I actually got the right person on the right side there. Astari. So Astari, once again, I think is Top Deck Guru alternate account for those who aren't in the know. Not 100% on that, but I think that's the case. Where is your games against Incog? Here we are. These might be quick. We're gonna have some Songhai on Songhai action. These are Songhai players going toe to toe. So we have some meta Songhai. Let's get the hand for player 2 up here. And let's get this game started. Incog has a fairly solid opener, it looks like. I'll pause player 2 there. Okay, I'll hide the hand in a second. Let me just sync them up. Unpause player 2. We'll hide the hand. Going for a defensive Kaido opener. Astari removing Kaido, developing Chakri on tile. So when it comes to the Songhai matchups, we've seen this in Team Wars constantly. It's like a surprisingly board control-y matchup, as they will do their absolute best to kill each other's stuff every single turn. That is how the Songhai matchup goes. Idiot Savant is an excellent title. I like the, and Grandmaster at Time is also an awesome title. These two have original titles. I don't think anyone else has those titles. They are unique to them for winning tournaments or something. I don't know how they earned those titles. But two powerful individuals going at it in round 2. We have a preemptive killing edge on the Kaido Assassin, which I think is a good play, as the current versions of Spell High List 5 HP is kinda heavy to deal with. Incog can answer that if he wants to. With the help of Primus Fist here, he could just go face though and ignore it. Oh, we might see some face damage. Gotatsu's mostly for cycling, or the boar will trade into it. Alright, the boar's not gonna go face. That makes sense. Actually holding back the Ghost Links to maintain some board control. See, Songhai is so courteous to Songhai, they don't destroy your face. So the way to counterplay red is to fly the red banner yourself. It's a really interesting twist. Starry here can do... he can do a board clear if he wants, but he dumps a lot of his hand doing it. I guess he cycles Gotatsu, so I would do it. Yeah, develop Kaido. Phoenix Fire Primus, Gotatsu Ghost Links. You want the Kaido in front of you so you don't get backstabbed with a Juxtaplay, hopefully. Right now your opponent's going to need an inner focus to do it. I guess you just pick your poison. What do you think your opponent has? I don't know if Starry is psychic, but he guessed correctly on the Juxas. We see Flame Wreath come down, looks like it cleared Kaido there. Yeah, the crazy part is not only do they have to clear every turn, they can clear every turn and develop something. It's almost poetic how Songhai works in the mirror match. Bizarrely poetic. It probably is because they're really good at doing 3 damage and their stuff has 3 HP. Largely. One Thief of Moments is replaced. And see, we're going for the respect clears here. Could have opted to leave the Rhythm Weaver alone and develop Chakri with a couple blinks if they wanted to. Or at least one blink. We're going for the clear. They still get their Chakri set up. How does Incog respond? We do have an inner focus, so he can do a backstab. He cannot get both threats. He's going to have to choose... Or I think he can't get both threats at the moment. One of them will remain. This came down to player 1 advantage with more hand size. I don't know, they're pretty close so far. Incog does have more hand size. Starry had really good cycling going on though, with the killing edge on the backstab minion. If you can't get rid of both of them, then using a Keshrai to stall is a good idea. This Juxta is going to deal 1 damage to Incog though, a little bit of a misplay. Should have moved first. That could be a big deal. So the Flame Wreath does damage every time it's moved, even if your opponent moves it. And of course Chakri is respected harder than Flame Wreath. Now, will this be a mistake? We'll find out, because I guess Flame Wreath has the same damage potential as Chakri. Maybe more so due to Thief of Moment blinks, and we can double up on the Thief of Moments. But the Keshrai is going to single-handedly keep Incognito alive here. You know, it's suddenly less oppressive when the blinks actually cost mana to cast. So only one thief being utilized. And we do see the blink come up. I imagine the Kaido is going to get hit here. I'm surprised that, I'm a little surprised that Istari didn't punch the Keshrai. Blink is free, typically. It's currently 2 mana due to the Keshrai. Yeah, he's gonna have to use Inner Focus here, since he decided to punch Cog and Incog in the face. The Thief of Moments established on board. 16 to 16. 4 to 4 in hand size. What a close game here. Yeah, only the general took an unnecessary damage. The Keshrai was fine where it was positioned. I think Incog is looking to play everything. He's all in with a Dispel on the Thief of Moments. And fearlessly trading 2 HP, he is swung at the enemy. Can Astari capitalize on the 2 damage? They have 7, 10, 12 out of hand damage. It's just not enough. And they have 10 out of hand too with their general because the thief is dispelled. They would have had lethal with the thief, but they do not have it. Triple backstab mask, oh my god. It's lethal? I don't think so. The thief is dispelled. There's no blinks. No blinks. He is 2 off lethal and he is surrounded by a bunch of stuff. Probably want to actually clear the board here. And so once again, Songhai has to respect the Songhai's board instead of going face. Any other faction, they would have just smashed face, no doubt. Songhai Mirror is so fun to watch, even though they're so powerful at the moment. Okay, we are going face. I'm a little surprised. I guess at 2 cards, a Starry saying you don't have it. There's no way. I am surprised. Decides to bring him to 2. That was his maximum damage. And God gets a spiral off of the Rhythm Weaver. Damn. Yeah, 2 cards plus 1 drawn. Whoo, boy. That was a hell of a game 1. I can't wait to see game 2. Has to be Jux or Gotatsu. Well, I mean, I guess Spiral works too. A solid flat 8 damage. Maybe they thought they were screwed either way, so they may as well see if they have it or not. So Incog takes game 1 against Estari. Oh right, I need to switch their sides because everybody picks player 1 in this game. There seems to be some sort of understanding that player 1 has a natural advantage over player 2 despite the mana tile placement. And now it's just the way it be. Excuse me. There we go. Let's get Incog up on the other screen. Yeah, I like doing these so we can see what the draws and the replaces look like in these matches. Okay, let's bring up our contenders. Same decks going in. Istari taking first, as is their privilege to do so for losing to Incognito Let's see if that makes a difference here. Hold up. Incog's picking cards still. Alright, Incog says my hand is perfect. Let's hide the player 2 hand. Here we go, game 2, Spell High Mirror against 2 powerful Spell High players. Yeah, that is not something you typically want to gamble. A Starry could have cleared board on that last turn. Considering Incog got a Spiral and would have had General Punch. It was only 10 damage. He didn't have enough to cast the boar. So the game would have continued if A Starry had cleared. See the Lantern Fox Go Tatsu set up Incog. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about their decks, but yes, Incog has brought Chaos Elemental in his decks. He has 2 of them. Oh, I knew this because I looked at his decks earlier. He's got 2 Chaos Elementals in his version 28 Songhai. As it's titled. V28. 28 iterations of refining his tournament list. Now, Incog brought 2 Spell High lists. He's on the same one he used last game. He didn't switch his Spell High list. If you see the, what's the 3rd general's name? I forget her name. Not Riva, but the other girl. And then he's on his other list. Shidai, yeah. He's got Kalios and Shidai lists. Which do have quite the differences to them. I don't know how he decides which one is preferable for a matchup. I'm not sure what the logic is. Shidai, such a new setup. It started doing some strong killing edge pressure. And the Fox does die to the Chaos Elemental, though. It's not a horrible position for Incognito to be in. He may want to... He doesn't have to hit the boar, either. So, maybe Astari could have done a different sort of turn. Their hand's a little flooded right now. Incog gets to develop for free here, basically. Replaces Jaxi, finds another elemental. You could do Elemental Boar if you want. You could do Elemental Primus Fist if you want to. I like this skin on Chaos Elemental too. It looks pretty good. Elemental's kind of risky. I mean, it could get Gotatsu pinged somewhere, but you're playing Songhai. He actually opts to Keshrai on this turn, fearing spell dumping. I would say this is good for a Starry. Their hand is very minion-based at the moment. That's right, the Flameweath could send it to Narnia. There's definite risk to playing the Chaos Elemental. But I think Astari is going to be happy to see the Keshrai now. They don't really need to play the Phoenix Fire. They can just develop what they want. And to be fair, they can't answer the Keshrai in a clean capacity. Could do Kaido Chakri Rhythm Weaver. Probably expect some of it to die. You could send a Tuskboar Face and then do another 2-drop in the Rhythm Weaver. There's a couple different directions you can go on this turn. Boar is weird here. Well, Boar is what we're going with. You do raise a valid point. If you're playing Rhythm Weaver and you get the card draw, Boar will just die on board without having to get hit. And Incog probably recognizes he can pull this off with Flame Wreath as we see it come down. So in hindsight, Boar probably wasn't the way to go over Chakri Avatar. To be fair, if he played Chakri Avatar without buffing it, the Gotatsu would have killed the whole board anyway. So a Starry was soundly counterplayed by this Flame Wreath here. They would have had to have done a diagonal setup. Maybe set their minions where the Flame Wreath is, and then on the other corner. It would have been in range of the Keshrai though. And can I just mention again, I love that reservation. The Keshrai did not attack. Now, to be fair, because he held it back, the Keshrai does trade into the Flame Wreath, taking it out. So, instead of 5 face damage, Incog doesn't have to worry about that Flame Wreath. Chakri on board as a 2-3. Tuskboar answers that one cleanly enough. Decides to go Flame Wreath though. Flame Wreath will do the job too. Flame Wreath and Kaido. I was thinking you might want a Tuskboar because you could do Kaido and Primus and do a full surround. Klingons do not move out of damages away. Alright, Starry has said, or his deck has said, we're spell high literally now, as he only draws spells. He has no creatures to work with. Incognito with a healthy mix of things. Looks like he's cashing in on some damage, setting up Primus. Did he just do the Phoenix Fire too? He did do the Phoenix Fire too, so he's going all in. 10 HP to go. 23 cards in deck. Do we see Spiral on the draw? Not yet. He's gonna have to replace for it. Meanwhile, Astari has nothing to develop. Oh, it's a rough replace. They get a killing edge on a replace. Double Phoenix Fire will keep them alive, but they have to hit Jaxi. So they're in range of Kalios. That means Spiral Technique is game over here if he finds it. He walked away. He didn't find it. We don't see the replace though. Oh man. And now we're gonna do Uno Reverse. It's a Starry's turn to deal damage. They have minions. They have spells. They have inner foci and stuff. Yeah, the brick into the brick into the... This might be a reverse sweep. I didn't figure out the damage. That's 10, that's 11. I think that's not lethal. That's plus 3, 14. 15 because an extra 1 on the Chakri. He is 1 HP! Oh man. Incog needs something to deal with this. He gets a Spiral, but it's 1 off lethal. He has to concede and tap out. If I was Incog, because it's tournament setting, yeah, you said it. He could have tried. He could have tried instead of tapping out there. He could have spiraled the Chakri and looked for a solution on the future turn, but he decides to throw in the towel. Damn, that game got real intense. Alright, so Incog is probably player 1 again, since a Starry won. He gets to choose now. We're going into game 3. Where is Estari? Okay. And I do not see any noticeable deck changes. Incog is still on his Gallios list, so we won't see his other one currently. Where is your match with Incognito? Incog won game 1, a starry game 2. So we're on to game 3. Songhai mirror match. Both players keeping the same decks. Let's get this one going. The Songhai did, yeah. The Songhai one. Full replace on a Starry's End. And Incog sending away a... I didn't see what that was because I was tabbed. Looking through the tab. Excuse me. I like the Jaxi tech, so I think the Jaxi tech is to help with the Abyss matchup a little bit more. Jaxi, a lot of people have been looking at Jaxi lately to get around Shadow Creep. Alright, turn 1 hand dump for a Starry. And a reminder as to why you do not want to put your minion diagonal as player 1 in the Songhai matchup, but that's okay. Incog is just going to clear the board. Take 3 face damage. And then pass it off to Astari. This is good for Astari. He has initiative now. He has initiative and a health lead. You can just develop Fox and take it easy, or you can interfocus it and punch, I guess. You could play it defensive or block the mana tile. That's also a key decision. Do you block the mana tile? Because Songhai can do a lot with 5 mana. We'll see if Incog makes use of it or not. He actually throws away the Thief. 'Tis too soon. You know, I noticed with these lists, they don't have 4 Winds Magi. Either of them. Neither player has a 4 Winds Magus in these lists. That is how refined they are becoming. Do they have 4 Winds? I don't think they have a 4 Winds. Yeah, Incog does not have a 4 Winds Magi, not even as a 1 of. Astari. Let me look at Astari Songhai. They do have 4 Winds, we just haven't seen it drawn in the past 2 games. Hold up, that was yesterday's deck. Wait. Okay, they do have 4 Winds. For day 1 and day 2. I do think the 3 attack on Jaxi is definitely a pretty juicy option for the neutral 2s department. Maybe in the alternate list, Incog's alternate list, we can take a look here. While he's deciding how to respond to... You know, I like it. It's been 3 games. A Starry has killing edged a Lantern Fox 3 games in a row. This is the 3rd time Incognito has been hit in the face with a killing edged fox, and then Astari's hand is full as a result of this play too. Incog's other deck. His second list does have 3 copies of 4 Winds Magus and 2 Blood Rage Masks, so more of a ping spell high. I think this current list is an anti-Songhai list. That's what I think this list is, designed to beat Songhai. At least conceptually. Alright, we have a Tuskboard, we have some Man of Vortex, Heaven's Eclipse, we're drawing cards, they're coming in now. Got a Rhythm Weaver that we can cast. Oh wait, no, we didn't get a Rhythm Weaver, we got Inner Focus and the Jux, my bad. He replaced into the Weaver, I think. Interesting. The Tuskboard could have been used to kill both minions. Alright, we're fishing for another spell with a Rhythm Weaver though. Okay. So I think Astari got a little bit ahead of themselves there. It was a somewhat wasteful turn. They could have had the Rhythm Weaver on board and only used one Inner Focus to get both minions with the boar. And Cog just sending in the Flame Wreath, sending in some pressure. Walking back one tile, so a Jux alone won't reach. And the Tuskboard alone won't reach. Ah, he did Vortex, I see. Yeah, I missed that because I was looking at the deck list. So thank you. The Starry can do a clean sweep, but it's going to give 2 spells to Incog. Flame Wreath is played, Chakri is developed, we are casting a Phoenix Fire to do some damage. Incog gets a Killing Edge and a Gotatsu on their draws. 9 to 6 HP. He replaces in the Spiral. Oh my god. He's one off lethal again with the Spiral. How does he do that? How does he replace in the Spiral on like the linchpin turn? Do you cast it and hope for the best? He would die if he does that. As their opponent has 2 Phoenix Fires and has the means to Jux a minion in range, namely the Chakri. So Incog, I think, is checkmated here. He would have to Spiral the Chakri. No, he still dies double Phoenix Fire. He's kind of checkmated. Yeah, there's no way out of this. And he knows it, he senses it, and he just concedes. He uses psychic ability to figure out that he had to go. Alright, GG. Incog taken out in his first game to Astari. Alright, moving on. It's gonna be me, so you guys can see me be terrible again. I'm pretty sure I was player 2 because I'm always player 2. At first. Where's my match history at? He knows the Phoenix Fires? They're from the Fox. Yes, he knows the Phoenix Fires are present. You are right. I'm actually player 1 in this game, not player 2. Okay, give me a moment to switch slides. So it's gonna be me versus Catpaw. Both of us had advanced from our first rounds. So you're gonna see some Dervish Vitruvian, as that is the list I wanted to test in the tournament to see how it fares against various things. Catpaw is one of our Creep Abyssian players, as they had used that in their previous game. Okay, real time, real time. Let's make it so you guys can see. Here we go. So this will be a bit of a retrospective. I'm interested to see what Cat Paw had. Let me get these playing here. Instant replaces from Cat Paw. Settles into his hand. Let's go, Harpy, you better win. I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't there for this. Truly. Alright, let me hide the player 2 hand, and we're good to go. So I lead with turn 1 Obelisk. I like diagonal Obelisk. I dish out a good luck, have fun as well. A truly advanced maneuver. You don't see a lot of players do the GLHF on turn 1. I do it sometimes. Get a really good spawn here. I make a misplay on this turn. I spent a little bit of time thinking about it, and I said I should put Portal Guardian on the bottom, even though it's in range of NSA, and I should buff the thing and just get a 4/4. Just have bodies. But I walked past the Mana Tile to do damage, so I decided to do backline Portal Guardian strats again because it tends to work out well for me. Now, Cat Paw here has a lot of Dispel in their deck. Lightbender is becoming more common. It is more common now. Cat Paw has a really anti-Dervish list, or anti-Obelisk list. They had ludicrous amounts of removal and Dispel. So this matchup is undesirable for me, to say the least. Alright, they don't have Lightbender. That was a different player that I faced. They have Triple Shroud, and they have Triple Sphere, they have Triple Assassin, Triple Revenant, so we'll see how I manage. I'm looking at their hand. I understand why they decided to just go with the 4/4. I get a bad spawn, unfortunately, but we'll make the most of it. I decide I'll do a Syzygy play here, just to try and get ahead. We're putting attack on the Portal Guardian. 1 to dodge Assassin, 2 to set up for a second Syzygy later. And then I just trade some face damage so we can be a bit aggressive. Could have blocked the Mana Tile Doomcaster. Yeah, I could have blocked it, but I wanted to just delete. I wanted to delete it from the equation. Because my next turn was going to be Artifact equip. I think I don't need to ramp to 6. I don't have a good 6 mana play. Excuse me. And we can see Cat Paw has a pretty rough turn here. They could have lured and shrouded with this crawler if they wanted to, which might have been an idea, but they decided to just crawler, so I can try to get ahead now. I equip Equinox and I play defensive. I have a Windstorm Obelisk, so there's actually a ton of movement range I can cover. And I just decide to stay spread out in case a Shadow Nova drops or something else that I don't want to see. Portal Guardian sitting his ass on the wall to try and not be dispelled, ideally. Damn, Cat Paw's hand is really not good. Using Shroud on the 4/4. They could Demonic Lure something. They choose to Demonic Lure the Doomcaster. I probably would have Demonic Lured the... I would have Demonic Lured the 4/4, and I would have dispelled the Obelisk if I was to do that play myself. This is an incredibly low roll for creep. They have a full house in hand with the triple Night Splitter, but yeah, this is a very bad time for Cat Paw now that I can see his perspective or their perspective. Meanwhile, I'm having a grand old time. We've got a 12 attack Portal Guardian on the board. I'm thinking I'm gonna copy that bad boy and then just do some damage and clear the board. Thinking about what I'm gonna ditch. I know I need to hold on to the siphon energy for potential Juggernaut or something later, even though there's no creep around. This turn 1 creep. Yeah, we're 4 turns in, they only have 1 shadow creep tile. So not good for them. I do aggressive obelisk positioning here. This is to keep him away from getting to the back Portal Guardian so he can't dispel it. And I just stay put. I have no reason to move anywhere. I want to make sure he couldn't hit me. If he plays a Revenant here, he dies, so I wasn't too worried about a Revenant. Mirage Master transforms into any minion. It transforms into any minion, yes. Alright, Cat Paw opts to do a defensive play, which I respect. Unfortunately, this all just dies to my dervishes. So it's gonna be hyper lethal. You know. And I don't have too much else to say about the game. Unfortunately, Cat Paw could not deal with the copy Portal Guardian. Even if he did deal with the copy Portal Guardian, I was just waiting for my other Syzygy to, you know, have the other one in the back do 25 plus damage or something at some point. So game 1 goes to me. Let's get the break screen on and let's see if any changes happen between the players in game 2. Now I'm pretty sure Cat Paw takes player 1 here. Where is... Here is... 2 and 7, the different seat, time to fold. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's get my replay up. Cat Paw. Okay, so game 2. Cat Paw at least has a New Moon Hex in their opening hand. We'll see what they replace into once I get this going. Damn, I replaced right away. I have a pretty good opener. I've got stuff to do. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, that's fine, that's fine. Are we synced? We're kind of synced. We're kind of synced. Let me hide the hand. All right, Cat Paw gets stuff to do this time, so we'll have a game for sure. I hard backline Portal Guardian. I have the same plan of attack. Get it over 3 so it doesn't get NSA'd, and then Syzygy the crap out of it later in the game for a huge life lead, ideally. That's pretty much the strategy here. Cat Paw respects the fact that I set that up last game, so they decide to trade in here, which is pretty good on them. And I think they played the creep. Yeah, they played the creep. They could have opted for the Healing Mystic for board. They also give me the Lyo forehead. So they have a much nicer turn. I get a good replace though. Turn the Chronomancer into a much preferred Ancestral Vessel. And then I spend some time here thinking, where am I putting the obelisk? I need it to be far away to try and gain some advantage. As player 2 doing obelisks, you can be shut down really hard, really easily. So I opt to just stick it in the corner. I did this in case Ancestral Vessel is removed. I don't want it to get dispelled with chaining minions. So I put it in the corner just for the attack boon. Cat Paw here, they can do a Juggy Lure if they want to. The only thing about Juggy Lure is there's 6 damage on the board and the Juggernaut dies to the Dervish, but they may as well. I don't think they could have prevented the Juggernaut dying here. And if you don't deal with the Fire Blaze now, it's only going to be worse later, right? So they do that. I set up another one. I had 2 options here. Artifact for massive DPS or just set up more board. Yeah, the Juggernaut goes to 4. Right, so if they didn't move the Fire Blaze where they did, they could have kept the Juggernaut. I was figuring out where do I want this Chronomancer at. And then of course, since I got the Jugger trade, we go trade with the Juggy instead of sending 6 damage face. Now this is a fairly weak turn from Cat Paw again, so they get some development, which is nice. They can't do anything about the Chronomancer, though, and they can't do anything about my Windstorm Obelisk. I don't like the Ghost Link's positioning here because the Windstorm can hit it no matter which spawn I get. So I feel like the Ghost Links could have been somewhere else. At 6 mana, I can only do one thing. I didn't want a Syzygy with Vessel, so I think I set up my artifact here. I'm just trying to think, where the hell do I stand to get my spawns in? I actually decide to take a risk. I didn't want to do this. Oh no, okay, I didn't move backwards. I was thinking of going 1 back, but I go down and to the right. So I play around Night Splitter. That's my main concern, is the Night Splitter. And now we just have to wait and see, how does Cat Paw want to deal with Harpoo's defensive positioning here? They've got the Dervish thing set up, the artifact is live, they can't really break it at the moment. So there's develop a Juggernaut, they heal 2 HP. The minions being forward again, like, he could have blocked one of my spawns, which would have been preferable, but he doesn't block my spawns. And so Juggernaut can die where it's at, no matter what, due to the +1 movement of the Windstorm Obelisk, so he could have put Juggernaut in front of me and then Healing Mystic where it is to take 2 of the Dervishes, I guess. I think that would have been better. I get a pretty sexy replace here, which changes my play, so we're about to do some damage. A nice Fire Blaze. Get some Syzygy action going. He knows I have Syzygy, so that's another reason why I don't like him lining up. He's kind of asking for it. I wouldn't copy the Blast Dervish unless it led to lethal, because that would be 4 mana on a Dervish that disappears. Why the health not on Obelisk? I wasn't thinking about it. That is a misplay on my part. Anyway, they decide to play a Revenant. A Revenant is pretty much death. I have enough out-of-hand damage to kill them at 2 spawns can reach. So Revenant's not good enough. I should have put health on the Windstorm Obelisk because the extra movement I value more than the extra damage. And we just go for Rasha's Curse here. So yeah, 2 quick games. Maybe Catpaw didn't draw quite so well, but maybe Obelisk Vet has an okay time against Creep Abyssian. I don't know. You guys can decide. But I go 2-0. Moving on to round 3. As for the next game, we are going to cast Demi Remy gets to make their second appearance as they are up against Tart. Which I don't have Tart, right? But I have Demi. Yeah, I don't have Tart, so we're only going to see from Demi's perspective. Yeah, that 1 tile difference is huge. It's huge, and with Hourglass online, it's very huge. Very relevant. Catpaw could have played a little differently there, and again, he could have blocked some spawns. That would have changed the outcome of the game a little bit, I think, in a significant way at least. Where is Demi Remy's match? Oh, there they are. Okay. So, only one perspective to see. Let me hide the hand thing, I guess. We don't need the hands for this. So, Demi Remy side of things is what we will watch. Tart coming in with their Vanar list. Let me look at their list again. Remind everybody what they are running. Interesting. I can't find their list. What are they, 4As? They're 4As. I can find their list. Okay, so Tart has 2 Vanar lists. This is Faye. So Faye Vanar has... It has a lot of spells, and it has 1 copy of Jack's True Sight. Kind of like a Vanar, good stuff. There's a couple Frostfires in here, but not a lot of Vesper synergy. There's no Glacial Elemental. There are 2 Frostfires, but only 3 Snow Chasers and 2 Crystal Cloakers in their list. Demi Remy putting the aggressive Riftwalker play so that he can hit the general too. I think in this situation, I would probably have put Riftwalker on my side of the field. You could have played it back here and just damaged the Crystal Cloaker. So you're going to fall on tempo. As for Demi Remy's list, they are, I think, not Creep Abyssian. They were one of the few not Creep Abyssians. Yeah, no, I mean, they're creep. They're creep. They have the creep stuff. They're not super hard into it. It's only 2 crawlers, but they have their Novas and they have their spheres for generation, and then triple Night Splitter with Keeper. So yeah, they're on creep. Anyway. A fine, actually, I don't think the Hearth Sister is really necessary, but I can't see what Tart's hand is, so I don't know what else they had as options there. So just a Tempo Sister and a Chaser. Demi Remy's not too far behind. They can answer this one well enough. Get your 3-1 Assassin out. Tart will likely continue with the Snow Chaser harassment strategy for a while. Demi-Remy took some slow positions, so you can claim center tile and make sure Demi-Remy stays in infiltrate range. I don't know if you want to hit that mana tile first and then move forward, but we'll see what Tart ends up doing. They had a lot of spells, like I said, so their hand, I think, can be clunky. They had like 19 spells, handful of transformations. You got stuff like Frostfire again. Not a lot of minions to hit with the Frostfire. We see some, what do you call these? Mementos. Some Persona 3s dropping down. Full surround's pretty decent. Second Heart Sister is out of the way. I imagine it's gonna be a Nova turn. That's your best play, right? And you may as well hit one of the Mentos. There's no reason not to. A little unfortunate that you couldn't hit both Mentos. There's obviously you want to remove the bigger damage options, but the Snow Chaser could have died if both Mentos were taken out. Or Mementos. Meme toss. I should call them meme tossies. Tart has full hand and control over both of the mana spheres, mana tiles. I suspect Snow Chaser will continue to drop down. Interesting. So, Mentos being played on Shadow Nova aspect of the worm for the top one, which means we'll probably see that top one placed down again, and then Snow Chaser to round things out. Yep. Still has some mana to play with though. This is probably Frostfire. It is Frostfire. This is not a bad turn. So Demi-Remy is trapped, and even though two of the walls will die, they're going to be guaranteed card draws for Tart. So if he has the means to keep the aggression going, it's a pretty strong play. Demi-Remy might want to Sphere and Rejuvenator. I think you just take out the 6/2, punch the top wall, and then put a Rejuvenator down. If you're really annoyed by the Snow Chaser, you could Sphere and Dark Transform. Oh, they have this guy. This guy works. I wasn't looking. You can Night Splitter. It heals for more and it kills just as much. He didn't punch Snow Chaser there though. I would have punched Snow Chaser because Tart's hand was full. Yeah. Decided to leave it. We'll see if that comes back to bite Demi-Remy in the ass or not. Spell targeting the Night Splitter. Ooh, oh, you hate to see that. It's a Hailstone, but it's not dying. So Night Splitter back in hand. That's way too valuable of a card to just return to somebody's hand for tempo. And that's an extra 6 HP at the moment for Demi-Remy. I think that's a mistake. Yeah, doing a favor. That's a pretty good trade-off for. I think Demi-Remy takes those every single time. They have a 25 damage OTK, I'm sure. I'm not so sure about that. But what they do have is a Jack's True Sight. They do have Spirit of the Wild, but Jack's Razorback is their main win con. They only have one copy of Jack's though. It's not a 3 of or a 2 of. So if the Jax gets answered, and Abyssian is better at answering Jax than most factions with their various pings. Especially Creep Abyss now can hit a corner and make sure future Jaxes are irrelevant. Have a kiddie pool. That's the kiddie pool of creep. I like it. You get your 2x2 grid, your little kiddie pool. Tart did not have to put that wall tile in the creep too. So one of those walls is dying for free, which didn't need to happen. Demi-Remy gets a nice full clear here, just casting a bunch of spells, standing in his kiddie pool. And now the Revenants are in hand too, so curving out nicely. He survived the early game. Tart's going to be hard pressed to Alright. Jax right now, depending on where the Jax is put, is okay. Actually, only 2 of them would survive because Riftwalker. Even Jax is gonna get wrecked right now. It's a tough call. Tart's gonna need a lot of pressure to make the Revenant less desirable. We have double Snow Chaser happening. 2 manas left. We're spinning their gun. Or a Snowpiercer, whatever that weird gun sword is. I wonder if Faye can fire out that Ice Blade. You know, one of those projectile knife weapons. Snowpiercer, yeah. I think it is the Snowpiercer. Anyway, they're just sitting on the 2 mana. A spattering of minions and a spattering of positions. Not quite aggressive enough to be a concern to Demi. They could just Revenant the top Snow Chaser and call it a day. Or call it a turn. You can Revenant face if you want. Top Snow Chaser makes sense. The 1 space gun. Well, I mean, it looks like it's got a trigger thing. Trigger handle. Yeah, they're in a world of cyber techy stuff. They have guns. Glacial Elemental's got a cannon of ice. She shoots you at melee range, yeah. So, options Tart has for dealing with this Revenant are Chromatic Cold. They have a 1 of Snow... the Cold Biter. 1 of Cold Biter. They have a 1 of Fox. And they have a 1 of Aspect of the Mountains. So Aspect of the Mountains is a choice here. He floated on 1 mana. He didn't lose the Snow Chaser, right? I guess he didn't want to put it out. Could have played the other Snow Chaser. Unless he replaced it. He might have replaced it. On this turn, Demi-Remy... If you stay out of range at the Fenrir, yeah, you move down 2. You're in your little safety net. I guess you can Revenant the big snowman. You know your opponent's running triple Razorback, but I don't think you're in danger of death quite yet. And just make sure you get back in the kiddie pool. Remind you, did we ever make Mountain hit face before nerfing back? You mean like back in Alpha? I don't think Aspect of the Mountains did face damage. I don't think it did. It's one of the few cards that has maintained its iteration. I think the token used to be like a 5/4 before it became a 5/5 or something along those lines. Yeah, no problem, no problem. So if Aspect of the Mountain's down, best answers for this Revenant is that one of Cold Biter and Aspect of a Fox, otherwise it's going to hit you for 4. Chromatic Cold too. It does have that. Survives 2 Revies. There's no healing in the Vanguard list. It's going to need to hold on to your HP here. You're dead to a Revenant Sphere. If you're not careful. Now there is some healing in this list. Disregard my insight, for it is not very insightful. I like the attempt to play around Night Splitter here. Okay, Blazing Spines. Once again, one of them is placed onto the tile. So, Tart has some transformations. I think you could set up, you could like start just taking up the space that's not creeped. Maybe the Blazing Spines up top. Maybe turn them into a fox or a dragon later, because your main win con is Razorback smashed with a bunch of stuff in range. So I would have just put them up here. Replace the crawler. Maybe Demi Remy's happy with their creep setup. For Demi, this wall, the one wall is dead. You can probably just Shadow Nova here. And spread your creep out. Tack on a Rift Walker or something. You get like Shadow Nova these 4 and then Rift down here. Put on your easy glasses and just pass the turn. I think that's what I would do. You could hit face if you don't care about the Fenrir being up. You go aggro creep. I think Demi Remy agrees with you. It's a more aggressive creep play. If you know your opponent has a 1 of jacks, it might have been fine to take the corner or 2, just so there's 1 less jacksy to deal with, or mini jacks. You do have access to your opponent's deck. It was open deck list. You're free to look all you want at what your opponent's bringing. We do see the jacks that I was just talking about. This might be Tart's best opportunity because the Rift Walker was played on the previous turn. So, the Rift Walker is back in hand. No, that is a dead Jax. You can just Rift Walker right here on this top tile to get 3. Went from a good Jax to a dead Jax. Yeah, I think just managing the situation's all you really want to do. You can sphere the 1, kill 3 with Rift, and then You could copy the Riftwalker with Keeper instead of Night Splitter. I don't know if you need to copy your Night Splitter here. As for aggressive plays... Okay, he's going a little more aggressive. I was just thinking you could Sphere Darkness the enemy general. Or you could have like sphered here and then played a Night Splitter. Kill the well, you can't reach the top guy if you do that. I don't think they had lethal, but they could have done something aggressive with Night Splitter. Night Splitter would have helped deal with the Fenrir and stuff. Deck size differences. That's true. Tart is a little lower. We're at 15 to Demi-Remy's 20. Which is why I would have just cleared the I would have cleared the jacks out entirely. Just make sure you can't be bursted down by managing minions on board. Holding this middle space of your kiddie pool, which I guess is slightly growing a bit. You get a 9 heal on the following turn, more than likely. Tart is going to be very hard pressed to make an aggressive play. Double Razorback would be 4, 8, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18 damage. If they had double Razorback Fox, they win. They actually could have won with double Razorback aspect of the Fox. But they don't seem to have Fox in hand, so that sucks for them. Oh, they actually... Oh, Spirit of the Wild! I forgot they have this card too, because I can't see their stuff. Yeah, Tart coming from behind with the surprise kill. That works too. Alright. So the Spirit of the Wild is all the more reason to clear out as much as you could. I don't know if that would have saved him. He would have took 6 less damage, so might have been a misplay going face with Riftwalker instead of killing everything, every Jaxi with the Riftwalker. Anyway, I need to hide this going on to game 2. Can you? His Riftwalker could have hit the top 2 Jaxis and the main body, and then he could have sphered the bottom left one and punched the bottom right one. He could have hit 3 with Riftwalker, but he decided to go general face instead of hitting the main body. That was game 1, right? Yeah, that was game 1. Or in the game 2. I feel like I hear the Abyssian. I think this is the Abyssian music theme, which is a decent theme. I do like it, but I hear it all the time. It's always Abyssian theme. Alright, Demi-Remy with the powerful turn 1 pass that every Duelyst player loves to do so much. Especially fatigueless, but especially non-fatigueless, am I right? Tart, solid turn 1 play. I would have put this like below or above instead of denying the tile, but that's okay. Emote pass is a good meta turn. Ooh, yeah, emote pass is a good meta turn. Nobody does emote pass, but it's a strong one for sure. So Tart is on the same list. Demi-Remy is on the same list. No general changes here. Deck changes. Because Tart did do 2 Vanar lists. I guess since they won the first game, they saw no reason to swap to their other list. Alright, that's cute. Little Snow Chaser ladder action. Thanks to the power of Aspect of the Worm, which I still think is an insane card. A 2 mana bounce that makes a 3/4. Thankfully, it doesn't make a 4/4 anymore. I'm partially happy with this because I like this sprite. I think it's one of the neater sprites in the game. It's one of my favorites. And it's nice that we get to see it now because the card is insane. As opposed to before, we never saw it. Which the card was good, just not good enough for Duelyst tempo. But giving all your surrounding minions flying is not a weak thing for 4 mana. Yeah, it's just very cost efficient, and the fact that it technically cycles itself is the nutty part. And Demi-Remy finishing off the Fenrir, pinging the Snow Chaser just so its damage is off the table. It's not a great turn. If Tart wanted to, they could do something simple like Snow Chaser Razorback and just push a solid 12 damage into Demi-Remy's face, which would be awkward to deal with. Or they could set up a bunch of walls. We know they have some mementos. You could do like mementos Razorback and a full surround. It would be fairly strong. Demi-Remy does not have Grasp of Agony in their list, so surrounding them will not go punished. His hand on Abyssian back with the 7 mana Novas, you would feel like a god late game. Yeah, but you would be upset to see this hand on turn 3. It's a little clunky. Alright, Tart just doing their own Rejuvenator. So Demi-Remy, he's got the ability to clear some stuff. You can trade your Rejuvenator, just take another 3 damage, go to 14. Shadow Nova, the 2 guys on the left. You might want to replace for other options. Does Riftwalker change things? I guess you could develop Riftwalker instead to... You trade your Rejuves, you Riftwalker where the Rejuve is now, and then you punch the Snow Chaser. That saves you 1 HP. You can also sphere your opponent or something. Do you Shadow Nova or do you Riftwalker Sphere? He walked down, so not punching the Snow Chaser. Actually preserving the health of his guy. Oh, right, this is much better. Oh, this is a much better turn. I didn't see this. I like this so much more. Very good on Demi-Remy. That is a strong play. Save all your health and clear all the board without your general hitting. And keep your Rejuvenator. Yeah, almost max value Rift. Unfortunately for Tart, their positioning was punished a little bit there. But they have a nice health lead. And they decide to walk down. I imagine they're going to punch Demi-Remy in the face. I wonder if you think you want to rush the Abyssian player because you don't want them to set up a 9+ heal turn later. Excuse me. Walk down seemed like a mistake. Player 2 infiltrate sucks. I mean, player 2 infiltrate I know it's one of those things that's highly criticized by the community as being generally weak. It's not that much weaker than player 1's. They just have the advantage that they can take center on turn 2. And player 2 needs 3 turns to get across instead of 2 turns, 3+ turns on average. Excuse me. And the only problem with this surround is Riftwalker can trade into a wall here. Demi-Remy isn't exactly trapped. Yeah, I was thinking Demonic Lure, you can kill the one and you could keep her your Riftwalker and get it back in hand. Might not be a bad idea. Take 3 damage, you go to 12. But you get a full clear on the... Oh, you don't have to take 3 damage, right? There's no reason to hit the walls except to prevent another aspect of the Drake or something. This is a fine turn too. Demi-Remy's making the best of what they have so far, and they're getting into their 7 mana. We're on the 7 mana turns. Tart is not in a bad position either. It depends on how much transforms they have in hand. There's some things they can do. Transform Razorback to keep the pressure going. It looks like we're going to see a transform. They're thinking about it. And it's hard to tell which one we will see. I think we saw 1 Drake and they have 2. No, they have 3 Drakes, so it's probably Drake. It is Drake. Not Fox and Ward Mountain. Now, what is the follow-up from this point? Once again, thinking about placing something on the creep tile. Okay, I guess that's fine since you're using it to attack anyway. Blocking the creep tile with a memento that he just picked up. And we see the Snowpiercer equip. With 7 mana, can you remove the Snowpiercer and clear everything? You can. And Demi-Remy can do a Shadow Nova right here. And then Riftwalker right here. Walk away. You could also Riftwalker here and then walk left so that the enemy can't hit you. But if you Riftwalker here, you don't get rid of the artifact. So you can't protect yourself and eliminate the artifact. Crazy how the Savannah list getting wins against creep. Well, the creep list isn't making creep, right? We're on the 7 mana turn. We're finally putting some creep on the board. We only had 1 creep. Demi-Remy's creep list is a bit slower at the generation part. They have, let me look at their list again. They only have 2 crawlers and they are not using New Moon Hex. So 2 crawlers, 3 spheres, and 3 Shadow Novas is all the creep generation they have. They have a modest amount of creep gen. They do make the play I was just thinking of. Tart has to be careful here. If they maintain aggression and move onto this tile, top left, they can get punished by a Night Splitter, depending on what they do here. They can get punished really hard by a Night Splitter. We see more Mementos, or Mementos, Memento. Hex isn't glitched anymore. It was bugged, but they patched it before the tournament. So it works as intended now. It's a spell that makes the artifact, yeah. Oh shit. Damn. One off lethal. Oh, that is unfortunate that Tart could not get the memento into the infiltrates then. Alright, Demiremi's not out of it yet. They're at 1 HP, which is scary. You can get a free trade on the 4-1, so that's not a problem. You can heal for 4 and body block yourself. I don't think they have lethal. Can they propose a tie? They have 8 mana. You have 7, 9 damage at best. I would replace, yeah, probably the DT. More healing. Probably just want a double body block here. You also probably want to walk to the right too. If you look at Tart's list, I think they only had the 1 Snowpiercer, or do they have 2 Snowpiercers? They have 2 Snowpiercers. Then this is a tough call. You need to either dodge the second Piercer, or you need to dodge the second Spirit of the Wild. He opts to do a full clear to make sure there's no transformation effects to worry about, which there is Spirit of the Mountain and Fox left. And then double body block. So we're hoping to avoid a Spirit of the Wild lethal. General can hit for 2. He really only needs like a Snow Chaser and another Crystal Cloaker would do it with the second thing. Don't know if he has it though. Doesn't look like it. They're thinking about not entering infiltrate themselves. Because of the fear of the second spirit, I wonder if I would have put Rejuvenator here and Healing Mystic on the left to cover that spot. I might have split them if it was me. But this positioning is fine, I guess. Alright, does not have the wild, so we're hand dumping. Got a Reju, we got some walls, we got a Snow Chaser, we got a Heart Sister. Swapping the Rejuvenator out. I don't know how I feel about that swap because the Heart Sister just died for free. So Demiremi can get away. They can move the Rejuve up 1, trade for the wall, walk 2 to the right. You can just do Revenant Healing Mystic, I think is sufficient on this turn. Get rid of the biggest threats. And due to the ordering, you do Rejuve up first, hit, move, and then move, so you can get rid of the Snow Chaser just so it's off the field. The only thing that's left is the Frigid Spines, which could turn into a Mountain, but he can't play Razorback with Mountain. And Fox Razorback isn't enough to kill you. With the Mystic down here, you could put Revenant over here, and then the other Mystic here, and then these two will block the transformation from happening. So I think that's the play to make. He's leaving the Snow Chaser, going with, instead of Revenant, going with a Night Sorrow Assassin. Demi-Remy could have, they could have done the same play, which this play is cool too. I like it. And they could have cleared the Snow Chaser. I know it goes back to hand, but just getting the transform off the field might be a big deal. This plays in the mountains kind of hard. Yeah, it plays in the mountains so bad. Yeah, they did opt to surround themselves, like Elman suggested. They're going to have a really good heal on the next turn, so Tart needs to... This is their last chance to capitalize. Once this Night Splitter hits, the Abyssian player is going to be out of the aggro range. Now, Tart still has a Jax in the deck somewhere. So it won't be over yet, but this 9 healing is going to be big. Decides to get 1 ping with the Snowpiercer. I would have punched first and then equipped, but that's okay. Demi-Remy doing some calculating. He might have lethal here. We have 10, 12, 14 damage. Snowpiercer actually increasing the odds of lethal. 14, 15, 16, 17. If he replaces in the Sphere of Darkness, he has lethal. Oh yeah, the dragon, the white worm cannot fly anymore. It's just a grounded minion. It's kind of unfortunate, as it looks like it should fly with the sprite. Oh, I think Demi-Remy should have replaced for the lethal. If your backup plan was Night Splitter, you weren't playing Shadow Nova, so Shadow Nova should have been replaced. VG field to hit Fenrir and live. Excuse me. Yeah, earlier. I mean, Demi-Remy. If Demi-Remy had a sphere, they had 14 damage on Tart. They could have killed Tart with Revenant Sphere. But they didn't look for it. But that's okay. They're very healthy. Tart has 3 cards in hand. Not a lot to deal with this board. Although they can move the general away and get some favorable trades. Actually opt a Chromatic Cold to 4-1. 3 cards and infinite Snow Chasers. Oh yeah. Razorback. It's 1 of 3. Ooh, that's risky. I don't know if you want to go from 10 to 8 and walk in range. No! Tart, no, that's too scary. If you're gonna punch the mist, or if you're gonna punch the thing, I don't think you want to walk in range of the enemy general here. Okay, so Demi-Remy just needs to get 2 damage somehow. And you can't Riftwalker Revenant. Riftwalker and Shadow Nova will clear the board, but will not kill your opponent yet, since it happens at end of turn. You can replace the Healing Mystic and look for something. You can see the desperation. Actually replacing the Riftwalker. I wouldn't replace the Riftwalker. I guess it doesn't matter. They don't have like a 1 mana 2 damage card. So gonna have to play it out. Which Demi-Remy doesn't mind, you know. This pretty much secures their lead. I would put the Healing Mystic down above the guy, just so Revenant can get in range, probably. Yeah. No Infinite Chaser. It wasn't meant to be. Tart is down to 2 cards. Their only chance is to pray that Demi-Remy doesn't have lethal and to develop Jax right now, I think, with their deck. They also need to protect themselves somehow. Well, we can see Demi-Remy does have Revenant, so we need a full body block. Revenant won't be lethal alone, and you can't do it with Riftwalker. But the thing that blocks the Mystic has to have more than 6 HP, so the Mystic doesn't hit you in the face, too. It's a tall order. Unfortunately, his last card is Blazing Spines and a Frostfire. Not able to fully block. Yeah, it's not possible. Alright, game 2 to Demi-Remy. We're going on to a game 3 for this set. Let me block the results. Nobody knows the outcome of the tournament, surely. Gotta keep it exciting for those who weren't tagging along in the server. Okay, Tart has chosen player 1 and they have decided we're gonna run it back a 3rd time, not switching decks. So Tart versus Demi-Remy, also not switching decks, using his Cassiva list. Well, let's see how it goes. Ah, we get the prayer emote for an honorable duel. Tart opens with Blazing Spines, putting them both front and center. We could have a discussion about this. I don't like this play personally. I mostly don't like the fact that you are blocking center from yourself. Unless you have some really good plan with that middle unit, I feel like it should be up or down. Demi-Remy able to destroy it, and now the center tile is his with creep already, as he was encouraged to put the sphere there. So now, even though the minion's gone, Tart probably doesn't want to take center, just regardless. Which will slow down his pressure game a little bit and infiltrating. Fenrir War Master on tile just to delete the tile, I suppose. Alright, Demi-Remy taking it nice and slow. They have a clean answer. Dark Transform on Fenrir is probably one of the best targets you can hit, considering Tart's most expensive card is a Jax True Sight, and their other stuff is all 2 and 3 drops for the most part. I guess the Seismic Elemental would be the exception. I think you need more time to think on the double wall play, but you would probably take middle and take the 3 yourself here. Oh, you would take middle even though you're gonna stand on the shadow creep. Like, I don't mind 2 walls turn 1. I think it's fine. But I would do like 2 on the diagonal, or 2, 1 center, 1 off center, if it was me. So we see aspect of the Drake. Tart can get a free mana, free +1 with the 0 mana wall. I think it costs 0. I can't tell from that screen. Yeah, this is 0 mana, so we're at +1. I don't know why we're taking center, the Drake dies now. It could have easily moved up. You get a partial surround, but Snow Chaser dies to the Wraithling for free with this positioning. And your worm dies for free with this positioning. Can get a max value Riftwalker here if you're so inclined, and then trade the Wraithling into this instead. I don't know if I would have done that Demonic Lore, honestly. No, there's no Grasp of Agony in the deck. Alright, Demi-Remy's chosen a full board clear. I think I would have just used the Riftwalker instead. And you get good value out of it. And you still get a full board clear with the your Demonic Lore being utilized. It depends, do you want the 3-1 or do you want the 2-1? So we had the 3-1. Keeping Rift for Jax is a good idea. I wasn't thinking about Jax. It is a one-of card, but it's definitely a good idea to maybe hold for it. You definitely trade your general hit with the Nightstar Assassin. This gives you priority in the game, as you will be developing on an empty board, and you have a health lead. Are we going for the full surround again? Blazing Spine, Snow Chaser. This is a Frostfire. Alright, so Big Chaser. Get the full benefit of Frostfire as it is a Vespier. I don't know what's in Tart's hand, but if they have a Razorback, I may have considered standing on the creep on this turn for a full surround. Risky, but it's only 3 damage. We've seen good make good use of standing on creep as Magmar and shrugging it off earlier, which is pretty funny. So might have been worth to stand on creep here just to keep Demi-Remy boxed in. Demi-Remy is taking some time to think. They actually do not have a good clear on the 5-4 is their issue at the moment. They're gonna have to eat 5 damage if they use Riftwalker. Or Shadow Nova. Not a huge deal. They have healing in hand. You have a nice little no-go zone up here at the moment. You just remembered. What are you remembering? Or Tart, if they happen to have a Snowpiercer, might be a good time to do a Snowpiercer and keep up the face pressure, bring Demi-Remy down to 10. Snow Chaser, we know they have a Snow Chaser in hand, so they can at least get that back out. You're trying to think how to word it? Alright. Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. We got a full day of Duelyst 2 gaming ahead of us. A full day of Duelyst 2 gaming. Yeah. Alright, that's the Snowpiercer. Let me see Fenrir. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It's good aggression. 1 to 7 man a turn for Demi Remy. Revenant doesn't get rid of the wolf token, so we might see it played anyway. Just to kill the Fenrir. Well, this is actually a little precarious for Demi Remy. You could walk up and Night Splitter, but that's the only thing you play. You clear the wall, you do a damage on the Snowpiercer, and you heal up for 6. It's not the best either. You could Riftwalker Keeper, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't feel very strong here. How many games left? Plenty. So we're in round 2. We're only covering winners bracket. I'm not doing losers. That would just cost too much. Oh, I didn't see the did he replace in the Sphere? Sphere made the Night Splitter a much better option, so I like to play. I don't know if they were placed first and then moved, or moved first and then replaced. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of games left. We're just doing the winners bracket. We're only doing up to round 3 of the winners too. Calvin will be covering the finale and the semifinals and stuff. So after round 2, we do winners round 3, and then I stop. Top 16, Calvin wanted to cover, so I'm not going to cover it for him. There's not too many games left, but it is a decent chunk. It's going to take us throughout the afternoon. I will take a lunch break at a point. I'll be quick. I'll just make a sandwich in a few hours, and then I'll run back up here and we'll continue. I'll let the stream run while I take the lunch break. But that's for later. It's only 9 o'clock right now. Oh my. Frostfire, Spirit of the Wild, with some Snow Chaser action. If you do this play, which I think is fine, I think you should have risked it for the biscuit. Because 6 and 5, 6, 5, maybe not. 14's a little low. I was thinking maybe they should have punched, but being in range of the Night Splitter might be bad. They're at 8 mana, so they can only hit you with like Revenant Void Pulse is the most damage they could do. That would be 11, 12, 13. That would be 14 exact. So you know what? Good on Tart for not being hyper aggro. They would also only be at 12 HP. Unfortunately for Tart, we are about to see the popular power of Keeper Night Splitter on full display here, as they heal for 11 HP with the Healing Mystic, 13 HP with the Void Pulse. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The new Shadow Creep actually strongly dissuades aggro decks from existing, where they have to have a really good, a really fast game plan. Like, you need to kill your opponent by 7 mana. Or something. Look at that cute little critter skittering his toesies down here. Tart's in a difficult position. If they have a 1 mana card and aspect of the mountain, they could do a board clear, but the mountain's gonna be on creep. Needs an adjustment, add more late game if you can't win in like 5 turns. Well, yeah, if you're expecting to go up against creep, aggro decks are likely going to need to adjust to Night Splitter existing and find a way to adapt to that. I don't know how they will. I mean, Songhai doesn't really care. They can just ping you to death from a distance if you're going to play the long con. I would say this more minion-based traditional aggro, so like aggro Vanar here, has a harder time against the new creep. It's Lightbender, but man, yeah, just Tekken Lightbender. 4 mana to clear out 8 tiles is quite the commitment. That slows you down by a turn for sure. And it doesn't fully solve the problem. Alright, Demi Remy's just gonna get to clearing here. They do not need to be in a hurry. They can take their sweet old time. You've got a line of creep. This is going to be very awkward for Tart. The shadow creep is set up in a way that he cannot safely cross back if he decides to go left. So if he abandons his infiltrate now, he's not getting it without taking damage later. And he's currently blocked from infiltrate too, which is really nice on Demi Remy's part. This problem can be solved with an aspect of the mountains, but then you gotta ask yourself how you closing this game out. He is abandoning the infiltrate, and it looks like we do have the mountains. It's kind of astounding. That is a 1-of, so a good high roll that he happened to have it on hand. And a good time to use it. Oh, there's a cold biter. I probably would have kept that in my hand just to replace it next turn. You don't really need to equip the cold biter. It's not doing anything for you right now. The Tart's best chances are going to be Jack sticking. Strategic mountain draw. Well, it was a good strategy. Riftwalker here. I would just Riftwalker Nova if it was me and walk 2 to the right. And then you start sipping your favorite drink as your opponent has to find a way to get to you. I would Nova face and Riftwalker under Seismic Elemental. I guess you could do it there too. You know, I like it up top. You're kind of forcing your opponent to walk left to or take a severe amount of damage for standing in creep. And you're forcing him into the corner this way. Double Revenant in hand, double Rejuvenator. We've got the 2 pair, 4s and 7s. Offsuit. I don't know what Tart does from this position. They need to heal. And they have to walk left, right? You can't walk right or you're gonna die. And Rejuvenator will save you from a Revenant if you can deal with the Riftwalker. Oh, are we staying on creep? You think it's a mistake because he gave up on his hero power? Lol, should have kept your Warbird. Made a mistake. Hey, it's only fair. Imagine if Kasiva had her hero power in this Shadow Creep rework. Everybody would be playing Kasiva right now. When am I planning on casting day 2? I am not casting the day 2 games. Calvin is going to cast them later this week, next weekend? I think next weekend. Once he's done being super busy, Calvin will cover the top 16 matches. So I am just covering the early winners bracket stuff. The GG to both players, by the way. Demi Remy coming out ahead 2-1. So moving on, we have Top Deck Timmy versus Fafaris or Fafares. I'm not sure if it's Fafares or Fafares. I think I have both of these players. Oh, I do not have Timmy. Timmy is not my friend. Fafares is though. Or Fafaris. Would I, if Calvin's schedule would not allow him to do that? I will absolutely cover the games if Calvin wants me to cover the games. He needs only speak the words. I would be happy to. Ooh, what match am I looking for here? Top Deck Timmy. That's the match I'm looking for here. Timmy lol. Why do you say Timmy lol? What'd Timmy do? Would I ever kiss Calvin? Maybe on the cheek. Maybe on the cheek. For the male friends, maybe on the cheek. Alright, we have Top Deck running Vanar, Fafares running his Kalios list. I will get this started. We do not have Timmy as a friend. And let me look up their deck so I can tell you guys some things to expect. Timmy not being friends. Yeah, chastise everybody who is not my friend, or heckle everybody who is not my friend. Don't actually do that. Oh, this is a Walls Vanar list. It is at least titled as such. There is no gravity well though, so it's more like a Vesper Vanar list featuring Lady Locke. And one of Jack's True Sight, 2 Sloths. That is what Top Deck Timmy has brought. Meanwhile, Fafares is on Spell High with, I don't think they have anything unusual in their list from what I recall of yesterday's game. Yeah, they're pretty traditional Spell High variant. Alright, so all the Spell High lists do have variations of how many copies of things are in the deck. Fafaris has 2 Ghost Links, only 1 Flame Wreath, and 2 Blood Rage Masks. But otherwise has 3 of most of the core Song High things that you expect to see in a Spell High. Everyone has their own little, like, pepper and salt that they add to the Spell High list. I don't think there's a standard on what is the most optimal iteration of it currently. Everybody's got their own little twist. Just passing by to say that you played horribly those games. Hey, no problem. Welcome. Pass on by, pass on through. What's up, Sarge? How you doing? Does Timmy have an answer for the Thief of Moments? And A Razorback. Oh, Timmy's hand must be pretty rough. So Fafaris has access to 2 mana tiles here. There's a handful of things they can pull off with Thief of Moments existing. We'll see if anything crazy happens. Maybe nothing too crazy will happen on this particular turn. Kalios is in range to make 1 punch. You know, the Razorback's actually a pretty good... It might have been a compromise play. Because now the Borean Bear and Razorback trade into Tuskboar, right? They trade into Tuskboar and they trade into Flame Wreath. Yo, free gift sub? Well, you may as well make use of the emotes, right? Alright, just developing a 4 wins. We're getting a free ping to heal off the 1 damage we took and deal 1 damage. Very reserved turn. The mana tile was left unclaimed to pull off this play. I don't know if the positioning would have mattered too much, but you could have taken the center tile with 4 wins and then just blink it away, so top deck Timmy doesn't have 6 mana potentially on this turn. And Vanar with 6 mana could be a big deal, especially dealing with walls. They have a lot of cheap shit they want to spam. I did not pay attention to Mesmerize being in the list, so lining up the minions to a Mesmerize. Not good. Could have been avoided if you knew Mesmerize was in the deck, but Timmy's happy with that clear. So Fafair's on the back foot now. That play also happened... That was 6 mana, right? Oh, that was 5 mana. He just denied the tile with the Chaser. There are things that can be done here, though. Fair's on the back foot, but you could do a calm setup of stuff where you could... I'm trying to think if you can get the Flame Wreath to do a 3rd ping. I think you can only get it to do 2 at the moment, and you can only do 2 at the moment. Alright, board is being used to trade into Razorback here. Kaido developed in range of top deck Timmy. Does he have a Snowpiercer in this list? How safe is this Kaido assassin? He does not have a Snowpiercer, so he's gonna need something else to deal with it. That Mesmerize was a one-of, so we don't need to worry about any more Mesmerizes. There's also a one-of Hailstone Prison in Timmy's Walls list. Yeah, one-of Mesmerize isn't a bad idea. I like that a lot, actually. I might need to try it in some of my Vanar lists. We have the classic 5 mana Wombo combo. Glacial Bone Shield Barrier. Will kill the Songhai minion as he does 2 damage for every Vespear that hits the battlefield. And 3 of them just hit the battlefield. Fires is surrounded. If you want to walk away from the surround, you could Flame Wreath and move it back to get rid of the Snow Chaser. Fairs will have to be a little careful in the movement here. So the Bone Shield barriers will stun the Flame Wreath if it hits them while moving. And he may want to try to find a way to deal with just the Glacial. I think it makes sense to just go after the Glacial too. If you he's here, right? If you wanted to, you could have did Rhythm Weaver bottom right, Flame Wreath down here, and then waste the Jux. That wouldn't permakill it. Is there a way to get the Snow Chaser out of Infiltrate and hit it too with the movement? I'm not sure. It might not have been. It's okay to hold on to the Jux too, I think. You just have to deal with the pesky Chaser for an extra turn. It's rough for Ferris because they're going to likely get surrounded again while dropping down to 18 health at least. The death race, he worry. Alright, second Glacial. We have a White Worm. Ice Barrier going down on the right side of Kalios. Popping the Rhythm Weaver, which draws an Inner Focus. That could be a huge draw. We'll see soon. Doesn't attack with the White Worm. Oh, we are in trouble right now. So obviously Razorback being threatened here. Songhai is surrounded. There's no Ghost Lightning in deck. I don't think any Songhai player brought Ghost Lightning to the tournament based on what we've seen so far. For Fairs, if he does a swap with the worm or one of the walls, he can get out of the cage. So there is that, at least. And then it really just depends on, I guess, what else he wants to do. Looks like we're putting down 4 wins. Bolstering your health can be a good idea here. Ooh. I don't know if I agree with that one. Okay, so we're killing the elemental, which is nice, and our minions are positioned aggressively against Vanar. But you're in danger of a Razorback turn. I think I would have done like the same play, but I definitely would have put my minions on one of these and walked out. You also missed your attack on one of these things, which is unfortunate. Could have killed the wall, at least. Now we're top decking against top deck Timmy. That's right. We're living on a prayer in Ferris's world. As for Timmy, he's also down to only 3 cards, so he needs to deal with a 4/4 and a 5/5. Now that's out of range. They're threatening to do a lot of damage, but it's not lethal amounts of damage unless Ferris draws the nuts in his 3 cards. Alright, he doesn't have a Razorback. He's going for clearing. Or if he does have the Razorback, he's using the worm to clear at least. No, he doesn't have it. Chakra Avatar dealt with. Snow Chaser doing Snow Chaser things. Third Glacial Elemental. With Borean Bear. Alright, this is a pretty good clear. Ferris is out of immediate harm's way, so it worked out in the end. Timmy's back at 5 cards. Nice replace for Faris. Now, worst case scenario, you probably can just... Yeah, you can kill the bear and kill the glacial if you want to play for board in this game. It's going to cost some resources, but you have another Eclipse in hand, so it might be worth it to do. It is the last Glacial Elemental, so I think it would be worth it to just backstab the bear and Phoenix Fire the Glacial and see where it takes you from there. It's actually covering the backstab space though. So I think we want to hold on to, holding on to Kaido, hoping to lure Top Deck Timmy out maybe and punish a mispositioning if he gets off the wall. Or maybe just keep the minion for like a killing edge with inner focus for some damage. I think not killing the bear might have been a mistake. So we have some Lady Lock action happening here. Full surround. Oh geez, full surround with Provoke, Songhai's favorite position to be in. Bear going in for 5 damage. This could have been avoided. This could have been avoided. Alright, you have a mask, but can you do 14 damage with a mask and 9 mana? Cost 5 to draw cards. Tuskboar can get out, I suppose. In some hypothetical world, if you hit a Jux, you can have the Tuskboar hit face. It can hit face twice. So that would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's about 10 damage. He would just need like a killing edge, I think. And he would have lethal. Oh, but you don't have enough to cast Killing Edge. He would need Saber Spine Seal. Saber Spine or Phoenix Fire? No, the Killing Edge is not what we want to see. Not what we want to see. No. Because, yeah, you can do that. You can Tuskboar. You can swap him. You know what? Because of the bottom Provoker, you can't do what I was thinking. You have to swap Tuskboar with Heart Sister and then waste an inner focus getting him to the enemy general. Ah, yeah, this was a misplay. You had to go here and then walk up and down. I don't think it would have been enough though. It was a good gambit. It was like the best play to make. So Timmy takes round 1 or game 1. And we'll load up game 2. Alright, looks like neither player is swapping. We're just heading in with the same factions. But Fafara's taking the player 1 spot, as is their choice to do so. And, you know, is the meta decision to make. Everybody plays as player 1 when they get to choose. Almost. I think one person chose player 2 for their turn. But I have a feeling, because they were a newer player, they probably didn't realize they could just choose 1 or 2. Because there was a newer player did it. Everybody else is going first. I don't know if Dreamsloth is going to like address that or use this information somehow. The fact that everybody actually feels P1 is the way to go. This tournament definitely shows player 1 is at a slight advantage here, apparently. Ghostlinks, turn 1 from Ferferis. Top deck Timmy hopefully has a Fenrir or maybe a bear, some walls to set up, some meme toasts. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink here. They do have a bear, and they turn the wall into a drake. That's a pretty good turn. That's a pretty good turn. Okay, sorry, I was getting distracted for a minute here. Thanks, Twitch. They're watch streaks, and with the watch streaks, you earn extra channel points. And with channel points on this channel, if you love Super Nintendo, you can play the Super Nintendo Quiz Bot for free. I mean, for a measly 100 channel points. Save up enough channel points and you can add a question to the Super Nintendo Quiz Bot, your very own. It will permanently be there. And it's a great way to dump your useless points that don't do anything else. Denied Tuskboard Killing Edge Hyperface play. Yes, it was denied. Top Deck Timmy did a good job. Top Deck Timmy has had 2 very powerful turns as they have filled the board with a ton of crap, as Walls Vanner likes to do. They aren't useless. Well, you know. I wouldn't say channel points are useful, so... Alright, this is a... I'm guessing we'll see Tuskboard clear the Lady Lock in some capacity. Rhythm Weavers are going to trade into the Borean Bear just to draw spells and give Ferferis more options. That inner focus is pretty helpful. Phoenix Fire used instead of Tuskboard to get rid of the Lady Lock. If you backed off, right, and you stay away from the draw walls, you could gain a lot of advantage over Top Deck Timmy later if you keep his hand size down. Unfortunately for Ghostlinks, he's just kind of a casualty of the White Worm. So Ferferis is going for keeping Timmy at low card count, which I think is a valid idea to try. And then see if you can pull ahead. And we have more walls coming though. And Timmy is hiding in the corner. He's all walls. Walls, Vanner, are to a T. Walls are what we do here. So Ferferis is going to want to play something before hitting with Rhythm Weaver so he doesn't lose that draw. That limits his options a little bit more. 5 mana is kind of a tight budget here, and if you don't want Timmy to draw cards, you could go really far out of your way with Juxta and Tuskboard to avoid him drawing, but I think he's getting at least 1 card here. You can set Kalios free if you want to. You could Juxta Rhythm Weaver up or down, and then Kalios can walk out. Boar could take the mana tile if you want to do a 6 mana play instead. This makes a lot of sense. You get a clean clear on that. Checking for a spell. And burning Mana Vortex just because Ferris wants to draw other cards. Timmy's got the Hearth Sister. So now the hand is refilled. As the Mementos value begins to accrue. Look at the spattering of minions all over the place. Yeah, thank you for shilling the SNES quiz bot. Chill. Timmy is taking the opportunity to keep Ferris trapped. Surrounded by ice. And the fire and ice matchup's always fun to watch. I guess it depends though. Some of the ice matchups aren't very good against the fire. But walls, on the other hand, problematic. To say the least. I missed a blink. If your idea was to play a Thief of Moments, probably should have played it first. In case you needed that blink for something. Could develop Whirlwinds, I guess. If you don't mind spending a Jux to make sure Boar returns safely to your hand, you can use Boar and Juxta here with Ghostlinks. Ghostlinks is going to ruin that, actually. I think the Ghostlinks with Boar actually a little awkward in this case. If Ferris is still surrounded by walls. Yo, what's up, Decoy? Why you gotta call me that? Yo, Tard. I'll be a Tard, but you also have to be a Tard. It's only equivalent exchange. But Ferris is dead. Alright, we're dead to Razorback. So the only thing... The only thing that might have been advisable to do... You could have juxted and then walk through your own minions so you're not surrounded by all that crap. So it might have been worth to just use a defensive Jux there instead of holding on to it. But well played by Timmy. He crushes Songhai, proving that they're clearly not powerful enough and we need to buff the factions some more. More Songhai buffs, Inc. Moving on, we have Andreas versus Fainir. So I do have Andreas. I don't have Fainir, right? Fainir? I do not. So we will watch from Andreas' perspective. Damn right. Is that about buff and Songhai? Fainir. They are answer fast or die. At least answer somewhat. You don't have to answer them fast, but you don't want to stick around them. That's where it gets really bad. Okay. So we can only see Andreas' perspective. I do not have Fainir. But I will look at the deck list. Let the video play. Andreas is another Creepabyssian player. So Creepybissy. I will look at Fainir's deck here. They are on Vitruvion. Is that 2 vet lists? They have 2 vet lists. Who's their general here? The Xerx. Alright, so Xerx, that they call it Vitruvian 6. I'm not sure if it's the 6th iteration or there are 6 key Vitruvian cards. But it seems like a I would call it mid-range. It scales up. It's not really Dervish. It has Maelstrom as its top end, a couple Syzygies, and then you just have good stuff. You have Jaxi in here, and they have a couple of Archons, a single Sloth, a single Lightbender. So it's like a mid-range Vitruvian list versus Creep here. I like the positioning here by Andreas. It's always fun to have the 1 and 2 play set up like that. Chronomancer, free spell coming in. They have a first wish. And we get the 3/4 Chronomancer. I might have, just because of the situation, probably would have put it on Vessel instead. You get a free trade in with Vessel and it doesn't go down. Alright, another first wish on Blood Tier. I mean, if you happen to draw a second one, I definitely would have put that on Vessel and traded. Or even if you don't trade, just a 3/3 Vessel. Make it a little more awkward for Andreas to answer that. Replaces the New Moon Hex. I would have kept the New Moon Hex and replaced the DT, I think. And then NSA, the Chrono, because 3/4. You can take the mana tile with your Ghost Links and just play the 2 mana card. Maybe punch Vessel and just pop the Dervish now so it's done and over with. You could also do Shadow Nova here. Replacing New Moon Hex makes sense if you really wanted the Nova. Yeah, if you want a Nova, then I would replace the Hex. The only thing about this play is you take an extra 3 damage than you would have normally or otherwise. I don't think it's bad though. Looking to move forward. Feiner could clear Ghost Links if he wants to right now. He does not have Doomcaster. He does a Doomcaster. He does not have Doomcasters. There's no buffs for preserving the Dervish. Chronomancer, draw 2. Pretty good use of Chronomancer. So Feiner still has 2 mana, even though the replay says he has 0 mana. Taking a moment, just fall silent here, sorry. I need to make sure I'm good for the long term. Alright, just a Primus Fist opted to send the Dervish face. If he wanted to, Primus could have buffed everything before the Dervish moved. Or it could have at least buffed the Chronomancer with the Dervish. But spreading his forces out. It is good to spread the forces out, right? So this list, a lot of the Creepabyssians do not have the grasp, but Andreas does have the grasp, and Feiner should know that as its open deck list. So it does make sense to just do what he did. Play around the Grasp of Agony from being too crippling. The minions are a bit out of position though for maintaining aggression, Yeah, walk two to the left, and Andreas is now free from their danger. And he can just play things in places. Actually, offering a crawler in the back, huh? Ah, okay, that's why. I'm gonna do a grass assassin play. I like it. You cannot grasp the true form of Gygas's attack. Oh, that takes me back. Better start praying with, what's her name? Yeah, Paula. I recall 4-tile Night Splitter, great Night Splitter. 3-tile Night Splitter, that's a pretty good one already. 9 heal. And when you're healing for an Earth Sphere, you're doing a pretty good job. And when you're beating out on Earth Sphere, you're doing an amazingly good job. Feign you're trying to develop a Portal Guardian. It's as far back as it can possibly be. Unfortunately, it doesn't have more than 3 attack. There's no NSA in hand, but a Juggernaut NSA would be a devastating turn right now. There is a DT, but you can't develop your Juggernaut if you play DT, so I'm curious how Andreas will approach this. You could Juggernaut lure the thing on the creep and trade an assassin. That's a pretty good turn too. I think I would Juggernaut lure here if it was me and punch the Blood Tier Alchemist. You go down to 15, but you should be okay against Vitruvian. Especially this sort of Vitruvian has not as much burst. They're actually a lot slower with Sloth and Archons and stuff. They only have 2 Rasha's curses for burst, and I guess 2 Rift Walkers, 3 Blood Tears. Alright, we do see this play come down. So a 7/7 Juggernaut might be a problem. 2 Siphon Energies, 1 Light Bender, there's only 3 Dispels. There is no other good answer in this deck. You could delay it with Sloth, but you're only delaying the inevitable. And Sloth would be really bad against Lure DT, which Andreas has. Alright, we got the Siphon. So, no death to Juggy. The Jugster becoming a pathetic 1/1 and getting crushed. Alright, Rejuvenator and a Jaxi. Keeping Jaxi away from the creep tiles just in case Andreas wants to heal for 6 with a Night Splitter. So not having it here is a good idea so that he can't kill it. Dark Transform being highlighted. I might want to hold on to that in case the Archon shows up later. But he replaces it. I would unironically Nova and pass, I think. Nova the Reju and just pass the turn. I don't think you have to Demonic Lure here. He's actually giving the mini jacks to Fainir. Ooh, playing aggressive too on Andreas's end. And if you walk 2 to the right, Fainir is disincentivized from chasing you because shadow creep. I think Andreas might have chosen this line of play because he has Sphere in hand, so he knows he can deal with the mini jacks afterwards. Time Maelstrom is a card, that's true. It is definitely a thing in this list. If I was... This is a fine play for Fainir. This would put a lot of pressure on Andreas. I might have put the Emerald tile over here though, just to really deny a Night Splitter getting any value whatsoever. Because what's probably going to happen is Sphere of Darkness where your Sloth is, and then a Night Splitter to clear it. Right? Or the Sphere of Darkness could go where Lilith is, and then it clears all this. Does 6 damage to you. Lilith will heal for 3. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Doesn't answer the 1/1, but you can always get it later. 1/1's not gonna necessarily kill you. That was a pretty good Sloth play. Alright, now Andreas backs up. He is in his 3 creep zone. Fainir can stall if they want to. Probably will. May as well wait for Time Maelstrom chaining, right? At this point. If they have an Archon, they could just set up an Archon. Rift Walker. I don't know if pushing face damage is going to be the ideal here. So Rift Walker Syzygy. You got a 4/1 ranged unit, which is nice. I don't know about the face damage because he can heal that off. It makes the most sense considering you shot the Night Splitter, so it does make sense. New Moon Hex being replaced again. Dark Transform is found. You have Shadow Nova. Shadow Nova DT, I guess. Walk down to. Yeah, the fun thing about Time Maelstrom is it lets you walk over creep unimpeded while you're taking your extra turn. Yeah, I would probably NSA this. We might enter an awkward standoff. I guess it depends. If Fainir has Maelstrom, you could roll for it now. You got 18 cards in deck, so pretty high odds of chaining the 3. You could also just develop one of your mid-rangey minions onto the board. Jackson minion got nova twice. Yeah, it did. 10 mana to answer, 2 mana card. Value? Question mark? Alright, setting up some board, playing into third Nova. Also playing into Grasp. So I don't love the positioning. Revenant. That was a pretty good draw for Andreas. If you Revenant, you cannot heal. And if you do not heal, and you Revenant, only one minion is dying, you can still get Time Maelstrom to death here. You actually might want to consider Juggy Night Splitter and then walk away, so Maelstrom isn't a problem. You could DT Night Splitter for extra safety. DT wins out. DT Juggy. Alright, we're staying at 12 HP. I would walk back 2. At least downright 1, yeah. If he walked back 2, he would have been out of range of 1 Time Maelstrom though. And you'd still be around 2 of your creep for healing. So I would have walked back 2. I've been scarred by Time Maelstrom though. I have been killed by that card quite a few times. And not due to a lack of me respecting it either. Nice Lightbender. That's 2 of the 3 Dispels gone. 2 of the 3 Juggies gone. This turn seems a lot easier. You just Revenant. Oh, we could see a Night Splitter. Maybe walk up left again for the 9 HP heal. Alright, I like it. I like it. I think you'll be fine now. Even if he does a triple Maelstrom chain. It could... Can it kill? We're getting plus 9, right? It's 20, 22, 21? 21 HP. And Ghost links the block. Definitely Ghost links the block. So if he like walked down Chronomancer Maelstrom, he would have at least 4 damage, and if he gets the second Maelstrom, it would be at least 8 damage. And it depends on what else they draw. Now, to be fair, Fainir's deck, which I mentioned before, it's designed mid-rangey, not like my Dervish list. He doesn't have a lot of burst unless he develops minions. He can't just out of hand kill you. And we do see Maelstrom number 1. He is moving forward, walking on the creep and punching, so Maelstrom number 2. No Chronomancers with either of them though. I don't think he'll kill with triple Maelstrom because his deck doesn't really cater to that happening. Yeah. Alright, Portal Guardian, Spellbinder, and a little diagonal split pattern. He's away from creep tiles. So 2 Time Maelstroms are down. I would say Andreas just has to play the long game. He will win, almost guaranteed, because he's Shadow Creep. If he wants to, he could do 9 face damage right now and just not give a shit. Oh wait, he has lethal. Never mind, he's got lethal. General hit, Ghostlink's hit. That's the extra 3. 6 from Rev. Oh, he can't do Sphere. There's an Archon. Archon is saving Fainir's life. Never mind. He's 3 off lethal. Cannot Sphere. With Rev. I would probably just Rev Shroud and walk 2 to the left. I would also hit face with Revenant. I would do that. I would hit face because Fainir is out of healing. He's done 2 rejuves already. And that's both of his rejuves. He also played one of his second wishes. He has one more second wish to get 2 more HP, and that's all the healing he's got in his deck. And if his minion punches your Revenant after you hit him in the face, he's taking an extra 4 damage. So I would just hit him in the face. Keep everything away from Portal Guardian Frenzy. But this works too. This is the safer grind out. It is definitely respectable. Fainir has to answer this Revenant somehow. He moved Archon down. He's in range of Night Splitter. And his Riftwalker is dead. On board to Shadow Creep. Okay, Syzygy is being used, and Portal Guardian is being used as a wall. And he manages to live for now. He has a mighty 110. We can start with the replace of a Rejuvenator, right? And see what we get. A Night Splitter. Does that do it? Yeah, wait, so Andreas can punch Riftwalker with his general. The Wraithling can clear out the Portal Guardian after you sphere where he's sphering right now. And Night Splitter. And then it's 5 and 3 is lethal. Fainir drops the well played, he senses it. Andreas drops the well played. Ah, right, if you do Night Splitter, you don't have to punch the Riftwalker. You just Night Splitter it. Yeah, nice lethal. Alright, very well played. Let's hide the results. And get up game 2, right? Oh, that was game 2. Hold on, did they do 3 or 2? Andreas, who won the first round? Let me take a look at this. That was either game 1 or game 2. I think that was game 1. Chat, I'm drawing a mental blank. Did we watch 2 games of Andreas, or did we watch 1 game of Andreas? Help me out here, chat. Anyone paying attention in class? You paying attention? Was that the first game of Andreas or the second game of Andreas? Oh, where's SNES quiz? I'm actually drawing a mental lapse here. 33-year-old brain. Short-term memory, non-existent. Alright, I'll load this one in. If it looks similar, we'll move on. I think we're up to game 2. Yeah, because Fainir was first player, right? That's a cool title, Chromatic Champion. I think you earn that when you win the Chromatic Cup, which is also hosted by our tournament host, Calvin. I don't remember Andreas skipping his turn 1, so this is game 2. That was game 1. Try and pay attention to what's going on here. We have the defensive Portal Guardian. Although with Abyssal Crawler being in the card pool, that is not safe enough. An assassin can reach. Creep Abyss does have their 1 mana play. So I would definitely have played Portal Guardian before moving, which you guys saw me do in my game against Creep earlier. Never punished. Andreas does not have the crawler. I guess they're just going to Lynx here because you don't want to play a 1/1 3 mana do nothing, which is what Juggernaut is. Ghost Lynx misses his card draw though. This is kind of a rough turn for Andreas because he skipped turn 1. So Ghost Lynx is missing his ability as well. You just put it for stats. And you can't really pressure the front line. You're just gonna have to hope that the Portal Guardian doesn't get +3 attack. And we do opt for Ghost Lynx taking center, even though there's a Portal Guardian right there. So it might eat a hefty hit, depending on how many minions we see. Now, to be fair, Fainir's deck is not swarmy, but it does have Primus Fist, and that's all you really need. Primus Fist and another minion. Came back and it's Abyss with no turn 1, Sag. It is indeed Abyss with no turn 1. But they're player 1, so they have player 1 advantage. Fainir surprisingly chose to go second, as it was their choice to choose first or second since they lost the last game. Alright, nice DT. You had a bit of health deficit though, and there's a lot of ancestral vessels on the board. This could be a really short game. I don't know what I would do here. You could clear Primus Fist. That's 8 damage. That's 10 damage on the bottom. It's a 5 mana turn. A Syzygy is gonna turn it into 13 damage. You're going down to 16. I don't think Fainir can pull out a lethal with his deck. He doesn't have enough buffs, but it's close. Primus into Syzygy would be really, really damn close at the moment. Yeah, he is low on cards too. Did a very aggressive turn too. The 2/2 drops. We're calculating. We're aiming our weapon at the enemy general's face. Didn't pull the trigger yet though. Now, hard to say for sure if Fainir will just throw it all in. Alright, we're throwing it in. Throwing something in. Okay, just a Rejuvenator. That should be a relief to Andreas, but he's still going to be hurting here. Will they... they're going face. Okay, only one went in. If the second one wasn't going in, should have attacked the Ghost Lynx or the Wraithling with it, and you missed an opportunity to remove a minion. To be fair, I guess if it hits the Ghost Lynx and Wraithling anyway, Andreas will likely trade them in. And you're not missing out on too much, but it could have killed the Ghost Lynx. These NSAs are not exactly what you want to see right now. You could play one. You could do one Healing Mystic, kill the guy with your minions, and then NSA the Dervish or something. Could Shroud the Ancestral Vessel. Could Shroud Crawler Mystic. You could Mystic Crawler if you're really worried about your health. DC Crawler, so double 2 is likely happening. DC Mystic. We're going up in health. We do see Shroud, alright. So, you're not in immediate danger due to the positioning of the Rejuvenator. He's very out of the way. And we finally have our first creep tile on board, 3 turns in. I would probably move Rejuve up and just get rid of the Shroud while you can with it. And then you can focus your out-of-hand cards' attention elsewhere. But chooses to move right with the Rejuve. And going face. Alright, we're on the face race plan. We played another Rejuvenator. We're not wholly on the face race plan, we are denying the creep generator. These NSAs are useless in hand. You're going to want to send one back, I think, without thinking about it too much. And then 6 mana, you can either Nova or play your 2 drops. You might want to consider face trading with the nearby Rejuvenator and then protecting yourself. Or you can Nova it and sack your Mystic to save on 4 HP. That's a good replace for next turn, but it doesn't help you out on this turn. Surprisingly, kept both Night Sorrows and replaced the Ghost Lynx instead. Alright, we are doing Nova and health preservation. If Fainir wants to chase, they're gonna stand and creep. Getting 2 damage on the other guy now is a good idea too, so you can deal with it later. I don't know if Fainir has in hand, but if they chase and just drop an Archon, this might be over for... This might be over. Even if a Night Splitter deals 9 damage to you here, I think an Archon puts them in potential lethal range. He's putting something in the corner. I wouldn't put it in the corner. I would put it up here. You can't reach if they walk up one with this spot. So I would move that up to this corner here. You don't really care if a Blood Tier gets got by a Night Splitter. I probably would have just put the Blood Tier here. And then whatever you want to not die can go down here. Okay, we got second Blood Tier here. Night Splitter means he can escape from this still and get out of range of these. Syzygy. Yeah, that changes things a little bit. Alright, Andreas, what do you do? What do we do? Both Night Splitter and NSA will get rid of the top blood tier so you can get out of range of the two guys on the bottom. Night Splitter does a hefty chunk of damage back to Fainir. And you can play Healing Mystic with it. I would probably Night Splitter walk up Mystic and Mystic left of the Night Splitter. I think that's your best shot at surviving. On the flip side, to make the turn more awkward with the Syzygy for Fainir, I would have buffed the health of this Alchemist so it doesn't die to this guy. Instead of giving the Rejuvenator extra HP. And suddenly the game is tied. We're tied up and Fainir is in a rough position. He can clear both of the minions, but his pressure game isn't quite good enough to reach Lilith here. Oh no, you committed to the aggro plan? How are you not gonna stay and punch face? You can't back out now. That's cowardice. Surely you gotta play a minion here and then move here, right? Surely. Oh no! Fainir has to pass the turn. Oh, what was in your hand? That you played nothing. 8 mana pass? That's not good. 3 cards in hand said no. If it wasn't a second wish, he probably had like a first wish, maybe a second Syzygy, maybe Time Maelstrom sitting in hand, Siphon Energy. It's gotta be a spell-filled hand. He has a lot of minions too, so I am surprised. Abyss greater than Burrito, greater than Veteran? Or Vitruvian? What do you mean greater than Burrito? Alright, if I was Andreas, I would Nightcrawler. I would Sphere here. Crawler somewhere, and then just play Splitter. Make sure you don't die to Time Maelstrom cheese. You could walk next to him and then Sphere him so you still heal for 9. Yeah, and just do that thing that you do. Make them weep. You trade all of Vitruvian for a Burrito. Poor Vitruvian. I still think Vitruvian's in a fine place. They're alright. They're alright. Alright, 7 mana Time Maelstrom. Do or die, but his general can only hit once. The 16 damage has to come from something else than the general. Oh, another Chronomancer. We got another Time Maelstrom. Okay, that's +6. His general can't hit though. So he needs 10 damage out of hand, and I know his list cannot achieve that. He would need the third Maelstrom and then a bunch of... I don't even know what he would need. You'd need like a Rasha's Syzygy. He did not get the third Maelstrom, possibly. He did not. No, but he can heal, so that tacks on a punch. The YOLO Maelstrom is not strong enough for Fainir. You could honorable Seppuku into a minion. That might be the play. You are going to die to a Revenant. 3 Rashes, 3 First Wish. Yeah, he doesn't have that stuff though. He only has 2 Rashes in deck. 1 was already casted. He does have 3 First Wish. And he has 1 more Syzygy left. He would basically have had to draw exceptionally well. And he did get the Syzygy. I mean, we know he has a Revenant and he has a Demonic Lore, so it doesn't matter. Chronomancer should have probably moved down here to keep the General off you just in case it mattered. But well played by both players. I like the aggro. So yeah, mid-range Ret couldn't quite get it there, and Creep Abyss will move on. Let's see what is next. When I load up the next game, I need to take a quick bathroom break, but I'll let it play. Utrecht Just Z. Do I have you? Utrecht? I do not have Utrecht, but I have Kolos. We have Kolos versus Utrecht. So we will watch Kolos's perspective here. Damn, Kolos has been playing Duelyst, getting some games in. I had to scroll down like 5 pages in the 50s to find these games. It's only been a day or two. What color is my Bugatti? My Bugatti? I don't know what that is, guys. Bugatti. Automobiles? I don't have an automobile. Thought it was a car, I wasn't sure. I'm too poor to afford insurance. Anyway, we have Utrecht on Magmar, Kolos on Vitruvian. Give me a moment to go to the bathroom, and then I will be back, and we'll talk about the decks and stuff. Okay, I'm back. Just had to, you know, do the biz. Kolos is on Mechazor Vitruvian, which we've seen him favor in his first set of matches. We haven't seen his second deck yet. Utrecht is on, is he one of the Fatigue Mars. Utrak, just see. He is... No, he is not Fatigue. He is Twin Fang aggro. Well, I wouldn't really say aggro per se. So there's Twin Fang value. Makes use of things like Keeper and Deja Vu Engineer with Azure Horn Shaman. So he's on the Twin Fang value list. Lady Locke's in there too. Twin Fang versus Mechazor. I'm not sure who has the advantage here. I guess it depends on if Kolos can not get sniped by a Twin Fang, and they can see each other's lists, so. Are we emptying our hand to deny the ramping? We are not. The Kujata is free to ramp away to his heart's content. Saving the Dispel for something more important later. Well, still a little early for anything insane. Twin Fang back at 3 mana. It's more of a mid to late game burst card rather than early game. On Utrak's side, he is very low on spells. So, I don't know how he plans on dealing with a growing Portal Guardian. Because his solution... He has Flash and he has Kinetic Equilibrium. Those are his only spells. He does have Shroud. There goes Kinetic Equilibrium. Setting up a Vindicator. So maybe a good thing that Kolos decided to hold on to that Siphon there. And we can see the Fusion Banshee card that I think only Kolos has run so far, but cool to see it getting used. Portal Guardian is just more Twin Fang damage. In a weird way, yeah. A little bit. You know, that's a big health pool. You can just smash all your minions into it to proc Twin Fang. I do see the Siphon go down now. So, pretty big hit on Utrak. Deciding not to stay in face range, also a good idea to move just because Mechantor Warbeast is online thanks to Kujata in the top left corner there. Utrak has a good hand advantage over Kolos here. Excuse me. So if he can develop something spicy on this turn with his discounts. And keep the pressure going, he might be pretty well off. We do see a Lady Locke play. Oh, the classic Deja Vu into Vindicator. Because it's an opening gambit, Deja Vu Engine Seer does gain Rush. Or reviving the Vindicator because he procs first and then the Vinny lives or exists and then he hits the board. And the only unfortunate thing about this turn is the Lady Locke will die to Kolos punching. So Portal Guardian can hit face. And we're gonna see some Fusion Banshee action here. Hells yeah. No! Wait! I don't think that's worth. I don't like that. If you're gonna play the Fusion Banshee, you gotta protect it. So Uhtrak can trade in the Fusion Banshee for free if he wants to, as it cannot damage generals. You don't think he saw damage? They just died? Yeah, they just got eliminated. They were fused into the Banshee. Or something like that. Could you imagine if they did the blast animation, but they inverted it, so it's like it sucks the soul out of the enemies it's attacking and fuses them into it? That would be cool. Yo, Duelyst, Dream Sloth devs, skin idea for Fusion Banshee. Right there. Feel free to make use of that. Or future card idea. We got another Vindicator play happening. Is this another Engineer? Prism Man? Nope, just a Horn Shaman. Kind of surprised he gave that rush, but he's probably gonna suicide it and provide a bunch of health buffs to his things. Charge them for it? Nah. They can't afford ideas. Vindicator could have moved down, and then the Azure Horn Shaman could have hit the Deja Vu Engineer too. You know, I'm not a fan of that turn, actually, now that I think about it, because Portal Guardian is not dead. So it can clear most of this crap. Can't afford good ideas. Maybe someday, Duelyst still has a chance to rise from the ashes. The little game that could. But yeah, this Portal Guardian is going to get some major value. Opted to replace the Helm of Mechazor. I'm a little surprised by that. I probably, instead of like casting Rashes there, I probably would have just played the Helm of Mechazor and Scarab so your Guardian can kill. Rashes does answer the Engineer though. And that way he doesn't trade back into your Portal Guardian. So maybe a good idea. This is really bad for Uhtrak. In fact, I don't know what he does from this point. He has too much distance to Kolos. His Portal Guardian is... It can die to a Mecantor, but the Scarab cannot die to anything. Uhtrak has, unless he goes extremely out of his way to do it. So... the Scarab's gonna start generating extreme value. Unless he has Dispel right here, he does not have the Dispel Shroud. Okay. Hold on, Duelyst. You gotta think about that real quick. He looks like he is ready to blast that row with the Kujata and the Azure Horn Shaman before punching Mecantor. Alright, he drew Jaxi. He can keep the general away from him if he wants. Replace into a wings. Pretty good turn. Maximize your card draws. Mana Forger getting some value. I'm surprised Mana Forger is here and not up here. That's probably the only thing I would have done differently. But, you know, it's whatever. You don't really need an 8 mana Maelstrom. 9 mana Maelstrom is just as good as 8. Duelyst is at 40% mech progress, so... with these 2 Maelstroms... And if there were 8 mana Maelstroms, he could have gotten a Mechazor if he found another helm. We're going for the kill, I imagine. Yeah, go for the kill. We got 2 Maelstroms. That's lethal. And that's 10 damage blast. Or 15 damage off of the Scare Balloon. Good old Vitruvian. Utrak did his best. He had some nice aggression, but it wasn't nice enough, unfortunately. To deny Chain Maelstromin. Alright, on the game number 2, Kolos and Utrak. Not to scroll down so very far. Alright, we have a faction change. Is Kolos sticking with Vet? Utrak swapping over to their Lionar. Yeah, Scarab did do some work there. It's not popular on ladder at the moment, probably because of the new cards, but it's still a very, very worthwhile inclusion. It's still a very powerful asset to make use of in the Vitruvian arsenal. Yeah, I feel like few things rival Scarab in power. You got a 5 mana, 7 HP, 4 attack blast minion. It's pretty quality. Yeah, let me see if I can find this Lionar list. I can. It's Helionar. Yeah, it's Helionar. There are no Divine Bonds, but there are 2 Ironcliffs with 2 Magnetizes. Or probably the unique inclusions on Utrak's list here. Let's see how it does against Mechvet. Kolos seems to be having a wait a minute moment as he charged in Jaxi to ramp, but now he's thinking about his decisions. Interesting. Alright, once Portal Guardian next to Archeon sacrifices 1 attack to make it happen. There's a lot of minions on the board for Kolos. It's basically 5 things. The Martyrdom hits Portal Guardian. I imagine we're just gonna remove this Duelyst and Mini Jax. Alright, Light Chaser denies Mana Tile. Man, Kolos thinking about replacing his wings instead of Aymara Healer here. You crazy, Kolos. Maybe he wants Aymara Healer for the matchup. Is there Dispel in this list or no? There is not. Okay, so Aymara Healer will get some absolute value against Lionar. They have to hard remove it. There's 2. There's 2 Shrouds, never mind. It's not absolute value. But besides the 2 Shrouds, they don't have any other good answers. You know, I like the way Kolos plays his mech vet. I feel like most mech players would, without question, slam mech pieces every single turn that they could. That's all, you gotta build that Mechazor. Kolos can pace himself. He knows it's gonna be inevitable. This is a pretty good turn from Utrak. Is Mystic going in too, or no? Alright, Mystic's just moving up. I saw one replace there before the turn ended, so Augury fixing the hand a little bit. It's more enjoyable to just slam them though, perhaps. Yes, replace might be handy later. I imagine Rasha's Curse will take out the 5-2. Kolos could develop Mana Forger and Wings of Mechasaur. It looks like they are. So a Tempest is in order. Utrecht has 2 copies of Tempest in their list. If not a Tempest, honestly, they could just slap a Sunriser down and get pretty good value out of it if they have a heal. That's looking like a martyrdom. Really thinking about it. Oh, Magnetize, right. There's 2 of these Magnetize cards. Yeah, the Magnetize removal play. Hells yeah. If you really wanted to play around in Tropic Decay, which Kolos isn't going to cast on a 2-2, but you could have kept the Mystic up top. You know Kolos has in Tropics in the deck. Now Kolos is gonna have to try and stick the Starfire Scarab or play Aymara. I would probably chance the Scarab. Utrecht does not have Divine Bond, so the Iron Cliff is annoying, but it's not immediately game ending in this case. And now as for Utrecht, their ability to remove the intimidating blast minion from the board is going to probably dictate how this game goes right now. They do have the answer. That is really bad for Kolos. And we are going face, I think. He just stands there menacingly. He throws hands too. And Tropic Decay is replaced. I don't know about that one. I guess you're gonna Fusion Banshee the Sunriser. Alright, that's fine. But is it enough? We got another mech piece coming down. Kolos is trapped in Purgatory. Oh, the 2-mana Tempest removing 6-mana Fusion Banshee. That does not feel good. Oh dear god. It's over. So, you know he's got Entropic Decay. This guy should probably be down here, but otherwise a fine play. I think Kolos is less screwed at this juncture. You can either draw 2 cards and heal 2 HP or drop a 3-1 along with your Aymara. I would probably heal 2. You're at what, 40%? Oh, he's at 60%. He's not completing Mechazord this game. No way, no how. Oh, the Shroud! Very nice. And that's a lot of shield dudes. Punching them down. Duelyst losing game 2. Alright, so we're going on to game 3, 1-1 between these two decks. Scroll down to 50. Alright, let's see if Lionar can hold, because we're sticking with Lionar on Utrecht's side. Magmar has been abandoned. Duelyst probably feeling like the matchup is fine. He has not switched decks. So going in with the Mech Vet O again. Interesting. Duelyst has chosen to play second, as it is his choice to go first or second here since he lost. Not everybody takes first when they have the choice to take first. Probably going second because you hit Time Maelstrom 1 turn earlier when you go second. Alright, Windblade opener for Juktrack. Duelyst following up with some minions of his own. Some nooches. Juktrack can either do a strong like Silverguard front. Alright, he does a Light Chaser front and center. Healing Mystic on Windblade would be pretty decent. Just another Windblade. So, not trying to save the health of the Light Chaser for later. Just probably offering him up to Duelyst's 1 HP minions. I suspect we see double mech here. You can clear Light Chaser, and you can clear the healthy Windblade if you want, instead of the unhealthy Windblade. Denying the mana tile. I can respect that. It's a little unfortunate though. Windblade will get a good trade with the Wings of Mechazord here. And Utrecht is happy to just take that. Maintain center. Clear out the mini Jaxi. Duelyst is at 40% mech progress. This is looking like a mech game here. Alright, just another Light Chaser, a little bit of healing. Playing around the frenzy with sword. Duelyst is low on cards, and their play is going to be very susceptible to Tempest. We'll have to see how things turn out. Alright, just keeping everything backlined. Hoping for the best. Utrak doesn't have anything to heal currently to make Light Chaser do a bit of burst. He could heal Kolos, I suppose, and then rip it back off of him. It was the Tempest. If it wasn't Tempest, Light Chaser, or not Light Chaser, Suntide Maiden with a heal proc could have been really powerful too. Although it wouldn't remove the Swordamic. Huh. I'm surprised he moved to the right. He could apply more pressure. Silver Guard, okay. I see what's going on here. I'm less surprised now. Relying on the power of Provoke to maintain a favorable position. I don't know if I would care about sword hitting me. I probably would have put Kolos down to 13. I would have moved Arjun like 2 left and be under Kolos and just hit. I guess there's some concern about activating Mechazor too early. Maybe he is at 60, almost 80 now. Now, do we drop Aymara? He's thinking about dispelling first so he can reposition. Could dispel and clear the Silver Guard. You could draw cards and hope the cards are pretty good quality. You slam Aymara. Yeah, last time he did that, he got wrecked by Shroud. It would be a little better this time around. A defensive Aymara. Or pardon me, A. Lamaura, as the Duelyst community lovingly calls her, one of the worst 6-drops in the game when her ability is actually quite fine. She can be awkward to deal with. But, you know, it is what it is. It's often viewed as not quite competitive enough by some. Maybe subtly useful at times. Kolos's play. It looks like it's keeping Utrak back. That's exactly what Kolos wants to happen. He wants to buy time. His Aymara has bought some time. He's one step closer to Maelstrom. Maelstrom Mechazor. I would draw cards first here before dropping the wings, but that's just me. I assume we draw cards. Kolos, though, he likes to play his minions before seeing all his options. You instantly draw cards here. Instant. Turn begins. Second wish. I play Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards and heal 2 HP. Warlock play before lifetime. And Scarab gets the boot. And we're developing Mana Forger. We're getting a free card draw here. +1 HP on Forger is a big deal. It will survive a Tempest. And that's a pretty good draw. Time Maelstrom is active next turn if the Forger is not answered. Utrak is suddenly in a very bad position here. I'm a little surprised by that trade. The Mystic could have been used on the Helm, unless Utrak is going to ignore the Mechazor pieces. We're martyrdoming, taking 5. Double heal proc for Sunriser though, so the Mana Forger does get answered. We are ignoring the mech pieces, so the goal is to not grant Mechazor. as hard as we can. Two Sunrisers out. It's replacing Rosh. I don't know about that one. That might be a mistake. I would have killed the one Sunriser at least and hid in the corner, I think. Maybe hiding in the corner is a bad idea, but you could have killed one of the two Sunrisers. Oh, if he'd replaced into a Banshee, that would have been killer. A Banshee play. Double Maelstrom in hand. Utrak has 8 mana, 5 cards. Potential for lethal? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it. He's not interested in hitting Kolos. But he is granting Kolos the inevitable. Mechazor is ready. That is 16 unpreventable damage from Kolos if he doesn't kill him and somehow provoke the entire board. So I don't know about that. I'm not sure it was a good idea to give Kolos the Mechazor here. Alright, Isbees will save you from mech killing you alone. Something else has to hit. We need another body blocker. Or a heal. He's probably got healing. If he doesn't have it, he's looking for it. Alright, he will heal with the Isbee. There's the heal, Sundrop Elixir. Alright, here's the thing, right? So, Mechazor right here is about to get insane value. It's over. Triple Maelstrom in hand. Jackpot. Well played, Kolos says, as he plays his ultimate Mechazor card. Followed by Time Maelstrom. You think you will take a turn? You will not take a turn. You will die. He almost misplayed hard though. That could have been very relevant. That was a rough sight. Yeah, he left Mechazor in range of one of the Suntide or Sunrisers. If the Sunrisers happened to be together, Kolos would have severely fucked up. Because Isbee heals at the end of the Time Maelstroms. So I think he forgot about that. That's pretty funny though. Kolos does win the set 2-1 over Utrak, so GG's, 2 rare players. I would have laughed so hard if Kolos choked that bad. It would have been hilarious. Alright, next up we have the Ghoster Driver. Feel free to insert your Ghoster Driver emotes in chat. Ghoster Driver. Now this is his first game. Ghoster Driver got a bye in round 1 because he's a high MMR player, so he has the luxury of not fighting his first round battle. And he is up against Dog Girl Psychosis. And we saw yesterday, and I forget what they were playing. I'll have to wait and see. They are playing Vitruvian apparently. Okay, I don't have a Dog Girl, right? So I don't have to worry about. Player 2. I do not have Dog Girl. Feels bad, man. Okay. So, serially epic Ghoster Driver. I will take a look at the decks. Up against Magical Mandibles, Dog Girl Psychosis, which I'm not sure how they got that title, but that's a cool title. Nice original title. Psychosis. Oh, you're Artivet. Probably. We are Artifact Vet Truvian. I do remember Dog Girl now. They are one of the Artivet lists in the tournament. They have about your standard fare of artifact things, and mostly 3 ofs, a couple 2 ofs. Ghoster Drivers list. While we're still in the early turns here. I would assume it's a healing Lionar to play around the prevalence of Songhai that exists. It is a healing Lionar. They're healing Lionar with triple Archon Spellbinder and 1 Sloth, probably for Emerald Tile to sit on. 1 Rustcrawler. So they're basically a... Holy shit. They're basically a fuck Songhai. Oh my god, I just missed a play? Hold up. We have celerity happening here. Is that it? Is that just GG's? Ghoster dead? Wait, I missed a match. A match went by. He's at 15 health, but... It's not over yet. Yeah. Oh, Dog Girl skips the turn. They had nothing to play. They probably have a bunch of artifacts in hand, ready to equip up again. But yeah, Ghost Driver's list is essentially screw Songhai.Lionar and having to sack his own minion here to try and stay alive. How much burst you got, Dog Girl? We have a staff. We have a second staff. Do we have another Tears? We do have a Tears. I believe that is 1 off, right? Okay. Do we commit honorable seppuku and ruby tile ourselves? No, we are trying to live here. Dog Girls just drops the Lio forehead. As they have the Repulsor Beast. Man, what a brutal game. A powerful display of high rolling with Artifact Vitruvian. I didn't really get to catch a lot of that because I was looking at the decks, but that must be tilting for a Ghoster Driver to have to deal with. So round 2, playing from behind, going up against Artivet. Does he switch is the question. That was a brutal game. Holy shit. Alright. Where is... we're too far back. 3 days ago. 2 days ago? I can't find the match. I found the match. Alright. Now, Ghost Driver's opting to stick with the same deck. I guess it's his best bet over his other option. But he's going first. So he's chosen to play first instead of second. He's got his 1 of Rustcrawler. That Rustcrawler is going to be quintessential. But does this mean you skip turn 1? He does skip turn 1. Interestingly, he held on the Lasting Judgment. Which is a good thing in this case, as Dark Girl has the Chronomancer. Oh, did he mulligan it to itself? Let me double check. Ghost Driver. It is a ×1 listed in the thing. Can cards mulligan to themselves? I'm not one to cry foul, but if he has 2 copies in there, then the submitted list is inaccurate. But I don't want to stir up that can of worms, so I'm going to ignore what you just told me, as this is not my problem. Yeah, it's probably an animation hiccup. He probably replaced so fast that we saw the card get drawn and then replaced out to itself. The replays do that. It should be a 1 of. We have a much calmer game here. Goes through with a pretty slow turn 2. I mean, double 2 drops. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Dog Girl deciding to throw Light Chaser into the corner and just ignore that problem for right now. Hopefully it won't come back to punish her. Might have been a better idea to throw away the Healing Mystic and kill the Light Chaser. Or repulse the Light Chaser and use your General to kill it with your minion instead of the Mystic. Repulsor is 3 mana. Costs 3. We're scarred from our first battle. We gotta eat our Sundrop Elixir at 20 HP. 25 HP? That's the only safe number. 20? That's not high enough. We're gonna sacrifice our Sunriser proc to make sure we don't die all of a sudden. Second Repulsor comes out. Alright, Riftwalker. The artifacts are being preserved at the moment. Yeah, Sunriser, Sundrop Elixir would be pretty good right about now. But I can't do that anymore. Need to be at 30 HP to be safe. Yeah, you gotta plop down a Shield Oracle behind you. Make sure you got that extra +5 health. Yeah, where are my Shield Oracles at? Nobody plays with the card. I have tried to make Oracle work in the past. Duelyst is too aggressive for the Oracle. You need spare generals. Alright, we develop Sunriser, trade into the Repulsor Beast, block off the Riftwalker from hitting your Riser. It's nice to see the Hexblade usage though. Have Hexblade here. We saw Hexblade earlier in I forget whose list, but somebody was running it earlier to very good effect with green mana tile. Vitruvian is getting scary. Now Ghoster can break one artifact either the hard way or the easy way. They could break both if they get lucky and Rustcrawler hits Yakir. You could punch off the Hexblade. If you call that lucky. He hits the Hexblade though, so Staff of Yakir cannot be broken right now. You watched 4 streams before these replays and almost no one was playing it. Vitruvian is not popular on the ladder at the moment. Everybody generally thinks Vitruvian is still very weak. I'm like the one person who does not think that. One of the few, maybe, who thinks Vitruvian is strong at the moment. And that's why I entered the tournament with Dervish Vet. I wanted to see how far I could get. I could have gotten further, but I can't say I misplayed hard. You'll see what happened to me later. I get completely cremated later. I get absolutely raffle stomped. So maybe Vitruvian isn't very good since I got destroyed. Alright, Dog Girl went for a clearing this time around. We have a much calmer game. No 10 mana or 10 damage celerity nonsense. Immediate more health. Drink the ROJ. I am not healthy enough. I am not safe enough. running 2 to the right so that nothing lines up with the inevitable blast that's gonna happen here. The Archon Spellbinder is good against Artivet. They have spells they want to be playing. This is looking like a Tracer play at the moment. If these minions die, you give Vitruvian 10 days to prep. Yep, that's prepped alright. We have the classic double staff Ankh setup. Ready to go. Triple Tears would be plus 18 damage on top of 6 already. So that is 24. If Ghost Driver is careless, and they can get O-code at the moment, they can't break this artifact yet. I'm thinking he's wanting to move up. I'm thinking he's going to play Silverguard. If it was me, I would be afraid to do this. I would probably have wasted the Shroud and then played the Silverguard Knight over. But we're locked in. If Doggy has the nuts, which is going to be Dispel and Triple Tears, or Second Tracer, Triple Tears. No, Second Tracer wouldn't do it, actually, because of the Archon. Developing a Chronomancer, so we only have Double Tears. Oh, I really wonder if they had the third one, but Archon saved them. Archon must have saved Ghoster there. So we can get rid of the artifacts. You can heal up to 11 and get rid of the artifacts. Yeah, Archon definitely probably saved our lives here. You can always trust Archon to keep you alive. It's not ideal, but if you hold the MO and use your Silverguard to punch, your Silverguard doesn't die since the first Yukir is gonna break. And you just need to decide, where do I put this thing? Okay, chose to line up with Archon. That could be a mistake. Down to 7. We got another staff. We got another Ankh. And we can hit this thing twice. Can't break the artifacts, so we're gonna have to hope Sloth keeps us alive. Can this hit your own guys? You can heal for 5, but then you can't Sloth. Could heal for 7. I think I would Sloth Mystic. I don't know where though. You can't really protect yourself in any capacity. It's a tough call. This comes down to what Dog Girl has. We see the Holy Immo come out, so Surround with Shroud. Provoke above him, move 2 up. If Sloth was on a diagonal, he can still move forward with a Tracer play, but if you like have Archon here and you moved up, then I think Sloth would have been more security, as he would have to dispel it or remove it. Opting to siphon Archon because it's becoming a problem. He does have Entropic though. Or she is Dog Girl. I don't know what they prefer, so I'm just gonna say they. A very conservative play and respectable. A little bit of reprieve for Ghoster Driver. Did they have lethal? As that Judgment on Silverguard was +3 damage, there would have been 4, 5, 6. If you're on red tile, 7, 8 is 1 off lethal. So not quite there. Once again, we're at the crossroads. What do you play? You pretty much get 1 card plus a Light Chaser. Everything else is too expensive. We're going for the heal. A good idea. I like that we're walking further and further away. Doesn't actually help you stay alive. Could have moved down and left, because if they get another Ankh, and if they have a way to deal with this, like a repulsor or something, you won't get shot if you walk down and left. Uh-oh. Looking good for Dog Girl. I mean, they're going low in health, so concerning, but they get the clear, and they've set up a pendant. I don't know how they're going to safely proc it to celerity mode, but could be dangerous for Ghoster Driver. It might be fine to just heal here and set up another Light Chaser. You can use the 1 mana dude to self-ping. You can. You can indeed. There is only 1 tears left. So with this heal, if we assume Ankh and a ping and a tears, we have 24 damage still, because it would be 12-24 if it happens. Ghoster Driver is not safe from getting O-code with 1 tears. Dog Girl needs to find a way to ping themselves, equip an Ankh, and then they can celerity with tears for the kill. That'd actually be 16. 4 and 6 would be 10. That'd be 20 damage. 20 damages. Unfortunately, only 1 heal. Ghoster Driver can't break the artifacts. I would do the damage. No, I don't know. You don't want to do the damage. You put them into the mode, right? My brain was thinking, oh, if you do damage, they can't ping themselves. But if you do damage, they're going to be in celerity. So I would not do the damage. In fact, you need to stay out of range of the enemy general. Well, we'll find out. Okay, if it's Archon, they can't just punch Archon, right? Yeah. An Archon we trust. You may as well move up. There's no reason to stay in the corner. I wish we could see their hand. How close they must be. A Flame Blood Warlock. The Honorable Seppuku Ghost Driver survives game 2. We're moving on to game 3. A GG to both indeed. So I assume Dog Girl will take player 1 again. Oh, this is interesting. Ghost Driver has opted to swap decks. Since he's going second, he might feel his Abyss stands a better chance. So we have a deck swap. Artivet versus whatever this Abyssian is. Looks like a big Abyss list. Ghoster Driver Abyssian. He calls it Creep Abyss Phoenix. It is Creep Abyss. He just happens to have 2 chickens in it and 1 Archon as well. Otherwise, it's about... I wouldn't say it's your standard Creep Abyss. He only has 1 crawler. Triple Nova, Triple Sphere. So he's low on the creep generation, just like the other player was. He's not all in on the creep generation. Is there a New Moon Hex or no? KFC creep Abyss. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no New Moon Hex. So he's got the slower grindier setup. We have a turn 1 pass from Ghoster. Probably really a rough start. And then we have the turn 2 Ankh from Dog Girl. New Moon Hex would be really good to have against the Artifact Vitruvian. So you can pop off an artifact and then ping the other ones, but they don't have New Moon Hex. Yeah, the value of Pulsar Beast, denying center mana tile, lining up this blast hit with the First Wish too. Going to want to find Assassin. We do not find Assassin. Do you DT this and run forward and punch? You're gonna be lined up with your little Wraithling. You can develop a crawler too. We do DT this. 100%. Gotta love the amount of forced decision making Artifact Vitruvian imposes upon their opponents. Because that's probably what it comes down to, right? You're looking at your cards, you know your opponent's Artifact Vet, and you're like, damn, I gotta get next to them, and I gotta break this shit like turns ago. Dog Girl readying up their Tracer. Possibly. No Tracer. Yeah, since you mentioned Tracer, might have been more prudent to put the crawler on one of the back angles or something. Because you also want the crawler to set up your healing. Whoa! Interesting play. Equipping the Ankh. Second Ankh is on the line just to pump Komodo Scavenger. I don't know if I would have equipped that Ankh there. That could be a critical error. Ghost Driver can break these artifacts. He can get both of them broken and with Grasp clear the Komodo very easily. A brutal, brutal turn. Yeah, I'd Void Pulse. Probably Void Pulse hit. Maybe move the Wraithling back. Okay, we're actually moving ourselves back and using the Wraithling as a bodyguard. That's fine too. If you really don't trust their burst potential, then sure. Make them work to get to you. And they just wasted the second Ankh. Tracer comes down, taking the mana tile that was left open. He'd moving right below the mana. Yeah, there is no Star's Fury. You do know that there is no Star's Fury. Just a repulsor beast on the NSA. This Archon that Ghost Driver drew is a one of, so will they develop it now? The Night Splitter is kind of a dead card at the moment. Ghoster doesn't really have much creep generation until he Shadow Novas. Now we need to creep, yeah. You know, going through this tournament, in retrospect, more than one, more than two, there's been a handful of times where the creep decks they're not producing creep, and we're reaching 7, 8, and 9 mana. He does run a Sphere, yes. It was a one of Crawler, which died. He has 3 Spheres, 3 Shadow Novas, that's it. No New Moon Hex, no Dark Spine Elemental. Need more creep. Where's my hero power? Never again will we have the hero powers. They're actually being pseudo turned into cards if you pay attention. The hero powers are getting converted into cards now. Pendant is active. I'm surprised that the Tracer cares about the Wraithling. I guess to try and prevent your artifacts from being broken. That makes sense. And just a Tempo Chronomancer. Interesting positioning here. Ghost Driver can break these artifacts again. They can clear the Silhouette Tracer and break the artifacts. Gonna cost some HP. And a Revenant. Revenant. You could Rev Tracer now and hit face with your Archon in your face. I guess is an option. You have 8 mana, you can Void Pulse. You don't have to hit face with your face. You could Rev Void Pulse. Damn, that's one off lethal. I didn't even realize. Wait a minute. Could have been worth it to go all in, maybe, possibly. You would have put them at 1. So Revenant and Archon was 12 damage. General was 2 damage, and Void Pulse was a damage. Yo, value Night Splitter, let's go. And say sacked for getting tossed in the corner. Yeah, did Riftwalker hit the Night Star Assassin? It deserved it. I hit face with a face. Dog Girl Psychosis is in a pretty rough spot now. They have 8 mana, but there's they're at the danger threshold, and I don't think they have a lot of healing outside of Second Wish. So a Revenant can hunt them down. I don't know how they avoid that. And Tropic on the 5/4 lets them walk to the right. Trading in the Archon. No, that's it. Oh, I wonder what their hand is. It must be a lot of the burst. Alright, well played. Well played by both sides. Artifact Vet falls to the losers bracket to torment some other players. Ghost Driver, after a brutal game 1, pulls it back. Maintains composure. Very important in tournament. Alright, next game we have here, Shattered Glass and PKP. I do not have Shattered Glass, but I do have PKP. You know, I guess I was wrong. I figured round 2 we would see both hands more often, but that's just not the case. I can't do it. I just cannot do it. Well deserved. I suppose you don't have very many fans when you do the Artivet. Yeah, did you guys get enough Artivet? We're gonna see some more Vitruvian. There's Vet v Vet here. I don't know if they're Artivet. Yeah, look at PKP's list, and then Shattered Glass's list here. Yeah, PKP is a Zoo Vitruvian. He has Black Locust, Verd Mothers, and a bunch of good 3 or less mana things to go with Time Maelstrom, Syzygy Finishers, and Inner Oases, stuff like that. So Zoo Vet for PKP. Shattered Glass, on the other hand, what is he playing here? He's got 2 Vitruvian lists. He's playing a Saj. His Saj list is Artifact Vitruvian. Yeah, it's Artifact. He titles it Hex version 10. There is no Mercurial Pendant in this Artifact list. So the Celerity Burst potential is not there, but there's more minions available to them, like Ancestral Vessel, to make up for the crazy potential burst. That's fine, he memed on it, but he played it like 5 seasons in a row in Duelyst 1. I've been playing a lot of Vitruvian lately. I don't really know why, just... Well, I've been playing it because I feel like Vitruvian on ladder, I don't know about tournament, but on ladder, I have a pretty good matchup against most of the other factions. I feel like I can win against all the other factions, so... Pretty good Swiss Army knife choice. Man, that was one beefy Mana Forger with the Cosmic Flush Inner Aces. Nothing Shattered Glass can't punch their way through, though. Oh, we got another Cosmic Flush here. Cosmic on any of these creatures makes them absolutely titanic in size. Although, instead of playing Cosmic on this turn, you could just play the Verd Mother and the Verdling, or whatever it's called. Verd Pup, Verdkin, Bird thing. Word on the street was they are the weakest. I think the word on the street is still that they are the weakest. If I recall from the Arx's Duelyst survey on the state of the meta, I think most people think Vitruvian sucks. Although, a lot of people also say that Magmar has fallen off super hard, so Magmar, in my opinion, is currently kinda on the lower end. They're very reliant on, say, Crab combo to get wins at the moment. I've seen a lot more Crabmar around. They kinda have to cheese their way to victory to keep up with the other factions. And I think it was Abracadabra, Magmain himself, he said the Silithar sort of decks and Elder Silithar are in a really bad spot at the moment. According to him. Are you gonna Riftwalk here in Mana Forger there? Yeah, just having a thought. He was thinking about it. He's like, you know, I don't really like that Mana Forger guy I just put on the field. Yeah, you do like to see the aggression, you know? You see the blast artifact, you know what you're generally up against. You can see your opponent's deck list too, but you don't want to give any breathing space to the arty vetties. Long 1, Lyo 2, Vet or Abyss is 3 and 4, Mag 5, Banner last, soft ranking for you, not that you played Duelyst 2. I would be close to that list, but I think Vanar is still good. And I would put them... My rating is basically Songhai Lionar tie for 1. And then Abyss Vanar Vet kind of tie for 2 to me. And then Magmar is picking up the end of the pack. If I had to like force spread them out, I would probably do your order. I would do like Song, Lyo, Vet, Abyss, Vanar, Mag. I would swap Vanar, Mag. PKP has some nice Portal Guardian development. Shattered Glass is in the middle. They're hard to say what they will want to do, as they are the artifact list, but they don't have Mercurial Pendant, so there won't be any Frenzy plays with their artifacts. Walking on the rifts. Oh yeah. Okay, it gets the job done, right? Definitely gets the job done. PKP could keep this hand. I would probably replace the... I don't know. Do you replace the Syzygy? I would probably replace the Syzygy, as you might want to provoke here. Unless you're looking for lethal, can you get lethal? Because you only have 6 damage. You have 7 damage. This is +1, right? So you have 7 damage. You need to find 6, which you're probably not gonna find. Long hair, don't care. Face is the place. Is Portal Guardian also going face? Face is the place. Alright, we have made a choice. Shatterglass, fishing for answers here. We need to draw 2 cards. They play Pot of Greed. You can't help but think this is propaganda for Magmar buffs. I know you guys know I like the lizards, but I would never propaganda for Magmar buffs. And I would like to remind people that I was actually on the train of changing Harvester for the health of the game. Reworking Harvester. I was pro rework. I'm also pro remove Flash reincarnation. I don't hate on Vindicator as hard as other people do. So there is that. Fair. My track record speaks for itself. Anyway, look at my play history. I actually haven't played nearly as much Magmar. Even when they were good, I was laxing up on them. I was like a Vanar main for a little while. Okay, so Shatterglass managed to find another Tracer with their digging and they got away from immediate danger. This means PKP is in a bit of trouble. He's got mostly enemy minions around him and he's very, very low on cards. He does play the Primus out and then Inner OAC. He finds a Siphon, which I guess helps a little bit. 13 health. Shatterglass could kill if they have artifacts and the card tiers. They can kill. We're looking for it. Can still kill at 7 mana. You get Ankh, a Yakir, and some tiers. We're still digging. Also, what's up, Abra? How you doing? Hey, yeah, Mag was definitely eating good earlier on. But they had their moment of crushing it when there was the when they still had their 2 damage, 2 HP, Greater Fort, and Primal. I think they were crushing it with the aggro, the hyper aggro list. He just rush. Vindicator, Gazer was doing crazy work. It was when they changed Vindicator to 2 attack for some reason. Yeah, that was first 2 months. That was when Magmar was eating good. Yeah, PKP is going to probably look for lethal with some Maelstrom chaining. You could play it Nah, there's no reason not to, right? You could replace the guy and hope to get your second Maelstrom in hand. Or you could just draw the second Maelstrom. Yeah. Oh, the replacings for replacers. Easy. Every time. Now, he can fit, what's 2, 4, 6, 8? I think that's 8 damage with just the Riftwalker. No, he needs 2 more damage, right? No, he's good, he's good. You hit now, you hit on the next turn. Easy peasy. Right, Primus Fist is there too. Hells yeah, triple Maelstrom. Man, I wish that card would get changed. Yeah. The guy uses it remorselessly because I hate it so much. Anyway, well played by both players. We're gonna move on to game number 2. Let's see if the Vitruvian mirror continues. If you can't remove a 3 mana, 3 HP minion, your deck loses versus everything, and the Broken Rush part is still broken. You don't understand why Vinny does give Rush only once. Well, given it multiple times, I guess people... Maybe in Duelyst we should stop printing 3 mana cards that absolutely have to be answered or you lose, right? Maybe we should make the absolute answer cards a little more expensive than 3 mana. Only red is allowed effects. I won't chastise the red too hard. From my current understanding, the devs are satisfied with Thief of Mana. I don't know if this tournament is going to change their mind on that, so... Or Thief of Moments. Be prepared to not see Thief of Moments go away anytime soon. Yeah, game 2 here. Shattered Glass chose first, as we expect. We see a general switch. We're on Siphoron now, so Shattered Glass is off the artifact game plan. His Siphoron list is interesting. He calls it Songhai Hate version 1. So he has a bunch of stuff. We've got some Dispel with Light Benders and Shrouds. No Siphon Energies, though. And then I guess a bunch of things to try and hate on Songhai. We'll see how it does. Who are the devs? I just reminded you. You've been wondering forever. Are you not in the Duelyst official Discord? And there's some old faces. The dev team has changed quite a lot in the past couple months. You're not? You should hop on in. You can talk to everybody again. But we've got like Lazy, Gleech, Stimulant. There's some other people that I don't know. We have Sirocco on the dev team. There's a handful of them. He stayed in eternity at the D1 dive, but not fully. Hey, it's all good. Some of the old people. I mean, there's some older people there. I think Lazy and Sirocco were around since D1. Old players. There were old players. There were a lot. But things happened. There's drama. Seabon was working for Dreamsloth, is no longer. Fate was working for Dreamsloth and is no longer. Mazer was working for them, sort of, and is no longer. Oh no, it's not the super OG staff. It's mostly OG player base, actually. I don't know if anyone was on the original staff team. Yeah, no Keith. No Keith Lee. No, what's his name? What's his name? He makes board games and I play his board games because I'm a big fan of Rising Sun. Eric Lang. Makes good board games, yo. Anyway, for this game here, we have a cosmically charged Portal Guardian. And then Shattered Glass decided to get their own Portal Guardian set up. It's 11:43, guys, so after this set, if it's 1 or 2 more games, I'm going to take a lunch break, but I'm not going to leave you on a blank screen. I'm just going to make a sandwich and refill my drink, grab some quick eats. I won't be long. I'm going to play the next match, so that it's at least playing. I won't be commentating on it until I return, though. So just a heads up, but I am getting very hungry. It's 11:45. I did not have a breakfast, really. I had like, what do you call it? What are they called? They're like these biscuit things. Blueberry biscuit things. That's what they are. They're good, but they're not super filling. Someone earlier said glad devs aren't biased and you had PTSD of old stories with the designers before. Blueberry biscuits, yeah. You love this? They're really tasty, but I forget what the name is at the moment of them. Belvita, yeah, that's it. That's the product name. I had the Belvita pack. It's like 4 biscuits. They're fucking good. Try it with coffee. I actually don't drink coffee, so I'll pass on that. I like seeing the Verd Mother put in some work. It's been quite a few Verd Mother appearances so far in the tournament. It's getting some attention, which is nice to see. This guy isn't dispelled, right? No. So this Portal Guardian here, potentially scary for Shattered Glass. Meanwhile, this one is dispelled. Okay. Hey, what's up, Vino? Yeah, join Discord. Hard to say how Shattered will approach the situation. There's a lot of high health on the board. At the bare minimum, we'll probably see Portal Guardian general trade into the Chronomancer up top. I don't know what else he will do, though. We have a Saboteur happening. And a Syzygy. Okay, so we're trying to kill the enemy PG. And we're crying. Because we couldn't really do a whole lot. It wasn't a significant turn, right? PKP, we're gonna do Mana Forager and start fishing. Do you play Verd Mother after this draw? That's a 1-attack Portal Guardian. Hills, yeah. Primus Fist Verd Mother can make him a 3-attack Frenzy, which is significant. It will clear things. Or you could just Primus and erase this, I guess. That would be fine too. Making way so the bird mother can benefit. I like it. Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. Since he couldn't clear the Portal Guardian, I don't know if it was wise to just damage it and hope for the best in that scenario. It might have been better to position around it instead and do something else with your turn. But this is the situation we are in. Shattered Glass's hand is full though. Maybe they can do something about it. Or running away. They did a cry emote, they know it was wise. Tears spread down my cheeks. I can't answer the board. Alright, a little Rejuvenator. It's in range of Portal Guardian though. I guess we're double punching here, maybe? Oh, Syzygy, number 2. Makes sense. Bring on the sizzle. Mazer's second greatest addition to the game, right? Alright. Looks like we're going to hit face. Just Smork all in. We're gonna ignore the 4-7 and 2-3 possibly. Bird Mother could trade with the 2-3 at least if PKP wants to. They're in an odd I don't want to say a stalemate or an impasse. Maybe like a deadlock. They're in an odd deadlock here. When your game plan is value minions and your opponent's game plan is also value minions, how do you get ahead in the value game? Excuse me. Okay. I'm a little surprised. You could have preserved your Verd Mother's oppressively large health pool and rely on Verdkin to trade with the Rejuve. Because if Verdkin hit it, it dispels, and all his HP would go away. He would have died because of the Riftwalker. But just offered to damage it with things and stuff. Well, I don't know if both players have boards. Shattered Glass needs to build a board now. Excellent Riftwalker. It helps a little bit. Oh, we have an oops. They apparently misplayed something. Maybe they miscounted mana in their hand? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell when we can't see their hand. PKP drops the Songhai emote. That's just so damn good. No, I don't know. I do not know. Probably had something else in mind, but then they slipped up a bit. so this is the third Syzygy, right? Is PKP out of Syzygy after this? It's going to be low on burst opportunity. So pretty gnarly clear though. Sending 5 damage to home base. He still has Maelstroms. I was just thinking that. I was like, he's not really out of burst. He still has Maelstroms. This is actually a really good idea. And look, Maelstroms. He also has the Chronomancer to get the extra 2 damage in, or 4 damage in. And these are 7 mana Maelstroms, which is kind of gnarly at the moment. Shattered Glass is going to need to do a rather amazing turn to avoid his inevitable fate here. We got the evil dream gaze your PKP with the best wishes. The preemptive, yo, I got Time Maelstrom in my hand, my friend. You might want to concede now. Yeah, this isn't looking to be the turn that Shattered Glass needs to have happen. Alright, 1 Forger down, but that was it. It's game. Bird Mother alone with 1 Time Maelstrom is enough to lethal here, let alone the rest of PKP's army. That was a fun match to watch though. It was like Zoo v Zoo at the end there. So the Vitruvian swap didn't work out for Shattered Glass. And PKP is gonna take it 2-0. I sound like I'm watching a game. That's ironic. Okay, so as a reminder, I'm hungry. I'm gonna break for lunch, but we're gonna put on the next game. I won't be long in making my food. I'm gonna hope the game is lengthy. I'm not sure how long it is. We have Abracadani. Maybe Abracadani can do typing commentary since the chat pops up. Versus Project 2L. I don't have Project 2L, right? I do not. So we will just see from Abracadani's point of view. My apologies for not providing commentary on this one, but I hunger. We'll get the next 2 for sure, though. Okay. So hopefully this is correct, Amundo. No apology needed, thank you. So Abra is on Crabmar, and is this his first time matching? Did he get a bye? Let me take a look. Abra was not in round 1, yeah. He's one of the, my MMR is so high I get a bye players, so this is his first appearance. He has a crab combo. Magmar, which is it's pretty much what you expect it to be. Crab OTK, out of hand, 9 mana, can kill if you have the 4 cards that you need. Project 2L, real quick, let me hit play. I'm just gonna explain their list real quick, and then I'm gonna skadoodle with you and hope that this game takes longer than like 5 minutes. Project 2L on Abyssian. They are running a big Abyss list. So they have Sarlacc, they have Ramping Things, they have Deja Vu, 2 Zuraels, 1 Eternity Sage, 2 Revenants. No Vorpal Reavers, though, for their big Abyss list. Anyway, enjoy the match. I will be back as soon as I can. Alright, I am back. In time for the first game, I see. And some crab shenanigans are going on, I see. I'm gonna inhale this sandwich real quick. Thank you for the welcome back. Few interesting cards in the battle log. Kinetic is viable now. And they buffed it to 2 mana in the recent patch. It's actually pretty good. Almost a full surround of crabs. Since I'm not recording the losers bracket games, I'm gonna say I'm a little envious to see this tame crab occur, because in my match with Abra, spoiler alert, I enter losers bracket. But in my match against Abra, he absolutely fucks me up with the OTK in full. Twice. Twice I get OTK'd. No mercy. Yeah, GG indeed. So, now I'm done snacking. Project here is, we can't see their hand, but they're kind of in trouble. More than kind of. They're very much in trouble, excuse me. And they do not have grasp of agony, and even if they did, they can't target the crabs, so... You better have Breath of the Unborn or something in your deck. I don't actually have a good way of answering these things. Oh. Putrid. That works if you can kill it. And he can. Okay, that solves the problem. Stereo crab. What? Is that a misplay? That is a misplay. That Shadow Dancer should have been down first. That's like 6 HP you lost. I am so angry. I don't know if they replaced last or something and then they just found that to tack on to the turn, but that dancer should have happened before Deja Vu in the... Oh no, never mind. That's not a misplay. My bad. The only reason why they could afford to play Shadow Dancer is because Consuming Rebirth generated 5 mana. The things had to die first. That's not a misplay. This is 8 mana right here. That was a very expensive turn. Abracadani taken out. I didn't see what happened, but Abra had to answer Shadow Dancer with a pretty inefficient Mercantor, as Magmar tends to do, so it doesn't get carried away. And that probably spelled their demise, which is unfortunate. But we can move on to game 2, and now that I'm here from the get-go, I can provide some riveting commentary. No doubt. Project's the master Abyssian player, never the doubt project. Yeah, that's what you said. I remember it. I got your back, wink. Okay, game 2. I like that Abra uses the Up for Crabs title while playing Crab Magmar. So Abra lost. He gets to choose to go first or second. He's actually chosen second. He's another one of those rare, I think second is better because I'm 1 turn faster at doing the 9 mana out of hand OTK. For anyone who doesn't know, Kujata here discounts Vindicator to 2, so that's 4. You play a Lady Lock, which also costs 2, so that's 6. And then you play a 3 mana Crab. That is 9. And then you have a Rush Crab that grows due to the Lady Lock buff every time it multiplies, so they just keep smashing in. And as long as you space correctly, you can get up to 9 hits. Which, if your opponent has at least 1 minion, so your first Crab can hit a minion instead of face, and then you're hitting for 2 to the 8th power for damage, or something like that. No, it's not 2 to the 8th power, that's too much. That's 2 times 2, 8 times. I forget how you shorthand sequencing, but you hit for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. You have a fuck ton of damage. Anyway, Project 2L knows he's up against crabs, and he's backed up to a wall. It's a little early for the crabs to happen, but it can be a good idea to limit the space they can get around you. I don't know if he plans on staying against the wall the whole time. Sort of skipped his turn 1 and 2, though. I mean, he had the artifact turn 1, and then he's past turn 2, which really sucks. Damn, that is a strong turn. And basically just played 2 4/5s for 4 mana. That's fucked up, yeah. It's like a mini fractal on a veteran Silithar, kinda, sorta. Yeah, alright, going in. We have the clear. Just a Putrid Dreadflare. And it's a bit slow. At least something is developed. Can be good if Abra cannot answer it. Now we can see that if he wants to, he can just dispel the thing. Not a problem. If he really wants to, he can do Vindy Deja Vu Engineers, a pretty good combo of things. Looks like he's thinking about just Vindy Shroud instead. I think Vindy Shroud is fine. Vindy Deja Vu is good too. The Deja Vu will die to the dude, but you have a 2/4 on the board at least. Hard to say how Project 2L will respond to this. Need to see their deck again. That's right, they don't have the grasp, and they only have a 1 of Lightbender for Dispel, so I guess they're taking 4 damage. They mostly have proactive plays. They do have Ritual Banishing as their removal tool. No Sarlacc is developed yet though, so if they do want to Ritual Banish something, it's going to cost them whatever they play, whatever 2-drop they play. A very good position for Abra, not so hot for Project 2L, looking a little dire here. Going to 11. There's 6 damage currently. Ooh, that's really rough. Stuck dropping a Deja Vu Engineer is their best play. Alright, Abra can deal +3 out of hand, so that's only 9. We're 2 off lethal. Unfortunately, no significantly large minions like a Macantor or something, which would be 1 off lethal. Playing Tempo Shroud. Hells yeah. You probably just hit for 4, develop a Time Cloak Coiler. Ignore the Deja Vu, maybe. Draw an extra card of Ghost Links. Since your aggro plan is pretty much set in stone, you don't need the OTK, so yeah, trade in Kujata for damage now is fine too. I might have switched these two. You don't care if the Time Cloak Coiler actually gets killed, so... Right now, Deja Vu can kill this and he can walk away from the 4 attack. If you swap these two, it'd just be slightly more awkward. Probably not a huge deal, but... It would be more awkward for Project 2L if they were swapped. On the Project side, he, How do you weasel your way out of this with your list? Revenant, we're 1 mana off, so that's out of the equation. And he doesn't have Grasp or anything. I guess does Shadow Dancer even help here? Not really. You could do some kind of double Consuming Rebirth play and generate a bunch of excess mana, maybe. There's a Putrid. There's a Soul Scythe on the Putrid. Alright, we're tapped out. We're blocking Vath. We die to Mac Daddy or a Vindy Thing, which a Vindy Thing is exactly what we have in hand. Missed opportunity to dispel the enemy general, so their card would be covered with the blue markings of dispel. Alright, that was pretty abusive. Abra, very strong position the whole way through. Project 2L, kind of missed turn 2, and it just fell back from there, couldn't really make up. Turn 3 and 4 weren't very convincingly good either. I'm in the wrong screen here. There we go. On the game 3, will we see any faction swaps? We do have a faction swap. Huh. You guys are really against the mold. So once again, Project 2L could choose to go first or second. I guess imagining he's up against Crab again, he's chosen second to deny Abra from second. Maybe because he wanted it in the second game. But game 3, switching over to Lionar against Crabmar. So Project's Lionar list is... calls it Can't Die, but there's no Zers. It's looking like a Helionar list. It's a Helionar list. There's one that Magnetize in the list, interestingly enough, and only one Circle of Life. Otherwise, the rest of it's fairly standard. 2 Lightbenders are probably the least standard thing, besides Magnetize. Phalanx R opener. You get your big beefy boy, da boy, as we call him in the Duelyst community. Da boy. We still do not have a da boy skin with the glasses. I do not know why we do not. Devs, please rectify this. Don't miss your drops and you're good. Sometimes you'll be better off, at least, if you don't miss your drops. And if you don't play like Deja Vu on 5 mana targeting nothing with his ability. We are flashing Crab. And the Crab is established. Abra does have numerous ways of bolstering its attack power while it's on board. And because Crab has Veil, Project 2L's best answer for them is probably the Lightbender and just Holy Ammo at the moment, if he can pull it off. Excuse me. Silver Guard Knight, denying top mana tile and a martyr on the Phalanx are... No health boon for Mr. Light Chaser, since Vath was at full. Abra can likely set up Kujata here. Seeing a Deja Vu. Deja Vu on Crab will heal it back to 6. But it doesn't do a whole lot outside of that. Oh, it brings it to 1/7, right? You get the +1/+1. 7 HP Crabs. Keeping everything away from Silver Guard. Good defensive setup. This is something that happens not just because of the Crab matchup, but Lionar and Magmar in general can oftentimes end up in this weird cutoff at a diagonal in the early to mid game. And then somebody has to find the opportunity to breach the other side, as it were. Hard to say how Project will handle this situation. They can set up an Isbees to maybe have a strong Sunriser turn on the following turn. Could do a Sloth play, I guess, and put some early pressure on Abra. They can't really do anything about the crabs, though. Echo Mage. Echo Mage can be very troublesome if it is not dealt with, depending on what spells it's replicating. And Abra's hand does not look like it's ready to deal with an Echo Mage. He can clear the Silver Guard. You could damage all the things. You can clear Silver Guard and the Light Chaser with your face if you... Yeah, Deja hits here and you kinetic the 9 tiles up here. Oh, we're actually hitting our own stuff instead. That does kill your Deja Vu, though. I don't know if it would have been better to move Crab to the right and then just hit the right tiles. I'm not sure. So Deja goes down. Ghost Link's just doing some damage and sending in one of the crabs to do some damage. Right, since we sent the crab in to do damage, I think the sacrifice was sort of necessary. Perhaps. Maybe if this is the play you wanted, you could have kineticked first, right? And then moved the Deja in. So maybe a minor misplay with the Deja Vu guy. Whoa, we have new ad bots. Man, I haven't banned one of your asses in a long time. What's up, Biggie Boss? Hey, your account was created a while ago, too. Hope you get paid for that. Where is my mod ban thing here? Ban. Oh, they changed it. Okay, I see how it works. You have to click on the hammer icon to ban now. This liner somewhere takes the mana tile and profits. It's gonna be lols. Well, they took the mana tile. They made a major error in calculation, though. Because they decided to put the emerald tile on themselves, they did not have lethal on the crab. So the crab just multiplied. I was feeling okay with the play, but they definitely made a grave error. Took 3 damage. We're free. He said it was gonna be lulzy, but this isn't what I expected. Abra could have... Do you have lethal here? Potentially? Okay. I'm not sure if there's a weird lethal play here. The main factor would be if the Vindicator hits a crab spawn. Alright, we're just going for a health regen. I guess the emerald tile probably saved Project from too much damage on that turn. So I like this play. The cool thing about the crab deck, you know, even if people hate it, the synergy here is really nice. You don't have to OTK. You can go for outvaluing your opponent with Azure Horn Shaman, letting your crabs multiply even more. Oh, that's a holy immolation. That's going to make 2 extra crab copies on the top, depending on where they spawn. And they'll be out of range of the second holy immo. I don't know if this is going to be worth. Okay, well, he got good RNG as far as killing the top crabs are. You should attack first. Attack first. Attack first. It did not attack first. I realize Vath has 6 attack. I would have just hit a crab. I know he died. I know he died, but... I thought... In my head... Alright, I didn't think he was going in. And I didn't realize Tempest would happen. Okay, he looks like he conceded. No, he did have lethal. Alright, never mind. You did good. You did good. I thought he was going to walk backwards and sacrifice the... Or not sacrifice the thing. I thought he just wanted to buff the one guy. I don't know what I thought. He had lethal though. His thought was better than what I was thinking. Whoops, let me hide the screen. Yeah, well played. I didn't think he would have a lethal play, but the doubled up spell definitely helped. So we're going into game 3? No, that was game 3. That eliminated Abra. So Project 2L moves on. Abra enters the losers bracket there, 2-1. Well played to both. Now we're going on to the next game. We have Scuttle versus Troz. These are vet players, right? Or Scuttle. Songhai? I forget what they were playing. Scuttle. Scuttle. Scuttle is Songhai. Songhai and Abyssian. Am I not taking a break? Oh, I already made a sandwich, yeah. I've eaten food and we are good to go for the next few hours. Okay, so Scuttle, and do we get a player 2? We do not. I do not have Troz. So, sticking with just the one player side. For now, we have Songhai versus Abyssian. Scuttle, also a proponent of Chaos Elemental in Songhai. Only during tournament play. Don't you dare play Chaos Elemental in Songhai on the ladder. But as soon as it's time for tourneys, absolutely you put it in your deck. Alright, take notes, new players. That's the way it works. I don't write the rules. That's just the way it is. The tournament players know best. You play Chaos Elemental in your tourney list, not on the ladder. Anyway, Troz is on Creep Abyss, as 90% of them are. And Scuttle is on the try-hard, Songhai, Spell High. So, I'm curious to see how this will go. I think it's the first time we've seen Songhai match against the new Creep Abyss in a tournament. It might be like the second time, but I think it's the first time. Will the healing of Night Splitter be enough to sustain or survive the onslaught of Songhai damage? Excuse me. Oh my, are we going all in? Holy. Yeah, why not? Nah! Nah, it's gonna make a tile. Nah, your board is gonna die. Nah, you shouldn't have done that. You should have fucking went face with that board. I would have just let your bottom... you just played the bottom Rhythm Reaver. Alright, you know what? I get it. I get it. He wants to keep the 6-1. So this play does make sense. It makes sense. This is very good. This is a very strong turn. See the Demonic Lure come out. I do need to look at Traz's list to see if they have the one card that every Abyssian player probably should have. There's no Grasp of Agony in Troz's list, so... But they had a nice clear there. Thanks to Demonic Lure. And boars on spikes to begin with. Alright, a little bit of Gotatsu damage. Chaos Elemental in range of the general, perhaps enticing the general to hit for some reason. I assume this is a Nova. It is a Nova. And the only thing about Nova on Shadow Elemental is you don't know where it's going to go until after you hit the end turn button. Pretty good spawn for Traz as it's not in range without this Juxta. Best minion played. Excuse me. Could see this heal hit Chaos Elemental. I'd probably send it face. Yeah, I'd send it face only because another Shadow Creep Tuthel's gonna kill your dude anyway. There's no reason to waste the heal on it. And there's a nice 3-tile setup. It doesn't really answer the board, so I don't think we'll see Night Splitter on this turn, but he could heal the full. A second Shadow Nova would probably be ideal. Clear out the bottom riffraff. You take quite a big hit from Jaxi though. Alright, we have the Rejuvenator, a little bit of healing. Abyssal Crawler. Because it's probably dying anyway, I think it might have been better to put the Crawler under Shidai, so the spike is down there. For a follow-up Night Splitter, it would just be better to have the spike down there, I think. And yeah, offering the Chaos Elemental trade into is not a bad offer. So, for Skirtle, 2 spirals in hand. And we can see they have some extra tech minions in your deck to probably help in the mirror match. They can do a Sloth Guard turn to eliminate the healing potential of the creep. If they want, they could also develop Archon. It's a pretty good juxtaposition just for some optimal trading. And I like Archon is, you know, away from the creep damage if Night Splitter does show up. Troz is happy to take the free Jaxi offer. And just summons a Revenant, very aggressive. Whoa, buddy. I mean, I respect it, but that's 6 damage right there. This is 8 damage right here. Songhai has 7 mana. They can easily find 10 more. Unfortunately for Troz, he only has 8 more instead of 10. So, how does he handle this? They do know each other's lists, that is true. I think the slightly slower play here is very good. Yes, remove the creep. You get a clean kill on the Revi. And a second Revenant is going to mean you die. Troz cannot rely on healing. Archon is going to take 3 at the end of the turn, but cannot get hit by a Night Splitter. And Sloth only takes 3 from Night Splitter, as well as Scuttle. Troz he does have Dark Transform. His spells cost +1 though. So this might be GG here. We do see the Dark Terminus come down. Scuttle has 14 damage left. Demonic Lore happens. Sloth is sent away to the spike. Troz runs to the left. He is dead to the Juxta with Spiral. That's 12 damage exact. You just have to replace the Wraithling with the Blood Tier Alchemist. Oh yeah, you could do this too. You get a +1 damage. Hells, he has 0 mana spells. To Scuttle's credit, he played extremely well. He had Troz trapped and removed the key, what do you call it, Shadow Creep tiles when he needed to. And Troz just didn't have efficient enough removal to deal with the Archon. Archon probably made his turn very awkward. So moving on to game 2 with Scuttle and Troz. Let's see if there's a faction swap. There is a faction swap. If you can't beat them, you join them and then beat them with their taste of their own medicine. So Troz chose player 1. And we have a Songhai versus Songhai. Now, if you're attentive, Scuttle swapped their deck. They're playing Shidai here, and we can see Hammonds in hand. So we have 2 deck swaps. Maybe Scuttle had the foresight to see the Songhai coming. I think they deck swapped anyway. I think this is a different one. No, they did not deck swap. Never mind. They just have Hammonds. We didn't see them on the last game. Disregard. It's the same high list. You're right. You the guy who played it. Of course you're right. Yeah, I thought you had a double high. You have Vet as your other deck. My mistake. This is the 3rd time in this tournament we have seen people diagonal open against Songhai and get punished for it. So I feel like I'm talking to the wall. It's all in the past. People can't change it, but when you're playing this match, please open center. Don't make this play a thing where you lose the mana tile because you gotta punch a boar. It's not good, man. It's not good. You want to open center on the Songhai match if they're player 2. Yeah, I'm trying to get True's Songhai list here. Red Deck Wins is the name of their deck. They are also a spell high with pretty much the stuff you expect. 1 Spiral, 1 Killing Edge, 1 Rhythm Weaver is in their list. They had to make some cuts to fit in Jaxi and Ghost Links. Excellent. Keshrai. So Scuttle came teched against Songhai Mirror with the Keshrai. Incognito did the same thing earlier, although I think Incog was knocked out, right, by a Stardy. Oh yeah, they absolutely can. They absolutely support the neutral pool very well. It's just that their refined spell high list is so efficient at killing, so it tends to be the go-to. Anyone watch UFC 300? This wasn't the UFC? No, I didn't watch UFC, no. Not I. Juxtaposition Sloth. Full clear? We only watch Songhai here. That was a brutal turn from Scuttle. Jaws is in trouble. I wish I could see their hand. It's bad enough you need to try and get rid of a 6 HP Provoker when you also have a 5/4 beater next to you. And your opponent's on Ruby tile next to you too. And really good Emerald placement. The board would have to come this way, which gets it away from your other minion, and that could be relevant. Okay, Thief of Moments, we're blinking it. What is our plan? Okay, develop Thief, hope it sticks. That is the plan. Yeah, I would just Keshrai. You could Healing Mystic your Sloth and just smack face some more. You could Healing Mystic Keshrai too. Whichever. This is messed up stuff. Alright, probably a juxtaposition coming in. Thief of Moments hiding in the corner. Can we see 18 miracle damage come from Traz's hand? 6 mana. Songhai can do it, I believe. Oh yeah, their spells cost 2 more right now. This Thief of Moments cannot generate any blinks, unfortunately. Traz sending away a Keshrai, hoping that he lives. It's 8, 9, 10, 11. He is going to live. Only 11 damage on board. Scuttle does not have lethal. He's digging for his spell. We're good. Toss doing the Rhythm Weaver. I like it. You just need a Killing Edge, really. Nope, didn't get it. Somehow Troz has not died. But we have a 3rd Keshrai, which is really brutal. A 3rd Keshrai locking stuff down. Yeah, what's up, Sticks? How's it going? Alright, he got away once. Can he get away twice? We have a board. 5 mana left. He can walk out of the center now. 2nd Tuskboar. 3 mana left. You know, standing on the ruby tile might have also saved Scuttle from like multiple inner focuses on the boars. I don't know if he has them, but I guess it would have been expensive. It was a valiant effort. Troz tried his damnedest to not die. That was a cool game to watch. How often do you see Songhai running a like turbo lockdown strat against their brethren? The Sloth and the Keshrai chaining was really brutal. But well played by both players. I think that was the last game. That was 2-0, right? Let me hit the break. Okay, moving on. We will possibly have... Do I have Thibodeau? I don't have Thibodeau, do I? I do not. Okay, never mind. We're gonna see some Dragall gaming. So no 2 hands yet. Zendo Juxta Shade is crazy. Well, the shade has to survive, right? It doesn't appear right away. Okay, I think this is the game, so hopefully this is the game. We have Dragall rocking some aggressive Vanor versus Thibodeau, also rocking some Vanor, so more mirror match goodness. Let me see what Thibodeau's deck is again. Alright, Thibodeau is on... Oh yeah, Thibodeau is on the abomination lists. Last time he got 2 abomination kills. Let's see if Dragall... Dragall's on aggro Vanor. Let's see how aggro Vanor does against abomination. I would think aggro Vanor is heavily weighted to win here. They're going to be much faster than getting 8 surrounding tiles to kill the enemy general. It's a pretty good turn. Get to set up a bunch of minions. You get your Millennium Year. Or whatever it's called. Millennium Year. It's some kind of made-up Norse word. I did Google this word and I couldn't find it. I don't know if it exists. And it's okay to make up words, but I did look for this. I was curious what the hell it meant. And Google failed me though. What do you mean kick me? I wanted to know. So my theory on the name of this card is a lot of people went hard on the permute word, right? And I went hard on it too, in my opinion. I did an entire paragraph. You'd pronounce it Millennium Year. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it Millennium because it's close enough to Millennium. But I went hard on the permute word, and my theory is Millennium Year exists because everybody criticized permute. And I explicitly stated in my little spiel that it's okay to use these funky words and advanced vocabulary in the names of things, just not the rules of things. So I like to think that this partially exists because of my input. Just to spite us all. We get a Millennium Year. Anyway, Dragall has some very aggressive aggro going on. He does respect the Sarlacc, so he clears one with Chromatic, but otherwise, face is the place. Hard to say what Thibodeau will do. He does have a lot of stalling options in his deck. There's the walls things. Mementos walls. He does have gravity wells, which could be very useful right about now, if he happens to have a gravity well. See a hailstone go down. Yeah, when I did card reveals on my stream, there were other people in chat that didn't know what it does, and they asked me, what does it do? And I straight up said, so permute means, you know, changing, pretty much. Well, permutating means changing. Permute probably means similar. And I'm not 100% sure what it does, but I assumed it was changing the mana costs of cards in hand. That's how I explained it. Why Sarlacc? So this list from Thibodeau is an abomination list. He has Sarlacc, he has Black Locusts, he has Keepers, lots of recursion, and the ultimate goal is to surround your opponent and kill him with an abomination. You guessed to randomize the costs? It's a fair guess to make. Permutation just means to change. Doesn't necessarily mean to shuffle. And permute, which I pointed this out in the document, but to permute is to submit to the process of change. So I did criticize that permute was technically not accurate for what Chaos Emissary was doing. Because he wasn't submitting it to the process of change, he was just straight up changing shit. The correct word would have been permutation on this card. Alright, we have a gravity, the gravity wells staying up largely. Dragol doesn't have an answer for them, so this gives the Thibodeau some breathing room. And making one of those gravity wells a 6/6, that could buy him some time. It probably just gets Hearth Sistered away here though, or dispelled. Can always just be chromatical. Dragol has to be a little careful of how he approaches this turn, because the Locust could get out of hand. What is going on? Yeah, Thibodeau's deck, if you haven't seen it before, it is very off-kilter in its strategy. It's not your typical Vanor list. And this is round 2, so the deck worked twice in his game 1 match. We do see Chromatic Cold on the 6/6. Fenrir moving forward. I suspect both of the walls will simply die. If he wants to, Dragol could Hearthsister the Fenrir just to push some face damage. Or he could just punch the wall, right? Push face damage. I think that makes sense. And you're not going to control what Thibodeau's trying to do, so you want to kill him. Kill him dead. I can definitely see a good point to making the middle wall the target, but I think the same result would have happened. This Dragol would have dispelled here and just punched the top wall. That didn't actually change much. I think the final results would have been this exact same board. I can't see what Thibodeau has. He doesn't have healing in his list, though. He doesn't even have Bubblesmith for protection. So his best bet is going to be more Provokers. He's also on a 7-turn clock to get rid of the Millennium Year artifact. I got a Tempo Hailstone. Some walls, a Ghost Links. He's got 2 mana left, but leaving it at that. It's a nice box of stuff here. This is very appealing. How often do you get to see a big cross? Alright, second Millennium Near. He can Hearth Sister and hit for 5, and the Millennium Near does 2 damage, so that is lethal, right? That's just a really easy lethal. Oh no, Dragall, don't tell me you're gonna mountains this and miss your easy lethal. Just put the wall up top and go face. No, what are you doing, Dragall? No, he's missing lethal. Oh man, what a world we live in. That is the 4th miss lethal of the tournament. Maybe he just wants to slowly torment Thibodeau with water drip torture of the Millennium Years. Or maybe it was on purpose. That was a pretty easy lethal to see, though. Alright, Thibodeau's given a chance. He ain't dead yet, or he ain't looking good. His entire army has been crumbled under a seismic elemental. Man, Black Locust is so cool looking. This is the skinned one, right? Bigus Buggus. Yeah, it solves the Seismic Elemental, Keeper of the Veil on the Black Locust, and another Black Locust. Right, here's one of the inconsistencies, right? Black Locust technically isn't summoning a copy of itself, like you would expect. Someone told me there's like a wording difference between copy and some other word. So like copy in Duelyst means you copy the base card, and then the other word means you copy it exactly with the buffs. Like, yeah, exact copy. You had the word exact, so. Anyway. Well played by Dragall. He missed lethal for 1 turn, but he had an easy one on the 2nd turn. We will move on to game 2. I need to hide the screen. Excuse me. So that did go about how I expected. It's going to be hard to beat aggro Vanar with an Abomination strategy. It's just too slow. Although if you had more Provoke, you might have been okay. So it might not have been impossible, but definitely not an easy matchup. Thibodeau seems to think so too. We have switched to Songhai. So we have Thibodeau's Songhai list here. I shall take a peek at their deck list. Ooh, Thibodeau is the first person to bring Zendo in their list. They are a Dagger Kiri OTK Songhai list featuring Zendo and Pado and Pumi, as well as Gorehorn. Is that 900 wins Vanar banners going Songhai? That is indeed what it is. So, Thibodeau's list is pretty unique here. It's kind of like a positional Songhai list. I'm really curious to see how it plays out. I hope he makes it to the late game. I'm not sure how this list will do against an aggro Vanar, but they're off to a really good start with Tuskboar. Tuskboar Ghostlinks. Dragall can ignore the Ghostlinks. You're probably punching the boar begrudgingly. You could Hearth Sister the Ghostlinks just to put Snow Chaser into infiltrate. You could also just do a cryo, which doesn't feel great, and you might need it for a backline. Well, actually, looking at his list, because he can see his list, cryo is good against the Pumi, I guess, and Gorehorn. But other than that, it's not going to kill anything else in the deck besides the low drops. So, yeah. Tempo Chaser on top mana tile just to maybe have a little distraction for Thibodeau to consider. Keep him away from the mana tile. His hand must be bricked with expensive drops. Unfortunately, Thibodeau passes the turn. At the very least, he kills a Snow Chaser. Well, they were off to a good start. I don't know what happened. Unfortunately, we can't see what happened. He isn't lacking for 4 mana and under options, too. So he must have a really bricked hand. A lot of spells and higher cost things. Flameblood Warlock could be a double-edged blade in this matchup scenario, but we're playing it anyway. Hearth Sister swapping with Flameblood. It's a lot of development from our Vanar player. Fib could, if you want to get away from Snow Chaser, you have to walk 2 forward, and that puts you in range of the other, or all of the Sun or Vanar things. We're just dropping the Dagger Kiri. Yeah, that Hailstone Prison is going to happen, almost guaranteed. And probably just Fenrir Warmaster. We see the Chaser get replaced because he knows that Thibodeau is likely going to leave Infiltrate, so it's probably not going to be as good to hold anymore. Especially after this turn. If he wanted to, I think replacing Snow Chaser is fine. Okay, he's not moving up. I was gonna say, Thibodeau's deck, because of its curve, is heavier. So it's gonna be harder for him to do 19 damage to you. You could have moved up and denied him from leaving Infiltrate in case you want to make use of it later. Pretty sure Dragall's deck is horrible. You want it to be good. How far did he go in the tournament, right? I think he did pretty good. He was in the top at the end, wasn't he? No, he wasn't. So you want the aggro Vanar to be good, huh? Maybe you can make a good decoy. But I don't know how. We could see a Zendo come down from Thibodeau here. It is 6 mana. Could put Zendo behind you so defender can't hit. Or you could put it diagonal of you. There he is. The Ronin Lord in all his nerfed glory. People want to see this card buffed, by the way. I think it's fine as is, personally. I think it's just fine as is. It's not too crazy. Songhai can probably make use of it when they get some more supporting cards that help him out. But that's what you want to see. You want to see other cards help it out. You don't want to see Zendo do all the things by himself. Man, I haven't heard that sound effect in a while. Like shrieky metal. Dragall has a pretty good clear on this Zendo, thanks to Cryo. He gets the push 3 face damage too. No, you couldn't because you just played. Didn't work out so well, huh? Well, it's working here for Dragall. And Dragall has lots of out-of-hand damage. He can easily do 6+. Thibodeau is going to need a very good play here to not die. He's at 7 mana. He could drop a Pado and let RNG determine fate. We're going with a second Zendo. Can these shades protect their lord? Now, unfortunately for, I think he's dead, right? Because you only have to hit this one in the middle. And that's 5 damage, and that's 6 damage. You can add 2, because these are going to die. Yeah, you could Rift Walker if you really want. So, unfortunately, not Zendo's time to shine. Aggro Vanar able to get through the shades and deal all the damages. Well played by both players, but Dragall takes a 2-0 over Thibodeau. And we will move on to the next. We are almost done with round 2. Handful of games left to go. We have Smarty up next. Smarty. And I believe I do not have a major... Oh, I do. We can have 2 hands! I have to guess who went first. I'm gonna guess Smarty went first. Oh boy, this might be a long one. Alright, Smarty went second, so let me swap sides here. A majoring hobo versus Smarty. Here we go. Yeah, are there not other... Like, it's two Lionars playing. Why is the Abyssian theme song playing right now? Maybe because it's on the Abyssian map? I'm not sure. I need a moment to get the second hand ready. Okay. We bring up all of the things. We have a Lionar mirror match, so I will talk about the Lionar decks once I sync, or after I sync the games. We seem to have a replace Lionor with a majoring hobo. I think he was on the OTK strategy, but I forget entirely. And Smarty, I have to look at their deck because they didn't use Lionor last time. I see welcome to the chat room popping up. We didn't disconnect again, do we? I have to hide the player 2 hand. There we go. Hopefully the internet's remaining stable. Comcast, I'm gonna fucking shake you later and aggressively. They're on Arcanist. They're the Albonk list. We are on Albonk, I think. For majoring hobo. Yeah, their Albonk with the calculator combo is in there as backup. Calculator being Psionic Resonator. Smart T is on right, Smarty has the one of Bright Moss Golem in a list titled 2016 Duelyst, which uses no new cards except for Dynasty Standard, or whatever it's called. This is a one of. Alright, I need to open my view here so I can see both people's hands. There we go. Alright, so we had a Martyr hit the Owl Beast. Hobo retaliates with a Martyr of their own on the Silver Guard. Smarty develops a Echo Mage. And they have a pretty scary threat. The likes of which Hobo is not equipped to deal with. Alright, we're going for some high rolling. I just get as much HP as you can on your dudes and hope for the best. Could play Cataclysm. Your stuff would all live. You would gain health before damage is dealt, I believe. We do see it. Yeah, putting the Echo Mage down to 1 now before you lose the opportunity to. Probably for the best. The only downside to this is if your Albeast gets martyred, you're gonna heal for a lot less HP. Which, guess what? We don't like Albeasts in Albonk lists, especially. So that's gonna be deleted now. As well as your Mana Forger, because why not? The spell disappears at the end of the turn when it's copied. You may as well play it while you have it. This is already the third owl. So you're hoping this one sticks. If it doesn't, you can divert to the psionic resonator portion of your plan. Oh, Smarty can answer it though. So that's going to be all 3 owls dealt with. More than likely, Smarty will play Circle of Life twice on the owl to deal with it. No, never mind. We're going to wait for a better option. So I was wrong. That could cost you your life, as Hobo does have Magnetize, I believe. And they do have Divine Bond. I'm looking at the wrong deck. Yeah, I think they have Magnetize. They do have the 1 of Magnetize, but it's only a 1 of, so Smarty playing the odds. Hobo thankfully finds Martyrdom. Yeah, I would get rid of that other guy too. Doesn't feel very good, but can't keep letting these spells duplicate now. Sundrop Elixir on the owl. Bringing it back to full. 12 HP. If it gets hit with a martyr, that'll heal you to full anyway, so you're sort of paying it in advance. Second Echo Mage, and I think that's the last Martyrdom. We've been very heavy on the early game Martyrdoms. And then there's another one, the copy of the Martyrdom. The board is cleared. All 3 Albies are gone. Like I said, we are now on the Resonator OTK plan. I think they replaced... Yeah, okay, that was just... They replaced so fast it looked like Prismatic Illusionist came up twice, I think. I think Smarty has the luxury of low rolling this. Especially with Archon. Archon kind of kills your potential infinite if there's no Mana Forger out. But we're going for as much damage as we can right now. Do find a Beam Shock, which is good for stalling. Yeah, unfortunately, Calculator is in range of the Echo Mage. I would... I don't know what I would do. Aegis Barrier on the Ether Master. Because of the threat of Holy Immolation, I don't think Aegis Barrier would have mattered on the Psionic Resonator as much. But this does allow Smarty to opt for Circle of Life. Setting up a powerful 5/5 with the Dynasty Standard. Hobo is in a difficult position. They can stall for another turn, try to develop a mini army. I think with your replaces, Resonator can get rid of the Silver Guard at least. If it wasn't an Archon, you might be able to justify playing the Illusionist and Resonator together. Unfortunately, you can't get Resonator above Echo Mage there to hit that row. And we see Illusionist doesn't make the cut for the turn. And I think we stun Archon. The last played spell was an Aegis Barrier. Actually replaced the Rift. Alright, opting to heal, hoping for the best. Can you close Smarty? We have 9, 11, 16, 18. I count 18 damages. If you decide to go in with your general, you are potentially at risk of the resonator getting you. So maybe just advance with the minions. Nope, general's in. The 5/5 is left behind, surprisingly. Oh right, you have double holy ammo. This thing's not dispelled. It's not quite death, even if the 5/5 got in, it would have been 2 off death. But I think that about wraps it up. Archon's gonna prevent the infinite from being a thing. You would also need to hit 2 copies of Aerial Rift so they chain off each other. Yeah, I don't know what else you do at that point. We see the concede. That's game 1 going to Smarty, and that means Hobo probably keeping first, I take it. And let's see if we notice any faction swaps. Hobo is keeping first. We do have a faction swap. Hobo is opting to try their hand with Abyssian instead of their liner list. Smarty, meanwhile, sticking with a liner. Okay, I think I'm ready here. Righteous. Let's queue it up. So Hobo's Abyssian list is, well, let me wait till we make sure we're synced. Yeah, you're good. Slow down, P2. Slow down. I'll remove the player 1 hand in a moment. Gotta wait for Cassie to move up. There you go. Okay. It's Creep Abyssian. You know, we can see it on the thing. I think so far we've had, what, 1 Abyss that wasn't Creep Abyss? Oh yeah, Hobo's Creep Abyss is it's the kind of weird one. There were 2 Death Blighters in the list. It's a little counter synergistic to the Night Splitter idea, but that is the list that we have here. We'll see how it does. Against Lionor, if you can dodge Martyrdom, Deathblighter might be good. You know, conceptually, Deathblighter is okay. In execution, it's usually bad. What if you're a Lionor player and you decide to do, what do you call it? Aegis Barrier on a Deathblighter, then it can't be martyred at 8 mana. And then your opponent can't heal anymore. Could be worth. That's a lot of minions. Smarty going for the masses strategy. I'll do a little light swarming. Silverguard is protected from Night Sorrow unless this trade is made, so Smarty probably doesn't mind. As long as that trade had to be made with the crawler. I was gonna say, this is a bit of a slower turn unless Smarty wants to ramp into Archon, and it's kind of nice. Hobo has the response, immediate Dark Terminus. They can replace something of their choice. They choose to keep their hand though. And just end the turn. Staying put. I imagine we see 2 and 3 go down now. Spreading out to avoid the Shadow Nova hitting everything. Meanwhile, we'll probably see the Shadow Nova. If you don't want a Shadow Nova on this turn, you could get like Spectral Blade, I guess, and Void Pulse and stuff. I would probably Nova. NSA might change things though. Now you can NSA Spectral Blade if you want to do a full board clear. And then develop a Crawley as well. And while this is going on, I need 1 second. Excuse me. Alright, we do see the NSA play with Crawley. We're armoring up. Put on the pants. It's regalia time. I think alternatively you could have played Echo Mage, but if you're thinking you're up on the Revenant turns now, Echo Mage kinda not good against the Revenant. I mean, the pants aren't the best either since you're putting in a Lion. But you gotta do something with your turn. We do see Shadow Nova. Oh, you can pop armor. Yeah, we do go in. 5 Void Pulse on top of everything else. And that's gonna set Smarty behind a little bit. If they're concerned about their health, we'll see Echo Mage double Sun Drop. You could do 1 Sun Drop and make a 1/1 with Dynasty Standard, I guess. No, just seeing double Sun Drop Elixir. It's too bad Deathblighter wasn't established by now. Alright, Hobo probably, yeah, you Revenant the Echo Mage to get rid of that. Then you can just position around the Holy Ammo. Make a nice L-shaped pattern with your units on the board. Oh man, Smarty's got a man mode. Woman mode. The Revenant with her General's face. You get to heal up twice, so not a huge deal. It's like you're playing a Rejuvenator. if you did standard and healed first, could have had 2 1/1s if you moved to the left. But the Echo Mage would be in range of the enemy general, so I don't know if you would prefer 2 1/1s over 1 1/1. But you could have had 2 1/1s. Here comes Revenant number 2. And a healing mystic that can target the Revenant to get effect here if you want to. Alright, Smarty's lowering options. We have double circles of life, not a great replace. So, circle, we get a 5/5. So, Dynasty Standard gaining some value. If you're afraid of the Night Splitter, maybe move down and left instead of just left here. Okay, we're playing Holy Imma, so that's why we moved left. We want the 4/4 token too. Suddenly you're in a pretty great position. Deathblader instantly replaced. No chance to hit the field in what would be one of its more preferred matchups to hit the field. It's just not good enough. Actually, I'm surprised that NSA wasn't replaced considering it can't do anything here. I mean, Deathblader would at least be a husky 6/8 body, even if it gets martyred. And then heals you for 0 as it dies to death. Can develop a Juggernaut. You can do some healing. I don't think you want to play Night Splitter necessarily. You could break the artifact though and just heal for 7 with Night Splitter Rejuvenator. Demonic Lore and the 4 HP one to clear it. That does make sense. Oh, wait. Never mind. Don't wait. Just trying to do some board control, developing Juggernaut. This is fine. DC's fine. That Juggernaut's very big. Smarty finds martyrdom, but a majoring hobo suddenly finds 11 HP. So, not too shabby. Alright, this I think is a misplay. I would do the same play, but should have moved down and left. You're trading damage in now, yeah, but your dude is gonna die to a Night Splitter next to 2 spikes, and that is a huge swing against you. Maybe you could have moved right, so the right of the top token, so the other token, it would be further away, but it wouldn't die. To this card right here, this is a pretty big deal that 5/5 got answered. In a similar vein, if Hobo wanted to, they could have walked you to the left instead and played around this Holy Immo a little bit. But that's okay. It's gonna hurt, but it's not the end of the world. So 3rd Revenant is here. I think Revenant lore is fine. You could also develop Juggernaut and just see how it goes. You don't have to use Revenant on this turn. You could Juggy lore. And either A, equip artifact and hit, or B, trade your little crawler into the lion. Okay, we're doing Revenant. Probably for the best. It breaks the artifact. It puts a threat that needs to be answered on the board. So this, if Smarty martyrs this, she will have a hard time dealing with all future Juggernauts. That's the last martyrdom. So the Juggernauts are now free to dominate the board. as they replace it to another one. 6 mana Shadow Nova. And Hobo is content to run away. Just drop this 17-17 casually. That's an 18-18 on the board. Walk away. Alright, Smarty trying to cut off Hobo's retreat to that side. Unfortunately, with the minion placement, it's not very threatening, because now Hobo can just go back left. But at the same time, you're trying to avoid the Juggernaut, so kind of hard-pressed to deal with this stuff. I didn't realize Smarty had a Lightbender in the deck, so she does have an answer for Juggy. If Hobo knows, if they're paying attention to the deck list, they will not play the other Juggernaut next to their first Juggernaut. That could be a devastating reversal move. Alright, they're going to creep. Alright, creep and pass. We have a 23-23 on the board. Has to be dispelled. And this makes a lot of sense to me. Clear the crawler with one of your things, and then Archon is in a fairly safe position. I might... That's the safest position for Archon, so you know what? I like it. I was gonna say I might keep it away from the general to keep it alive and just have the mana increase effect active at this point. But that is the safest spot. Everywhere else gets hit by a Night Splitter. Thinking about sphering. Are we gonna just drop another Juggy in the face? See what happens. Not a bad idea. Only a 19-19, slightly less impressive than the previous one. Oh, there is another Martyrdom. Man, how many Martyrdoms did we play this game? I swear we hit all 3 with the Echo Mages earlier. Alright. Well, that's a good answer for Juggernaut. Hobo's got health, but Hobo does not have board, except they have creep everywhere. Which is kind of like having board. Smarty just majorly mispositioned these 3 minions. They have no choice, kind of. I might have left the... I would have left the Spellbinder in the safe spot. So all of this dies to a Night Splitter. Oh, this is disgusting. No! That's a lot of damage. The Night Splitter just did like 9, 12, 15, 18 damage. Sheesh. Yeah. Alright, Smarty's climbing back in. Deck sizes you might be interested in knowing. I will look at Hobo's. Hobo has 6 cards left in deck. Smarty has 4 cards left in deck. Okay, we are passing turns. Oh boy, this might take a while. We're now looking for some way of winning the game, right? Should have plucked this the perfect tile. I don't think Hobo's in any rush to pluck. They kind of have the luxury of just waiting at the moment. Because they have card advantage. Oh man, do we get to see Deathblighter? What did she come back to? It's a pretty wild game between the Lionor and the Abyssian here. Like, Smarty is being deterred. They have moved down instead of forward. Archon is in the safe spot currently. Yeah, this game is gonna be a while. I just have that feeling that this is one of those games. It hit the field! Hey, Deathblighter is officially +1 in tournament playability. Yeah, 6'9" is just as good as my 6'8". Alright, so healing is officially disabled at the moment for both players. Smarty quaking right now? I'd be quaking right now too. I don't know how either player should proceed. Smarty with only 3 cards left in the deck. I haven't actually been paying attention to the replaces, so I'm not sure what they are. Alright, Archon's going in. Archon is hitting the Deathblighter. Smarty is spending a card. Lasting Judgment is now out of the hand. Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright, we're thinking. That was some wild mouse cursor movement. Did you guys see that? Over the Archon's area? Yeah, we do know. The Abyss player has more cards. They have 3. Hobo has 3 cards. Smarty has 2. They are very, very close to each other. All Hobo needs to do is, I guess, capitalize on the damage of their artifact. They will be ahead. Hobo can be the aggressor here now. I like how they're walking around. Oh dear God. Yeah, no overdraw, no forced fatigue, and Duelyst 2 land. Okay. Hobo said, I'm going in. That they played 2 cards. They have one left in the deck. Smarty does not have a way to deal with this death blade. Gonna be taking 6 here. Void Pulse replaced in the Void Pulse, so the only card in Hobo's deck is a Void Pulse. And that is GG. Hobo can walk to the right. Smarty will die to fatigue. It says she... oh, okay. She has 6 cards in hand. She won't die to fatigue yet. She will die to fatigue soon. You wouldn't have followed the Death Blighter. I think it achieved its goal at this point. Yeah. Hobo not afraid to go all in at the end there. So that was game 2. And Hobo taking it over Smarty. We are 1-1. So Smarty probably going first this time. Will we see a deck swap or will we have a repeat? Hobo a new player or a decoy? I don't know of all of Decoy's alternate accounts, so I'm not sure. Could be a decoy. I'm unaware. I don't have that knowledge down. Maybe Decoy could enlighten us. Alright, give me a second. Who am I looking for? A majoring hobo. I had a brain lapse. I do not possess critical information. This is true. He doesn't know. Alright. We decided to have a rematch, so opposite sides. This time Smarty chose first. It is Lionar versus Abyssian. Hopefully this one doesn't last as long, but we'll see. I mean, it's fine if it does. Gotta wait for player 2 replaces. Okay. Unpause player 1. Hide the hand. Bada bing, bada boom. We're off to round 3. Turn 1 pass on Smarties, and that must sting a little bit. Meanwhile, Majoring Hobo has two 2/2 drops, or 2 drop and a 1 drop. This is a 1 drop, right? The crawler guy. Yeah. And they didn't have to take the mana tile, but they did. Interesting change in strategy. We go and face a little bit, blocking the walk on to the bottom tile. Equipping Spectral Blade, but holding back on the blade swing. Not wanting to break a charge there. I'm a little surprised Hobo didn't swing first and then equip the artifact just to maintain the health lead. Echo Mage coming down for Smarty. Oh shit, 6 mana Death Blighter. Can't wait to watch it get martyrdoned. I think Smarty should, on principle, not kill it right now. Of course she will, but I think she should have waited until Hobo lost health and then really rub in why it's so bad. Against Lionar specifically. This makes sense though. You may as well kill both things. You can heal up your Windblade Adept. Or I guess you can heal your face because Hobo has an artifact equipped. This does leave the Windblade vulnerable to Void Pulse. Gonna miss out on healing. Hobo is ready to take it slow again though. They won the last one playing the really long con, and they can probably do it again. They just need to creep up the board. So I don't know how aggressive Smarty may want to be, but she might want to try to be a bit more reckless. Seems like Abyss has a mild advantage in the long-term game plan. Could also stick with the value strats. And just keep Echo Mage ready. If you need a bit of burst, you could hold on to your lasting judgments and double up on your Archon with them or something. If you have an opportunity to. Hobo is going to make sure you don't keep the Necromage around this time. First Revenant on the field. Using the Lasting Judgment as removal. Can't cast the copy, not enough mana. Huh. I thought these copies aren't allowed to be replaced. Are they allowed to be replaced? Because I know they disappear at the end of the turn. I guess they're allowed to be replaced. Maybe I'm just thinking of the blinks. So I know something can't be replaced. I think it's token spells can't be replaced, not copies. Even if it disappears out of the deck. Alright, second Revenant. And we're going face. Face is the place. And by face, I mean using your face to clear the Archon. Using your face, not going face. Alright, nice circle. Holy. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. The Hobo is down to 9, but they can easily heal for 9 and go all the way up to 18 if they desire. While doing 3 damage. I would probably Sphere of Darkness above Archeon and then heal plus 9. You get a 5-4 out of it. Hobo has different plans though. They're just gonna take it a little slow. This is probably fine. Smarty doesn't have a tremendous ton of burst unless an Echo Mage is on board. So you probably don't die at 11. Second Archon is out. Hobo does have the DT for this one though. So many heals, it doesn't really matter. Oh, it matters somewhat. No. There is a tremendous amount of healing done in this game. Can you imagine if Magic the Gathering was like this? With every faction having insane healing options, or at least half of the factions having insane healing options. Where are those sisters? They're not in the game currently. I mean, they're in legacy mode. I don't think anybody knows what Dreamsloth's plan is for the sister cards. If they get added in the future, they'll probably be reworked heavily in some regard, but they're not in at the moment. You want your Tagetti back? Yeah, I miss Earth Sister Tagi too. Yo, 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 hey, hey, hey. What's happening, hip lad? Spoiler. Go on, give it to us. They don't have a plan. I mean, I'm sure they thought about it. But you might be right. You might be right. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with the sister cards. I don't know what they're gonna do with the Mithron cards. And there's still plenty of expansion cards they haven't touched. Why am I giving them any fucking credit? I just want to believe in this little game that I'm addicted to because it's the only game that has this kind of gameplay. Merging tactics and card games into a stimulating battle. You know. Even though I get no recognition. They have like 2 people left on the team. They have more than 3 people on the team. They're small though. They're a small indie dev company, and that's okay. That's okay. Still performing better than Duelyst.gg, right? I believe so. And they definitely make more money than GG and have more users than GG. And still outperforming Duelyst 3, which I think failed, right? I don't even know if they still work on the crypto Duelyst game. GG's one guy. I think GG is 1 or 2. I'm not on the up and up on GG, and I have nothing against Duelyst.gg. You know, it's cool, it exists. They're doing their own thing. I don't play GG just because this version is it's the only one that is worth putting time into, in my opinion. It's 3 players max. Don't they have tournaments and stuff? Anyway, we got a game going on here. There's some Night Splitter shit happening. Smarty is hurting. Hobo is looking pretty healthy. I imagine we will see a Shadow Nova. I'm surprised they replaced that second Nova. Is you can Spectral Blade Nova on this turn, and then next turn you can just cast the other Nova. And hit again with Demonic Lord. It would have been a 2-turn checkmate if Smarty doesn't heal. Alright, I guess we're playing the long con because Hobo wants to make use of Death Blighter, right? And Smarty's in a position where she will want to heal, and Hobo is saying, screw your healing, I am going to starve you out, wring you out. Unfortunately, this is the second time Death Blighter is going to fucking get hit with Martyrdom. Now, minor misplay on Smarty here. Should have killed the Night Splitter first, because now Hobo's gaining +1 HP, since Death whatever died first. So shame on Smarty for the ordering there. Not a big deal, but is a something. GG. Alright, there goes Nova. Hobo doesn't really have anything to fear by being aggressive. You just keep on the pressure. double regalia is nice. You get a free clear on the 4/4. You also don't necessarily die to Nova Spikes. Ooh, that Void Pulse replace. It's not lethal, but it's 7 damage. Oh wait, is it lethal? You have enough mana to play your Night Splitter, right? There's no spikes next to you, Smarty, though. So not lethal. I'd just play Juggernaut, probably, if it was me. Make him struggle some more. This creep deals 14 damage, right? I think it'd be a little more than 14. Let's see what Juggernaut says. Yeah, it's 15. 16 now. I like how Smarty happens to have the Light Bender both times she needs it. And with Circle of Life, not dead yet! Double Arclight Regalia can trade in the Hobo's face here without losing a charge. With their pants. The pants stay strong. It was being held. It was being held for a while. It's always waiting the perfect moment. Yeah. Smarty doesn't seem to be out of it anymore. To be fair, if Hobo replaced into a Revenant, it would be over with the Void Pulse. Now they used 2 Revenants already. I think they have 1 left. You could back off, play Night Sorrow above you, walk up 2 tiles, and just chill. Ooh. Taking the 6 to break the armor. You... Yeah... I guess they can't cast 2 Holy Immos, only 1 Holy Immo out of hand, so it's a ballsy move, but I think you are safe at 8 HP doing that. You like to walk up to you there? Walk up 2 is the coward's play. Hobo's in non-coward mode. Actually, we'll find out right now. If Hobo assassin lure Juggernauts and walks away, then they're in full coward mode. And I will take it back. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be assassin Juggernaut lure. Just to get rid of the healing mystic. You could lure and Night Splitter. Lure, go to the right 2 spaces and Night Splitter. That's the full coward's play. It's weird because they seem advantaged. I need to move my chat a bit. I have overlapping text and messages. I guess it all just depends on the situations, L-Man. Do you want to push forward right now, or do you want to like play it extra safe? If you know the damage output of your opponent, you can take risks more safely. Alright. No Revenant on the replace. 7 cards left in deck. Do they only have 2? Maybe they only have 2. Maybe they're really unlucky. I thought they had 3 though. Smarty has 6 cards left in deck, by the way. It's nice to see this matchup routinely reaches fatigue levels. I like the conservativeness, only one Juggernaut. That's a full heal for Hobo, and this is where Smarty loses, right? Oh, Smarty couldn't even afford to walk forward and play Dynasty Standard for 2/2 token. She doesn't want to be in range of the 5/4. Alright, here comes another Juggy. And with the Rejuvenator, we are blocking off all minion options. There will be no Lightbender to save us. This is definitely GG. Well played by both sides. This is a very drawn out matchup, so I imagine it was mentally taxing for both of them. Okay. That was a solid hour-long set, but Hobo takes it 2-1. So we got 4 more games for round 2, and then I have to see what time that takes us to. I'm not sure I can do the round 3 games, which I would like to do. It's gonna depend. We have Mezelgy coming in for his first match as he earned a bye. Going up against Cloak and Dagger. I do not have Cloak on my friends list, but I do have Mezelgy. So... scrolling through his match history is rather humorous. If you know, you know. Where is Cloak and Dagger? There he is. Good luck and good night. Thanks for the good luck, Slimy. If you're heading out, you have a good one. Okay. Oh, I have to hide my player 2 hand stuff, right? We know see player 2 here. This is the wrong game. Hold up. That's not the right person. I fucked up, fam. That wasn't the right person, right? Cloak and Dagger is not Ghoster Driver. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We fix. I see what happened. I hit the replay button for the game below. Okay. This is the correct game. We have Songhai versus Abyssian. Nice cherry Lilith. So, Mezelgy, as one would guess, one of the most renowned Duelyst gamers and Shardbound, I believe, as well as probably various other games. He has a very refined spell high list with all the things you would expect to be in it. And a very good opener from them here. I will look up Cloak and Dagger. I think they're a creeper. I mean that in the nicest way possible, by the way. Is this the right list? It is the right list. So they are Creep Abyss, yeah, but they have a very unique list. They're actually triple Mogwais, triple Reaper of the Nine Moons, and triple Sivrel the Fallen, or I forget his name. I haven't seen Sivrel in a long time. The 3-mana ranged guy. Some people have 20 in their staff and still get it wrong. I'll do my best. Yes, Cloak and Dagger has a very unique tournament list here. I'm interested to see how it does a... honestly, 3 attack Mogwai coming off of the Abyssal Crawler is pretty good. Mezelgi has the juxtaposition to deal with it, and a Gotatsu to deal with the Crawler. Sending Boar in to get some early face damage. And we do see Albeast, right? Mezelgi does run Albeast. It's not an Arcanist list, but he does have the Arcanist synergy, or the health pool of Albeast to rely on. Or his variation of Spell High. Yeah, before the 9 means dropped, I saw that immediate cursor highlight. Mezelgi's probably like, what does this do again? What is this card over here? Nobody plays this card over here. I'm better than some esports staff. Oh, you. Don't flatter me now. Yeah. This is just a sick movement tool for Songhai to teleport to your face. Reaper of the 9 Moons might be the greatest misplay of all time against Songhai. 4-3 Reaper used to be 5-4. Can these devs stop nerfing your Abyssian? Alright, to be fair, he's a 4 mana card, not a 5 mana card. That's why he took a stat hit. He's 4 mana flying and teleports the enemy general to his space as a Dying Wish. So he is tweaked. I actually do have an Abyss deck that uses Reaper of the 9 Moons. I do an OTK with Soul Grimoire stacking, and then I OTK you from anywhere on the board, as long as I'm not provoked. Does okay. I think I have like a 60% win rate with it, or something around those lines. Alright, we saw the DT come out. Honestly, I missed what it hit. I think I hit a Thief of Moments or something. Now Mezelgi is free to develop an Owlbear and get some, casual spiral damage out of their Kaido assassins backstabbing. Can't leave them Kaido assassins alive. To be fair, against Songhai, you can't leave anything alive. This happens to you. Insane draws. All comes down to skill. Cloak and Dagger is praying, right? They're hoping, they're praying. Mezelgi has 2 avenues they can do. They can either slow roll this, or they can look for bursty amounts of lethal off of the Heaven's Eclipse. I think they're gonna slow roll it. They're gonna slow roll it. Playing an aggressive 4 wins instead of defensive makes a little bit of sense because he's down 2 juxtapositions. I think playing it defensive is fine. You can just rely on his pinging value. If you're alive against Songhai, it's already too much. Maybe Cloak and Dagger can balance things here. Mezelgi was low on cards. He wasn't able to gas up the Owl beyond 3 HP. That's a big deal. I am very surprised to see Cloak and Dagger walking towards Mezelgi, though. Okay, we're putting a Juggernaut down. It's gonna be a 5/5. It's decently respectable size. Mez has a Thief of Moments, so Thief plus a General Punch. If General moves up here, that's gonna be 4, that's 5. That depends on the Heaven's Eclipse draws. That's all your mana though. This would be 6. I think the possibility for lethal exists, but it would be a gamble that could see you dead if you do it, so maybe not worth doing. Yeah, we see Albeast instead. We're gonna trade in most of the health of 4 Winds just to get rid of the Juggernaut. Play it slow. I respect the playing it slow here. You don't know deck list, but he's probably safe either way because you draw mana vortexes and cast like 4 spells anyways. It would be, yeah, he does have mana vortex. It would be a little risky. If you don't get the damage, you will die. And Songhai doesn't play Saberspine Seal anymore. Typically, one person did, but Saberspine got nerfed to 2 damage and is immediately dropped from every spell high list. Just about. Deemed unplayable by the community at large. 1 mana for 2 damage, simply not good enough. We're in an interesting predicament here. Inner focus. He's calculating spacing. Alright, we're going for lethal, I think. We're doing the mana vortex. Getting 3 spells. Don't think that does it on this turn. The Tuskboard is going to be used just to get Juggernaut away from Mezelgee's face. Hard to predict what will happen here. You could use Tuskboard to trade in to save 1 HP on yourself, or you could trade in and then have Tuskboard blink over. Okay. Cloak and Dagger lives 1 more turn. They only have 3 cards in hand against Songhai's 6. Man, don't you just love how Songhai plays 4+ cards a turn? They played 6 cards and they ended up with 6 cards in hand. Isn't it wonderful? It's so wonderful that they can play 6 cards and have 6 cards in hand at the end of the turn. I just love that so much. The Fire faction plays like 50 cards a turn and they have a full hand still. Songhai playing triple the cards Abyssian does for full hand. Fist played what? Okay, he dumped 3 cards now, he's down to only 2. This seems weird. Wait a minute. This math isn't adding up. I don't understand. Also, that NSA I think hit the wrong target, right? The Tuskboard was going to die. NSA should have killed the Thief of Moments. The Tuskboard was not going to return the hand. Alright, we're looking for lethal. We are looking for lethal. We have a couple Phoenix Fires. We have a blink. So we do have lethal, I'm pretty sure. We have lethal. Wait, does that work? Or is that a miscalculation? That does work. I didn't know if Thief died, does it make a blink? Or not, but it does make a blink. And there it is. A fun lethal puzzle for Mezelgee to figure out. Actually drawing 3 different lethals. how polarizing Songhai is, but we must show tolerance and love to our red brothers. Exact mana used? Probably like 2. Alright, enough jibber jabbering over the Songhai menace that plagues us all. We have more Songhai to witness. You thought Blink would cost 1? Yeah, a lot of people thought Blink cost 1. I thought it cost a 1 too, when I pointed out the OTK, when the cards were revealed. I was like, hey guys, you know, if you have a Mana Forger, this Thief of Moments thing is fucking stupid with Firestarter. And then Discord was like, hey, Harpoo, Blink is free. You don't even need the Mana Forger. Lol, 2 cards, OTK. And I was like, oh yeah, Blink is free, isn't it? Why does Songhai have free spells and card draw out the ass? I don't know. But it's okay, because we get to watch what happens when they have these things, as we are currently living in that timeline. You have Tuskboard at 2 mana, make a Blink cost 1 mana would be unfair. You're right, that's just too expensive. Songhai should not have to pay to cast their cards that they infinitely generate. That is oppressive. We have Walls Vanar against Songhai. We saw earlier this very matchup earlier today, and the Walls Vanar crushed Songhai. So let's see if Cloak and Dagger can pull off the same or not. Their list is pretty close to the other Walls Vanar list. They have 2 Mesmerize. They do not have any aspect of the mountains, though. Triple Bubblesmith, triple Mana Prism, or Crystal Wisp, or whatever, for some reason. I find it amazing that Crystal Wisp used to be a neutral card. It did essentially the same thing, except it was opening Gambit automatically in every single deck in existence. Bring it to Vanar, make it Dying Wish, suddenly it's terrible. It's suddenly really, really bad. I would think that it is an amazing case study in why opening Gambit in Duelyst is oppressively powerful. Just Vanar suffering like usual. That was the worst meta. What do you mean the worst meta? That was like Duelyst 1's lifespan for... When did that get changed? Wasn't it after Shimzar? It was really long until that got changed. It was better than Jaxi meta, right guys? Remember Jaxi meta? Where you had a coin flip on if you win or lose the game? Name a fun meta in D1 challenge. Impossible. Definitely Wanderer meta. Am I right, guys? That was great. I love the Mython cards. The Wanderer and Hate Furnace, and what's the Abyssian guy? Lord Jewel. I did not like the Mython cards at all. It was so overpowered, that shit. Really damn cool looking sprites. But holy crap, are they overtuned. Alright, anyway, we have a game going on here. Cloak and Dagger is doing their damnedest to control Mezelgee's board, and they're doing a really good job at it at the moment. It's almost like Walls has some inexplicable buff against Songhai. For some reason, they just seem to do well against Songhai. Maybe it's just the fact that you can summon 2 to 3 things in a single turn, and Songhai has a hard time dealing with that. Unless they're 8 gates Ghost Lightning. Alright, Mezelji is going for some clearing action. He'll be able to blink the board to safety, as we can see getting queued up. He is down to 18 health. 5 cards in hand. Cloak and Dagger's list does have cryogenesis and other things of that nature, so they can likely deal with these threats even though they're out of range. Alright, all the chromatic holds are played. Boar's killed. FIFA Moments is just a 2-1. And a little Snow Chaser. Which, I hope everybody who placed high enjoys their free Snow Chaser plushies that they won for doing well in the tournament. I think it was like the top people get Snow Chaser plushie and a bunch of other stuff. I'm very curious what next month's meta is going to be like, assuming they implement the winner's card changes. I think first place got 3, second place gets 2, and third place gets 1, so there's going to be 6 changed cards, or something like that. It's going to be wild next month. I wonder how bad it could be. And the changes are going to only last for 1 month. Unless they're good, I think is the thing. So they can meme it up with a ridiculous card and it'll just be there for 1 month. And then get reverted. Or if they try something serious to leave their mark in the game, it might stick around. I'm not 100% sure on how it's going to play out entirely. Revert the NSA, revert. I mean, somebody might. I think Nightstar Assassin's unfortunately on the protection list, so it cannot be touched. And there is a list of protected cards. Every faction has 9 cards that cannot be touched, including neutral. But outside of the 9 cards for every faction, it's free game on everything else. And I think NSA cannot be hit. Unfortunately, it will not be changed. Multiple indeed. Monka Alright, once again we see Vanar surrounding our Songhai player. Mezelji is able to break free from the surrounding. And thanks to the Gotatsu and his minion on board, he actually gets a fairly good clear here of stuff. And because Rhythm Weaver is an Arcanist, these are the only 3 Arcanists you need in Songhai. Rhythm Weaver, damn, Cloak and Dagger tapped out. It was too much. The Walls Vanar could not handle the Arcanist aspect of Mezelji's list going to town, so that is that was game 2, I think, out of 3. If I was paying attention here. No, that was 2-0. That was 2-0. Mezelji moves on 2-0. Because he won the first one. Trying to double check. Yeah, that was 2-0. Rough run for Cloak and Dagger. He might have been a little tilted at the end of that. Alright, moving on to the next game. We have 0_OU and Solo Bruiser. I have both of these gentlemen, so Let's see who's in first here. Not you. Alright, Solo Bruiser is first in game 1. The order matters for their hands. Where is your game with Zero? There they are. Go Zero. Alright, we have a Zero fan. Get the stuff loaded on the other side. I'm gonna go eat. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Ella Man. You have a good one. Enjoy the eats. Okay. Let's get all of my fancy overlay back up here. So, Songhai versus Creepabyssian. We've seen this match play out before. And I think the Songhais are kind of dumping or dunking on the Creepabyssians. We'll have to see if Zero fares any better. Because the creeps are starting to thin out a little bit. A little bit. And I think Solo Bruiser's list is another refined Songhai listy. Hey, the good luck, have fun has been issued. Zero has the keeper strategy. The idea is to keeper the veil, your Night Splitter. Maximize Night Splitter usages. Turn 1, Sphere of Darkness, solid answer to the minion. Solo Bruiser cannot do 2 and 3, so they're gonna have to choose which minion they prefer to lose. Do you set up a Thief or do you set up a Chakri? Thief doesn't die to a Riftwalker, but I don't think Zero has a Riftwalker in their list. I would have to double check. Alright, I don't know why I searched for 0_OU, right? I can see his match results. I can see his Chromatic Cup 7 deck and his 6 and 5 and 4 decks. But I cannot see his ES4 deck. It's just, it doesn't come up, you know. I don't know why this is the case. I won't bother. It's too much effort to look through the entire deck channel if it doesn't appear on search. I'm gonna try one more thing. I doubt it works. It did not work. Alright, I concede defeat. His deck is Creepabyssian. I think I found it yesterday, but I don't remember. Or the day before. I didn't stream yesterday. Alcuin, Lore Master, getting back the sphere so that we can drop it on the other Songhai minion. That is what you want to be doing. Solo Bruiser, you can do 2 and 2. Probably punch Alcuin. You could set up 4 wins and hope your opponent doesn't have a demonic lure to deal with that. There is some risk if you want to like hit Alcuin and develop the 4 winds. There's some risk to walking back 1 tile. I doubt your opponent Night Splitters when they can't heal from it, but that is a 6 damage Night Splitter, which is fairly hefty. Yeah, you can send me the deck list and I can look at it. I could scroll through this list. I don't know if his name is just different in the names for the deck list of ES4, and that's why I can't find it. I actually just found it by scrolling. Maybe I need to capitalize the 0 and underscore because those are capitalized. I do have his list though. He has the 1 Rejuvenator, 1 Mystic. Other than that, mostly 3 ofs. 2 Shrouds as well. You would just... It's all good. Zero was, or not Zero, Solo Bruiser was thinking about their turn for a solid minute there, so I had time to look. They did opt for the 4 wins play. Zero has the DT, so far we've been sphered, dark transformed. Solo Bruiser's minions are being picked off 1 at a time. He hasn't had an opportunity to do a Songhai bursty play with like a bunch of instant hasty actions and whatnot, so getting punished. When Songhai has to play fair, they actually do suffer quite tremendously to removal while playing fair in the early game. Quote unquote fair. It is a weakness of theirs. This is a pretty rough turn too. You could try to set up your guy again. We are trying to set up our guy again. Setting up Chakri doesn't feel very good because you know your opponent has Shadow Nova and stuff, and that's just gonna die to Nova. Having to play fair Songhai is a skill issue. That's right. It is a skill issue. Hashtag Solo Bruiser, if you're watching this, you coming after Skull Prophet. He said it, not me. Okay, we push some damage. Got 5 damage in. Zero can answer this pretty easily. He's staying next to Solo Bruiser. You love to see it. The fearlessness. So this is something I haven't mentioned, but it should go without saying. Now that Songhai has dropped Saberspine Seal, you're slightly safer if you decide to just stay next to them constantly. The main reason to avoid General is because you want to avoid Saberspine Seal. The second reason is to avoid Blink. Not Blink, but what's the Mist Walking? Mist Walking in the Backstab Mask is a problem. This is an open deck list tournament, so Zero knows he doesn't have to worry about Backstab Mask being a thing. And just staying nearby, making sure you can hit anything you need to hit. Solo Bruiser could do a burst play on this turn. You can just double Tuskbore and put Chakri down, give it a +1 with a Mana Vortex to cycle. The only problem with doing that line is one of your Tuskbores will not return the hand. So instead of double Tuskboar, maybe you do one Tuskboar, Punch, and Blood Rage Mask in Mana Vortex. You could do that instead. That is exactly what we see. I think this is a fine play for Solo Bruiser. Gets some damage in. The artifact is a lot harder for Abyss to deal with immediately, especially the Creep Abyss variants. And your Tuskboar won't die just for existing, so this is probably the way to go. Now Zero needs to deal with multiple threats. You got 3 problems. You can answer 2 of them, one begrudgingly. Assuming you Revenant the Chakri avatar, you could also Shadow Nova the Chakri avatar and set up your new moon thing. You won't generate a shadow tile for it, but you will ping the artifact. You could double Crawler just to have a couple 3/1 bodies and Shadow Nova. That might be better than Revenant on this turn. It is scary to not break the mask, though. You could let the boar return the hand and break the mask instead. You'd have to punch face and then Shadow Nova New Moon Hex to get the mask off. Yeah, we do see the double crawler play. I like the double crawler play. I think that's your best odds of survival. But will it be enough? We got 7 mana Songhai. They have a mask on. You're in trouble. You're in trouble, Zero. From what I can see, they have 6, 7, 8, 11, 13, 14. They actually have lethal. All they have to do is equip the second mask, Inner Focus Tuskboar. That's going to be 8 damage from Tuskboar if you include the 2 mask pings on Inner Focus, and that's going to be 5 damage from Phoenix Fire. 5 and 8 is 13. Easy peasy. So the Bruiser's just double checking the calculations. You gotta make sure your 7 mana can pay for 6 mana worth of stuff. You need to make absolutely certain that you have the lethal here. You actually have access to 8 mana. Okay. I guess we're doing this with blinks instead. Oh yeah, you can get both mana tiles and then cast the Phoenix Fire. Oh my lordy lordy. Maximizing damage. We got more than 13. No, wait. Is it lethal or did he miss lethal? Oh, he actually missed lethal. So, hold up. I want to pause for a second. I don't normally do this, right? Here's the easy play. The brainless play was, you know, equip your mask, you get the second mask, you just send Tuskboar in twice. That's 8 damage, and you just Phoenix Fire for 5. That's the brainless play. If you wanted the style, you could have put Tuskboar on the diagonal here, and then Thief of Moments. Move Tuskboar up to here and hit. Then your first blink, you take the second mana tile. And with the 2 mana tiles, you can afford the Phoenix Fire. You get the 2 extra blinks, which is 4 extra damage. So Solar Bruiser just fucked up. Can Zero capitalize on the misplay? Yeah, it didn't Songhai correctly. That is, for those keeping track at home, our 5th. Now we see Zero decided to concede, I think. Oh, no, player 2 is still going, my bad. I didn't pause player 2's hand. So, spoiler alert, it didn't matter. I only paused player 1 there. But, that's our 5th Miss Lethal of the tournament. 5 Miss Lethals from the greatest Duelyst gamers in all of Duelyst 2 Dom. Technical difficulties. Something happened with the hand number 2. I don't know what. Couldn't possibly figure that one out. Alright, we're going on to game 2. Solo Bruiser takes game 1. So I imagine Zero is going to want player 1 so that Songhai doesn't have access to that. It was going well for Zero for a while, and then he got burned by Songhai's burn stuff. You know, that's what happens. I think it seems to be going good, but then you remember, oh yeah, there's Songhai. They do that to you. Okay, Zero is indeed player 1. We have a faction change. Obviously, you don't like getting burned by Songhai. You play Lionar if that is your second faction, and that is what Zero is doing. So we're gonna have some Lionar v Songhai, yellow versus red. Let's get the player 2 hands up. And let's get the game started here. Okay. Zero fatto. I need to get that synced, hopefully. It's a little behind, but that's okay. Because the fucking Google client tends to lag, or the web client. Alright, Windblade in the center. Oh man, I'm so proud of Zero for playing in the middle and against Songhai. Also, I think it's important to notice that the Songhai players throughout this tournament have almost had Tuspor in hand as player 2 in every single game. If they go second, they've got Tuspor in hand. It's just a fact at this point. I don't know how they pull that off all the time, but we're witnessing it live. Lantern Fox with the turtle opener. And Zero doesn't have a stellar turn, as annoying as the Lantern Fox can be. I'm not sure you want to martyr the Lantern Fox, but you totally could tempo here and do it, and we do see it happen. Developing Isbees might have been fine just to get it on the board. I suppose if you don't want Solo Bruiser to ramp to ridiculous amounts, Martyrdom on the Fox is probably the way to go. Saw the Thief get replaced. And it means we're gonna see either Chakri Hyper Backline, which will get punished hard by Tempest. Otherwise, we'll see a Tuspor Chakri is the more realistic option. You're gonna want to deny some mana from your opponent too. Tuspor probably goes face to try and get some value. You could play just one Chakri and hold on to your Tuspor. Float 2 mana. It's not great, but you could do it. I don't think you draw with Heaven's Eclipse, but there might be a world where some players draw with Heaven's Eclipse there. Yeah, we're just doing Chakra Boar. Boar trading into Windblade instead of going face. That's fine too. Tempest Isbees seems pretty good to me. I would walk down one and put Isbees on the bottom just to encourage Solo Bruiser to stay down there and hit it. Oh, but if you Tempest, you have to walk to the bottom too, right? $22 HP each. Solo Bruiser could preemptively killing edge his Chakri to make sure it doesn't die to another Tempest. Alternatively, you could just do 2 and 3 with Thief of Moments and Chakri to try and get something on board to stick. You can do a punch with the Thief of Moments out and buff the Chakri to 2-3. It's probably better to do that. You can even blink the Chakri up so that you you threaten the mana tile on the following turn. I imagine Thief of Moments will be diagonally away from the line or a general here. If you don't care about missing 1+1/+1, you could have also stood above the... Oh, I don't like that. I mean, it depends on where they're putting this thing. Okay, I see what they did. I'd have to look at Zero's line or list. If he happens to have a 1 mana card, then I don't like that. He does not though, so it's fine. No 1 mana Holy Immo. The minions are next to each other. Zero does have Sunblooms in the deck. He has 2. He also has a Decimate. So I think I would have probably kept the Thief next to me and then just ported Chakri up top. Or vice versa, you know. Keep one of them next to you and get the other one away from Sunbloom. Zero doesn't have it though, unfortunately for him. I think setting up Echo Mage is your best option. Light Chaser isn't quite good enough to set up, although you could. He will grow to 5 attack on this turn swap. But I think Echo Mage is the better threat. There's that Decimate I just mentioned. We'll have to see if Solo Bruiser pays that card respects in the coming turn. We're fishing for damage. Heaven's Eclipse. We did not preemptively equip the mask, so Solo Bruiser might have had something else in mind. I don't know what they're looking for off of the Heavens. They have to ask themselves the tough question of, do I just Jux the Echo Mage away? Probably. Alright, we equip mass now, so missed 1 ping. We'll see if that matters later. I thought Blink couldn't be replaced. Am I insane on the Blink rules? That is a token spell. Yeah, it says it can't be replaced. Did he just replace the Blink into an inner focus on his screen? Or did he replace something else? Oh god, we're connecting to chat. Alright, I'm connected to chat. I did drop a little bit of frames there, hopefully not too much. Probably a bug? Maybe. And Blink can't be replaced, or at least it shouldn't be replaceable. I'm not sure if he actually did or did not. I think he did replace one because he only casted one. He generated two. Yeah, Songhai OP, they can ignore the text on their cards. Devs, please help. Songhai is cheating? This hand from Solo Bruiser is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. That is disgusting looking. I think Zero is in for a bad time. I think he's dead, right? What is that? It's 4, 8, 12, 16, 18 plus 4 spell ticks. That's 21 exact damage. Not to mention there's going to be 4 blinks printed because the Kaido and the General are hitting. So it's actually 24 damage. But you know, Thief of Moments is a completely fine card. And Songhai playing... What is this? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 cards in one turn. Yeah, no problem. They don't have to pay for their spells. Oh yeah, we just doubled our damage with double thief. I don't think the double thief matters. It's actually equivalent to just playing Killing Edge on the last time you inner focus your Kaido. It is quite actually identical to just playing the Killing Edge. But yeah, Zero is dead. Solo Bruiser is going to kill him. We're going to watch it happen. And we're going to think that Thief of Moments is definitely an okay card. And it's pretty alright, you know, it's only okay. 3 mana, it's fine at 3 mana. Infinite 0 mana spell printing. No problem. Definitely an absurdly rare case on display here. This must be infuriating to experience. Alright, well, even if Blink costed 1 mana, for example, he was still dead to just the inner focuses with Killing Edge being last. So, well played to Zero. You certainly tried. An attempt was made. Looking at my last chat that I sent to Zero is cracking me up. Alright, that's a T0, right? Yeah, that's T0. Alright, we have 2 more games to cover for now. And then I think I'll probably have to take a break, so I won't be able to do the round 3 games today. There's a lot to cover. But we have Zabiul versus Blady. So, I don't know if I have either of these two, right? I do not have Zabiul. I do not have Blady. Well, that makes it faster. Maybe we do round 3 game. Zabiul 1-2-0 over Blady. So, congrats to Zabiul. We move on to winners round 3. The last bracket is Basilikovikai versus Dulce. And I think I have them both. I do. So we can watch this match. Basilico. Alright, got it backwards. Basilico is first. Yeah. Get that damn Abyssian battle music going. Okay, is this the right game? I hope it is. Should be. That's funny. And because my mod is in the Steam version, the web browser shows normal VAF, but my Steam version shows YAF, so here we are. We have Creep Abyssian again. Basilico has a couple of the interesting one-ofs, including what we see on screen. What is this card called? Infernal Pact? Dulce was on a... I don't think it was Fatigue per se, but it was definitely a more control-y Magmar list, if I recall correctly. I will look it up again. Yeah, it's kind of Fatigue more. It's like Fatigue more. They have Sloth and Riftwalkers and stuff, so it's not exactly strictly Fatigue, but they don't have spell recursion stuff, and that is usually attributed to the Fatigue variants with like a Twilight Sorcerer and Alcuin. Oh, I didn't remove the player 2 hand. We had the turn 1 pass from our Magmar brother. And Basilico will be happy to just equip up an artifact of their own, while Dulce slowly gets stabbed to death by whatever the hell the death spikes are. Alright, could have played things in a defensive position, but deciding to deny walk on ramp, which is okay. It's definitely an alright decision. Basilico has the means to kill both if he dark transforms Coiler. And we do see dark transform on Coiler. In response, Dulce probably can set up a Sloth here if they want. You could put Red Tile on the Wraithling to deal with it, and then you get a free hit on the artifact. Alternatively, you could Riftwalker and punch the artifact, and then Ghostlings for card draw, maybe? And it just denies the mana tile with Ghostlinks. You miss out on the card draw, unfortunately. Shadow Nova is a response, taking center as well. Bringing Magmar down to 15. Magmar is replacing meta, which is fine. You have Nat Select in hand. It's probably good enough for the Stray big thing. And 15 HP is scary, but you're not gonna die yet. I would probably Sloth and remove 3 of the Shadow Creep tiles if it was me. But Dulce moved first, so they're not going to be able to get rid of 3 Shadow Creep tiles with their Sloth. They can get rid of 2. Choosing to station as general on the Emerald. This makes the Night Splitter in hand a pretty weak card. Thinking about replacing the artifact, you could equip both and clear Sloth, and you'll heal up an HP for doing so. And we do see that happen. New Moon Hex, I assume, gets rid of the Emerald tile. I like it. Your alternative play was just to demonic lure the Sloth onto, what, the far right Shadow Creep, so it gets hit for damage. That doesn't feel very good. Alright, Dulce chooses to get the free hit now and then delete these 2 artifacts with Riftwalker. I do think that's worth. That's definitely worth. And on your next turn, your Sapphire Aura will get overwritten by Shadow Creep again, so you won't be stuck on it. In this matchup, Abyss has the luxury of just chilling for the most part. Magmar kind of has to go to you. If Basilico wants, they could move 2 to the right and they would be fairly secured. You could Void Pulse the 2-1 up top if you want. I might have held my Demonic Lure if it was me. It wasn't a pressing matter to kill the 4-4 right this instant, but killing it's fine too. And Basilico wants to trap Dulce. Never mind. I thought he was gonna hit. Stay there and hit while he gets the free hit. But moving 2 to the right now. If you're gonna move 2 to the right, I think Riju should have been below your general. But other than that, it's an alright turn. Dulce has a good answer. And he has lots of healing, so I think we're going to see some healing. If you develop Mystics now, they'll be good distractions so Revenant doesn't hit your face. If you decide to Earth Sphere Mystic, that's fine too. It's probably what we see happen. Okay, no Tempo Mystic, just Earth Sphere to full. And Basilico is getting ready to play the long con. Alright, Dulce is sort of fatigued. He does have Immortal Resolves in deck. He has 2 of them, so he can dilly-dally as well. I would probably approach and then get rid of 3 creep tiles with your Sloth. Just use the Sloth as creep management. As for which 3 tiles, I'm not sure if I would want to hit the that little L shape that's there, just do 3 in a straight line from where Yath is standing. Alright, going for the L shape. Which is fine. That makes the Night Splitter not so hot. spreading out our minions a little bit. Since Sloth is likely going to get hit with a Nova, I might have swapped the positions of Ghost Lynx and Mystic. Although Basilico is prioritizing overriding the aura tiles, so that's fine too. Now they also assassinate the Sloth. Well, Night Splitter's back online. And Dulce's getting out of there, doesn't want to be in that zone anymore. Their hand is very responsive and they do not have things to respond to, so I guess Healing Mystic Pass is the turn. Ooh, this is going to be interesting endgame. Basilico has the, they have the Reaper, so later on they can do crazy amounts of burst damage. They could just develop a Creeper and pass. They could Keeper this thing. It'll kill one Healing Mystic, they'll heal the full. You get a 5-4 on the board. I would play around Mercantor if you decide to do this, but I think it's fine to Keeper your Nightcrawler and just use one up now. That progresses the game forward. Alternatively, Basilico can pass. You could Sphere Darkness Dulce's face if you want, or the corner. Mystic. And we do see him getting the 1/1 Night Splitter. I think this play is fine. Dulce can send a Mercantor face. They can do an Acro if they want. Yeah, make sure you move first. An Acro is probably okay. You don't want them to copy more Night Splitters, right? Unless they have it out of hand. Oh boy. I'll do a deck check. Basilico is ahead. They have 20 cards too. Dulce is 19. Alright, Abyssal Crawler pass. Abyssal Crawler pass. Taking the Ruby Aura over. I have to look in the Dulce's deck again real quick. Do you have any Dispel, or is Sloth the only creep cleanup we're working with? Sloth is the only creep cleanup. So Dulce might want to take a pager from the other Magmar player we saw earlier. I think it was... I forget their name. It's like Just or whatever. And walk on creep tiles. Maybe might be necessary. Metamorph just to stop the crawler from producing a single shadow creep on the next turn. I don't know if that's worth. You still have to deal with triple Revenant later. That's 19 to 18. Basilico is still ahead in cards. Mortal Resolve goes back to the deck, so that's fine to play. Just to throw it out there. Passing the turn. This is gonna be a long one. I'm not... So... Abyssian is doing what they need to do, right? And Magmar has to figure out how do you break the stalemate, but Magmar could drag this out. Can they even fatigue with Immortal Resolve? They cannot. So, as the Magmar player, you want to get your opponent to enter fatigue. You need to get them to keep playing at least a card a turn while you're optimizing yourself. So that right there is good for Dulce, and Basilico, in my opinion, shouldn't have played that Shroud. It didn't do anything. It just wasted an extra card. This is now 17 to 18. Dulce is now ahead in deck. You just play a single Mercantor. Walk up. You know, you gotta play around your opponent's Mercantor. You could have walked up one space instead of two to have more movement options available. Another comment that I have. Oh, is he doing it? I was gonna say, this artifact is potentially far more dangerous to equip in Basilica's deck than it is to use. Or no, it's far more dangerous to use than to not use. That's what I mean to say. It looks like Basilica wants to move the match forward though, so we're playing cards. We're playing cards and we're drawing cards back. He will have a full hand at the end of this. He set up the sphere in a pretty interesting spot. He's prepared another 9 heal location for his movement next turn. And he also makes it awkward for Dulce to move down there. He has to move either right or down. Yeah. Now, how does Dulce respond? I think Dulce should maybe stay away. The artifact is going to kill Basilico eventually, if it doesn't break. Alright, we got some silly Shroud play. Basilica does not use Juggernauts in their deck, so this is fine. Yeah, there are no Juggernauts. They actually do not have Revenant. I was wrong. I thought they did have the Revenant. And Basilica's game plan really depends on Night Splitter. Night Splitter, and then the Reaper the 9 Moon turn is his finisher. And up some more creep. Healing a little bit. Taking 2 damage, only drawing 2 cards. So unable to maximize the card draw. I do think that the Infernal Pact is probably best in a hyper aggro deck that's dumping its hand constantly. Because right now, Dulce doesn't want to break the artifact. Basilico is accelerating their demise in both deck and life total. Now they can heal off a lot of the damage, for sure. I love seeing the You just gotta wonder what people are thinking. Is he gonna actually just walk on some creep? He doesn't care either. Yeah, he doesn't care. So walking on the creep, because you dodge Night Splitter, you only take 3 damage. It's not a big deal. I don't know if I would use this Mercantor here. You can use it later. You don't have to do this right now. But he's doing it. Okay. I guess he wanted to draw 2 cards. I would keep that Infernal Pact up. If it was me. You just like pitch your tent, start growing your attack power, you know. Raise your weights, do your arm day. Exercises and just chill for the most part. 2 more cards out of Basilico. Time Cloak Coiler is down, which is a fine target for the Dark Transform. Do you see the combo piece in hand? As everything slowly takes damage on board. Alright, now what? Do you stand on the creep still? Wouldn't recommend moving left, that's for sure. That could kill you. Okay, moves up, plays the Rejuvenator. Basilico goes digging. Demonic Lure will take out the Rejuve. We have triple Night Splitter in hand. Entering the center, going for a heal. You get a nice 5/4 established. I guess you don't really care if that gets Mecantored, but the Night Splitter could have been put near the Nightstar Assassin instead. 12 cards left for Dulce, 7 cards left for Basilico Vikai in deck. We got Mac Daddy number 2. Punch from the NSA. Yeah, Healing Mystic hitting the Mecantor, and then it doesn't die to the Shadow Creep. But again, this is breaking the artifact. I don't think you should break the artifact. You should leave it on your opponent. I don't know. I might have had my Mecantor not hit face there. I might have just literally sacked it to the Night Splitter if I did do a Mac play there. And not hit Basilico in the face. Alright, they play a Shroud. I'm not sure what the strategy or the endgame plan is with the Shroud playing, so that's their 3rd Dispel gone. They are down 2 Dark Terminus as well, they only have 1 left. Alright. A little bit of healing, a little bit of moving. A little bit of, you know, just whatever. Last DT on the Rejuvenator. You got Nova. Can set up some more creep. Can Night Sorrow hit your own stuff? I never thought about that before. You can. I'm not sure I've ever used that quality of Night Sorrow Assassin to kill my own stuff. Wins by fatigues are really exhausting to watch. Exhausting to play too, no doubt. Basilico has 2 cards left in deck. They have the combo in hand with Reaper. So Dulce might want to anachronize here. If they do not anachronize, that is 6, 8, 9 plus 12, so 21. That's actually 21 damage coming his way. He does anachronize though. I like that he decided to clean up one spike before anachronizing. Alright, I don't think this is lethal, but it's going to do a major HP swing. Oh, I forgot about the discount. Never mind. This is lethal. This is 24 damage. I didn't count the discount. Well played, Basilico. Well played. 24 out of hand. I don't know why I didn't think about the discount. I thought you couldn't afford to play the second guy. Now that's nice lethal. Alright, let me hide the results. So game 1 goes to Basili. Game 2, likely Dulce wants to be player 1. Possibly. Basil T was playing a long game with the 1 mana bug. Definitely. They even replaced it a few times, so they weren't concerned. They were pretty low. They had 2 cards left in deck. Took them a while to get it all in hand. But 24 damage OTK is pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm looking at the wrong screen here. Dulce did go first. Alright. Dulce, Basilico, load up. Alright, game 2. Oh shit, hold up, hold up! I don't have player 2 ready. You just stand there. Be patient. I'm a little slow at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna. Did I swap the scene? I did not swap the scene. I'm gonna reload the one. As I want you guys to see replaces. It's important information. You pause from Duelyst. Say, sounds good, Valiant. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good one. I have too much fun watching what people do in this crazy game. Oh, excuse me. Because people do some wild plays that I would never think of. This is the wrong game. If only I paid attention more, I would not pick the same game we just watched on the replay thing. This is the right game. I finally get to listen to a different tune too. Okay, let me swap it over. We've got... Let me show his hand. He's in the middle of replacing. We've got faction swap. Dulce is opting for the Lionar, and we will look at the Lionar list. And we do see Iraqi Headhunter, so it's more of a zoo with Iraqi and Dreamgazer, right? Silverguard Squire as well. And Dulce is the Lionar list. Oh, that was spicy. It is a Skywind Glaives list. We have 2 Holy Immos, 3 Martyrs, that's the only spells. Everything else is a minion. And there are 3 Ash Mephites in this list. 3 Lady Locks, 2 Tigers, and then a bunch of 2 mana things that you would expect. Windblade, Primus, Silverguard Knight, yada yada. But triple Ash Mephit. How will Ash Mephit perform against the Creep Abyssian? I think if you're aggressive enough, Basilico might have a hard time. As we just saw in that last match, he can be pretty dependent on the OTK, right? And I'm not sure how fast you can set that up. That win con is definitely more of a good against control and slower list thing. Did Dulce decide to stand on creep for his turn 2? He didn't move his general forward? Is that a misplay? I mean, he moved his Dreamgazer forward. I guess he didn't want the creep to spread, so he's taking damage now. I can't really say it's a misplay. It's risky to take that extra damage, but it's an option. And you're gonna have to take center if you want to Silverguard Squire. I don't think he's gonna Squire on this turn though. Just a Primus. Playing around Shadow Nova. Very good. Very good. We do see Nova go down, targeting the Iraqi out of necessity. That's too much damage there. But the Provokers will survive for now. Trading into the slightly healthier Provoker minion. Makes sense to me. Dulce has access to 6 mana. You can put Tiger on that and send it forward. You could have walked on it and then like buffed the Tiger with Silverguard Squire. Might have been worth considering. He can still do that, right? And then if you tack on a Primus Fist here. I don't know if you want to risk playing into his second Nova. Ooh, I like it. Shroud on the Ghost Links tile, so it sticks around for an extra damage. The aggression is on. Alright, but Basilico isn't out of it yet. They actually have exactly what they need here. You got 2 pings to deal with the 1 HP guys. You have a Sphere of Darkness. You have your General's attack. You're gonna be at a decent health threshold. If you don't want to take for it, you could Sphere the Lady Lock and just not use your General's attack on this turn. Alright, opting the Sphere, the Shroud, the Void Pulse. We are taking the hit, equip the artifact up. Alright, they're down to 3 cards. Keep the aggression going. Holy Imo might be a potentially good draw here. And if you're gonna put the Iraqi down, I would buff the Iraqi with that Primus. I would buff it. I would play 2 Primuses and make sure Iraqi's at 4 attack power, at least. And if you want to spread, I wouldn't spread out. I would be greedy here. I would get really greedy. You kind of need your damage to hit face on the next turn as much as possible, so I think I would have put that Primus to the right of Iraqi. Possibly. The Night Splitter is reminding me we have to play around Night Splitter a little bit. Going with the Dark Terminus for Basilico. And NSA will clean up the T3. You could move like top right and NSA where you're standing at the moment. It forces something to trade into it before they can get to your face. We're thinking though. Moving up here is fine too. Dulce would have to have the nuts on 3 cards in order to kill you. I would probably... this is a tough call. Do you replace the Holy Immo and just develop your 2 minions? Ooh, the Ash Feet is replaced. Oh, I was hoping to see that get played. So it is very deadly to stand in the middle of that with your general. I hope Dulce doesn't move up. Like, if you really want to chase, you would have to stand where the Night Sorrow is. Looking at the cards currently, I think this is gonna be bad for Dulce. Really good for Basilica though. Their healing on the next turn is just gonna swing it way too out of range for Dulce to keep up. He doesn't have card draw. Really. There's no Desark in the list to refuel your hand on a longer game. Unfortunately, we didn't just quite get there. The Silverguard dies to the Scorpion. If you want to heal for 9, you could sphere. Yeah, I would sphere the Primus and just kill. Healing for 6 is fine. I would do this play here too. You could heal for 9 though, play Scorpion and just walk up. If you put the spike next to you. Yeah, that's gonna be the end of that. It's just too much healing and your board's been wiped. The 3 HP Duelyst definitely will have a much harder time at surviving against Creep Abyssian. And Basilica can't kill, but they can develop and heal ever further out of death. And they're feeling pretty safe at the moment. Can Lidar do 16 on 9 with no board? I don't think so. This is about as good as it gets. So you're not out of it yet. Basilica is back to 12. If they don't find a Night Splitter or removal for the Silverguard, there's a chance, depending on your draws. He actually drew really damn well. Unfortunately for him, Basilica does have a Shroud. he would have needed to dodge Shroud, Night Splitter, Assassin, Demonic Lord. There's a lot of cards that answered that situation, but this is well fought. Liar can't, but we know a faction that can. Yeah. Alright, everyone. With that, Basilica moves on. That is the end of round 2 of the brackets. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna need to go because I've got other things to attend to. I would like to get the round 3 games in, and I'm still fairly awake. So I'm gonna take a break for like 2-3 hours. And then I'll be back tonight. We will do the rest of the round 3 games, and since there's only, what is 8, 10? There's only 10 of them to cover. I don't know how long they go, but they'll probably be quick. So we'll do that, and then I'll probably just play on ladder. As the rest of the winners matches will be covered by Calvin, like I mentioned. Yeah, we'll do some more Duelyst. So anyway, thanks for watching. I'll be back in a little while. Hope you all have a good one.